And we're live.
Well, all right, good. I started the button just then.
Booyah, perfect.
When you said the time is now, I hit it. Okay, all right. We are... Yeah, we are, okay. I was wondering if YouTube would do a seamless transition. All right, we're streaming. Hi, several people who were watching and waiting.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome to What's Up Live. Yay.
Yeah.
What's up?
Oh,
I'm Omega, he's Lucky.
These are giant. These are moblins. They big boys.
And I very nearly said that backwards, by the way. I just want to let everybody know. I had to stop myself and be like, no, that's all right. All right, so this actually did pretty good.
I'm glad.
There was a decent number of live viewers, got a good chat going, and look at the views. Pull the old studio. Really, YouTube? You're gonna call me out?
Yes.
And immediately? The stream has existed for like 2 seconds.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah, they say they're calling limited monetization. I'm gonna call for a live review, YouTube.
On what?
I think I don't know. It just says suitability. I'll just have to. I put it for review. I don't know. I know Lucky said like ass in like the first 15 seconds, but I don't think that's that bad.
I mean, did
I
we have?
remember that being on my
Didn't
on
I?
the list.
Didn't I hit? Wasn't the first stream? Didn't I say like fuck in the first 5 seconds or something?
Yeah, something like that, and that still got out okay. I don't know. Maybe it's just something's going on. We'll see. But where was I? I was talking about What's Up Live. Yeah, so that I got about 250 views, a little over that.
Okay.
Which is a little bit bigger than What's Ups generally do. Not like a huge breakout, like last week's episode of Let's Talk FGO is at over 2K views.
Yay!
Very solid numbers.
I like that number.
And hopefully the current one will do better because it's currently #1 on our last 10 videos by a decent chunk. So I'm hoping we'll ride the 22 million downloads and the Lost Belt 3 hype
Hype.
up to a big boy episode to close out the month. But yeah, so that's trending better. So thanks to you guys for showing up and enjoying it live. And I do believe actually watching the VOD. Not just watching it live. Though we appreciate you guys who are here live.
Oh yeah, no.
I think people are saying there's a slight echo from me. Is that true?
It might be. Hang on. Hang on. Try that.
My dulcet tones could just be reverberating. Am I a ghost? Yeah, I'm not listening to the audio because I'm rolling the audio version for patrons right now. So.
Oh, I just ducked trouble. Yes, you're registered on audio for both the desktop audio and the Discord audio, so it's probably that.
Yeah, no, that's the thing I was talking about. I'll do a brief tangent, sure. We're like 3 minutes in, then I'll go Patreon. Because I was mentioning once again that I do actually want to have a little sit down maybe with the peoples and see if I can organize some kind of Mandalorian watch party in our Discord. I have to just figure out how to do it without like looping Discord audio. So I'd need to probably be like set desktop and then figure out how to make OBS not care about like audio from my Discord. I don't know.
Well, the way I handle that usually is I usually have my because I have a sound bar, and usually I have it set so anything that's going through my desktop is wired through my sound bar, and things like Discord and are wired through my headset. And OBS is pretty good about that. If I wire because that's as I said, this is the reason why we got that overlap, because I have Discord audio, which is technically on my headset, but desktop audio just picks up basically all fucking sound.
Yes.
So, oh wait, no, those are my.
It's a little bad.
Yeah, but I just have to basically say like, no all desktop, just Elgato, which is one sound bar, my mic, another sound bar, and then my headset, which the only thing going through it right now is Discord. So you just gotta make sure that everything is in its own little box, and it's usually okay. Usually.
Yeah, I can probably do that. I can probably break out different. Not that I have a soundbar or anything, but I can definitely split my inputs. Audio input's something we don't play around a lot with OBS.
Oh, by the way, I've been like, if you guys are watching me, yes, I'm playing Hyrule Warriors, but I've discovered that Link can get his fucking Breath of the Wild outfits. And I'm like, I want the Zora outfit. And so I'm trying to figure out what is the unlock condition. So I'm doing this map over again to see if, like...
Okay, because I was like, I think I remember this from the end of last one. It
Yeah.
makes a brilliant continuity.
Oh, it does. But yeah, so I'm playing Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity.
As the people requested.
People requested. As I wasn't entirely sure what I wanted to do. Because I've been playing a few things throughout the week. I've been on a. Actually, you mind if we just talk about games for a bit?
Yeah, we can. Do you want me to go ahead and hit the Patreon really fast?
Yes, please. Before I forget.
So, before we get too far into the show, I would like to remind you that this stream is brought to you by our patrons like Ananda Harp, Comics, Architect 10, Black G, Carlos, Juan, Jeremy Vasquez, Kylie Denton, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Will Brown, Shining Peach, a guy named Bob. Send us on over to our 7 Patreons and read if you like the new ones to our consider Patreon. You get access early and lots of other crazy. We're going to have Here's what everybody.
Thank you. Hang on one second. I had to pause, cause Legendary Boss Hunter. I say cinnamon rolls, by the way.
I actually say the opposite. I say you should do cookies because cinnamon rolls are clearly for breakfast tomorrow. One last bit of shilling. It's not Black Friday anymore, but it's still the Cyber Weekend.
Question mark.
Anyway, go to our Teespring store. Link in the video description.
Oh, that was
Probably
big. That was
one right now. Do we have a real description in this stream?
Not really. Well, what we do, but I mean, if we're talking explosions. If you're talking like I think I put.
Okay, well, you got the usual link down.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so the link's in there. You can enter the code CYBERWEEK, all caps, all one word, for 10% off our merch. Yay, merch.
Yay, merch.
But okay, let's talk about games.
The games. So I've been playing Hyrule Warriors a bit. Great thing about the Switch, I can take it to work. And I do. I always have minor panic attacks because I think someone's always gonna break into my fucking locker. Listen, Lucky has mad many things stolen from him, so he's just like. But I've been playing it quite a bit. I've gotten a bit better. I am no longer completely fucking useless and have no idea what I'm doing. Takes a little bit of a getting used to, but it's fun. As I said, lots of things to do. But as I said, it's a fucking Muso fighter. It's just like I'm just gonna go around, punch a bunch of mobs, and have a good time. I guess because it's still new, that's what people wanted to see the most. Yeah, fuck you. And it's fun. I'm probably gonna be playing it for a good long while. Probably not like to the extent that to the exclusion of all other. Oh, I actually dodged that. Wild. To the extent of all things, but it's definitely something I'm gonna lay in bed and maybe play some Age of Calamity. The other thing I've been really into, as usual, as actually many people in our Discord community have been into, is see, I just got the Zora hat, and I'm just all like, I want the rest of this. Is Civ 6. Picked it up on sale, and like I said, we've been having a good time. We've played a few games on multiplayer. Lucky.
We've played a lot in general, and we've played some multiplayer.
And I will say, Lucky's been a little spicy on multiplayer. I yell at people.
So I think we can definitely talk about before we talk about any like mechanical things, we can definitely talk about MP because it's a different experience, especially once you all get in there with all players, but even if you sprinkle in an AI player. Because there's a lot of like nobody really wants to pick fights, right? Like we're not doing a hyper competitive game. We're just all playing Civ together and kind of doing back and forth and seeing what you can do. Like I think like honestly we could probably try and be a little more competitive about some things, but in general it's just easier if everybody just kind of hangs out and tries to do what they want to do, and kind of the fact that we're all players means that we can kind of bounce off each other, right?
Yeah.
Without necessarily conflicting. But it's still got some weird aspects to it, because like when the AI steals a wonder from out from under you, that's usually because you just you weren't paying attention.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh, they got me, or you couldn't know, right? Especially when it's early in the game. When you've got 6 players in there who can all talk to each other because we're all on a Discord call at the same time, accidentally or intentionally scooping wonders becomes a little bit more personal.
Yeah.
And there's also discrepancies in how people play.
Yeah.
We've talked about that before. We're not really hyper efficient players. I'm still not 100% sure how to like. I mean, I've got some moves, but I've got some tactics and strategies I've tried that sometimes the computer rewards me with at spawn points and stuff. But we're not hyper efficient players, you or I, nor a decent chunk of the people we play with. But some people are like they've just internalized their adjacency bonus strats and stuff, and like they remember exactly what civic will activate the policy that gives them double adjacency for that district, blah blah blah. Like that's a lot of stuff we don't necessarily remember.
No.
Yeah, like we maybe someday, but we're not practice masters yet. So there's a lot of interesting like conversingness, and it can be very fun and kind of this weird cooperative, like, oh, let's find each other. Oh, what kind of lands have you got? Oh, what natural wonder did you find? Oh, my natural wonder, at the beginning of the game sucked. Like that first game we played where I had to go like, a dozen hexes before I found my natural wonder. And it was a fucking giant marsh in the tundra. It was like, this is useless to me. Whereas in a different one, you found the like Fountain of Youth right off the bat and stuff.
Yeah, that was super useful.
So like, it definitely plays more to the exploration aspect of the 4X stuff. And not anything else. Like, if we could figure a way to be civil about it, if we could just be like, okay, this is a free-for-all, because there are actually some, like, Battle Royale modes, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Like, if we agreed up front to be like, okay, we're going in hard and fast, and this is last man standing kind of a thing.
Yeah.
We could probably pull it off without, like, getting too titchy with each other. Just because we all know that's what how the game is meant to be played.
Yeah.
But when you're just kind of chilling, it's interesting. Also, we had this problem in our first one. Man, multiplayer speed, fast. It's very fast. It's, almost it like I think both games I played, it freaked us out both times. Where it was just like ancient era ends, and I'm like, what? What's going on?
Why?
What's happening?
Why?
I'm like 10 points from getting a normal age, let alone a golden age. What's wrong with you? Not that on like multiplayer, especially because there's less of a concern about AI shenanigans. Basically, multiplayer especially has got me to be like, oh no, the Dark Ages aren't really that bad. They let you do weird stuff, and sometimes they're annoying. But honestly, it's much more annoying to be like 1 point shy of a golden age from a normal age and know way to fix it than to be like, nah, I guess I'm getting a Dark Age because the game's going fast. So it's interesting. You guys actually played a third one without me because that was D&D night.
Yep.
So I'm kind of curious to see if that had any interesting sparks and stuff. But I would say our first game was very experimental, very exploratory. We had a lot of interesting stuff happening. We had a lot of bad stuff happening to some people. Dallas, one of our mods, got isolated on the continent with just barbarians and like 3 or 4 city-states. So he was almost literally in the Stone Age, right, through the entire game, just because he couldn't ever actually have an opportunity to grow, and we couldn't fucking find him.
No, we couldn't.
Which taught me a lot, because I played England in both games. Because I for multiplayer, I think they're a decent one, because they have exploration themed, strong navy. I don't know if we'll go back to that map, but when me and Loth decided to team up on Mapuche, because we had an AI player who was very cocky to us, constantly asking us for our fucking great works, and I'm like, dude, I've produced one great writer ever. You want to steal my fucking great work? I'll stab your parents, So that was pretty funny to just watch, like, to hear Loth giggle as he watches, like, 5 British frigates just cruise around his coastline on my way to Mapuche.
That was pretty great.
Just watch the naval force roll by. Oh, do you have a barbarian problem on that island? Shell him. I did that, by the way, in that game. There was a little island that had some natural resources. It had like some iron and some stuff that had a barbarian camp on it that was bothering me in my explorations. So I just cruised up with a lot of boats and fucking flattened it and put a settler on it because it was technically a different continent. In that game, I went much more aggressive with like, no. I'm the naval civ. I'm going to get naval technology. I'm going to start building harbors and boats faster.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, it actually really worked out. I think I was very comfortable with the way my tech was progressing. Like I had a lot of weirdness with the way the game is, where I'm like, God, I've got like 5 military techs all like stacked up. Because that is a weird thing about Civ. I understand why they're different technologies, but once you get to a certain level of science and power level, right? You're like, okay, so it'll take me like 3 turns to do all of these, and I've got like 4 technologies that only give me like 1 military building and a horseman, or a swordsman, or like there are some that are like, oh, this gives you like 5 units, but there are a lot of early tech civs that are just like, this gives you like 1 building and 1 unit, and I'm just like, man, I really wish these were like less techs, because I can do them all pretty fast. It's just I have to like dig in and just chip through those things really fast. But honestly, I think multiplayer is a very fun experience for just like you said, just like exploring, kind of figuring out territory and whatnot, seeing how different people play.
Like when we're playing like the hyper casual, like we've actually gotten a good groove. Like usually we yell out, "Hey, is anyone gonna build this fucking wonder?" And people will be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna do it," or "Nah, I'm thinking about it," or "I'm like 2 turns for building it," and you're just like, "No." So
yeah, and there are still sometimes goof ups.
Yeah.
What did? Oh, I think Loth built the Statue of Liberty, and I was like, "Oh, Loth, that's oceanic. I wanted that." And he's like, "Oh, I didn't think about it. Sorry." And it was just like, whatever. That's how it works.
Yeah. But usually, like I find like
at least he said sorry, right? The AI never does that.
No. But so I found that like once you 2 things really help, smooth out. 1, communication. 2, put a couple AIs in there just to fucking bully.
Yeah, no, I think I realized that in our second game. Did you have a lot of? Well, I don't know about a lot, but how many AIs did you put in that third game you guys played on?
2. I think my ideal like setup right now is 4 players, 2 AI on a huge map.
Yeah, because here's the thing: huge maps, they're fucking huge.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, we did not find Dallas in that one, and that was with like six real people civs, right?
Yeah.
On continents and islands too, so there are some pretty big land masses.
Mm.
Whereas, by the way, the game was great. Both times, me and Lucky have been like just over a mountain range from each other in those 2 games we played together.
Mm-hmm. Well, Lucky, it's great because Lucky's strat really, well, I can't really call it a strat. I just like big cities. I don't like hyper expand by like tossing settlers everywhere. I just basically use culture bombs and growth to just have like my few cities just have fuck tons of territory.
Yeah, you focus on very large, very expansive cities rapidly, and then
I usually
I assume you usually expand as you need new strategic resources. And
yeah, yeah, and I usually like to play with religion on top of that, just because the curvatology makes me laugh every time, and I've gotten a few strats around just using faith just to get around some fucking hurdles. Actually, in a couple of my last couple games, single player games, I've actually been able just to completely forego science and just focus on faith and then culture. Mm-hmm. This is the strat I'm working on. Because actually, what I should mention is I actually did pick up the Frontier Pass.
Yeah.
Because
I want myself, but I'm not monetarily ready to purchase.
Yeah, because I was actually looking at it because people have been talking about, like a lot of people have been mentioning secret societies and stuff, and the new hero system.
Really cool. I think we've talked about this before. So there are some alternate game modes that only exist in the. It's not strictly in the season pass, but in the DLCs that are bundled in the season pass.
Yeah.
So you could buy them all piecemeal, or you could get them at a discount and buy the season pass and everything.
Yeah, that's ultimately why I got the Frontier Pass, because I think it's like 3 DLCs, and
the more coming. I think they've got at least 1 more.
No, they got 3 more, I believe. I think they got
even more than I thought.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good deal, honestly.
Yeah, and so
I just bought a PS5 and Spider-Man and had to re-up my PS Plus. I did decide to do that month. One of the reasons why my bank account was doing the shifty is because I got some pre-orders going, and right now Amazon is doing that thing where they're like, "Hey, you have money to buy this, right?" And it just like sits in your pending, but doesn't actually leave your bank account because they're not actually shipping it to you yet. So that's fine. My budget's all fine. But it was just like, sure, fuck it. I'll save the $15. That's basically my, Funimation and Disney Plus and stuff. So I re-upped my PS Plus because PlayStation was very kind to go ahead and send me an email saying my, year was almost up, so it would be soon re-upped, and I was like, fuck it, I do it every Black Friday. Because I think every year for like the past 3 or 4 years, they have the same Amazon has the same 25% off deal, $45 for the year. It's great.
I should probably think about that.
So yeah, I want the season pass. That's probably going to be a little bit because I got some stuff coming. But yeah, there's a lot of really cool things up there for it. The Secret Societies is another interesting one because that gives you additional special units and improvements and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Also I think in general we've talked about this, right? About how we want Civ to be weirder.
Yeah.
A lot of the weird shit's in the Frontier Pass DLCs.
Oh yeah.
I saw you playing some single player with the heroes. You discovered Sun Wukong.
Yeah. Wukong, Himiko, Hercules. Actually, this is something that actually made me think, oh, that'd be a great servant. Fucking Anansi, the fucking spider from African Tales.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit, I fucking love Anansi. Who else did I see?
Well, there's King Arthur.
Yeah, there's Arthur. Oh yeah, because I mentioned that where's my fucking Fate image pack here? Let me just replace all
Probably
these.
in the works. You could combine that with great people, because I'm sure, because the heroes is more mythological people, whereas I believe that pack also comes with new great people.
I believe so too. I've seen there's a lot of people,
and there are a lot of great people. That's the other thing that we argue about is recruiting certain great people, because you can get great general Jeanne d'Arc, who actually I don't think anybody ever wants to be a great general, because if she retires, she gives you a relic.
Yep.
Which is good for faith and faith tourism. But we have fights over Hokusai and Murasaki Shikabu.
Yep.
Actually, that's a very good question. Is Seishonokon a great person?
I have not seen her.
If not, she should be, because, like I've said before, it's not as seminal, but the Pillow Book is a pretty seminal piece of Japanese literature, too. And also, would be very funny if you could, get them in rival civs or something. But you can get Mozart in there. I think you might be able to record Salieri as well as a great musician.
I don't know. I definitely know Da Vinci's in there.
Yeah, Da Vinci is a great engineer, actually.
Yes.
Or at least a Da Vinci is. I don't know if they've got multiple versions, because that's the thing. The thing about renowned Renaissance man Leonardo da Vinci is that Da Vinci could probably be, 3 or 4 different great people. Artist, engineer, scientist, So but yeah, they added a lot more at that. So you could probably get some interesting replacer packs and do some fun Fate jokes.
Yeah, but
leads a Civ, for instance.
Oh yeah, people do have mods for civs, and they do have Fate related civs in there. But the problem that I've noticed with mods is usually people make their fucking custom civs way powerful. I'm just like, geez.
Yeah, they just go apeshit. I think Loft talked about this. He installed a lot of Hololive ones, and they're all just weird, because they're usually still Japan, but also then the leader usually gets 2 or 3 different bonuses on top of that to make them unique.
Yeah. As
opposed to having I think the smart way to do this is kind of similar to how different gacha games collab and stuff, ready?
Yeah.
It would be to have if you're doing a mod pack, is to agree on what the Hololive Civ rules are and what their special bonus is, and then have each of the different talents, the actual YouTubers, have leader bonuses like normal.
Yeah.
Which I don't know what that would be. Probably a unique entertainment district, I guess, and then maybe unique buildings in it. As the Hololive thing.
Culture and tourism bonuses is not the wazoo.
Yeah. Some kind of something. But yeah, so the mods are interesting. I have a few mods for Natural Wonders put in because they're really cool. Abu Simbel. I talked about I don't remember the name of the shrine, but that shrine that's got the famous Lake Tori.
Yeah.
A couple of other stuff. I think Leaning Tower of Pisa is one. Those are all pretty simple, where they're just hey, we built some models for some cool new wonders that do some interesting things. Abu Simbel is another mountain wonder. How you can build Machu Picchu, you build Abu Simbel into the side of a mountain. By the way, guys, if you've never seen the Great Temple of Abu Simbel, it's a great. That's our boy Ramses the Great, who just turned a rock into a huge temple with like 4 statues. Incredibly massive. So massive and so important to history, they actually disassembled it and moved it because it was going to be flooded when they built the Aswan Dam. So, yeah.
I'm always glad when they make efforts to preserve history.
And especially to those lengths, like, it's a fucking giant rock temple. Like, here, let me pull up the images of the temple.
Actually, hang on, let me, because I am live, I can fucking...
I'll post it in our Discord thing for now. If Lucky wants to, like, tab over and look it up.
Hang on.
So, this one has tourists in it for scale.
Scale! Oh, I recognize this now.
Yeah. Very famous temple.
Hang on one second. Lucky has to...
So, yeah, you can see how
there it
big
is.
this thing is based on the crowd of people at that front entrance.
Yeah,
That's
look at...
how tiny they are.
Yeah, look at that. Pop it all. Boom. Bam. Alright, it's gone now.
But yeah, so that's one of the natural underwears I added. But I haven't gone whole hog. Like, I've tried to look for, like, maybe some different stuff. Like, I think in one mod I did was it added a building, which has the same function as basically a monument for culture, but for science. So, like, a really easy way to get started rolling science.
Okay, yeah, I see how that works.
Like, just 1 science per turn in, like, the early era. Because that is the thing that I think Civ is a little weird about, is, like, you have to actually... weirdly enough, get into the tech tree a little bit to actually be like, oh, we're gonna figure out like campuses and start building science and shit. It's like, that's not really how humans work, if you think about it.
Secret Society helps a little bit with this because I'm gonna tell you right now, I play Void Singers a lot, and one of the things they do, like immediately, is they turn their monuments into basically the old one, and it goes from the just the +1 culture, but it also adds like +1 faith per turn. I was like. Like, oh yeah, I super need that, especially early game when I'm like, I need my Pantheon.
I mean, yeah, that's why the reason you pick God King is because it's +gold to +faith, right?
Yeah.
Like there are actually 2 options. Shoot, what is this other one called?
For what? Oh, it's like urban planning, I think it is, because +1.
Which is like +1 production straight up in your cities. That's also really good. But one of the things that I find funny about Civ is that, and absolutely untrue by the way, I don't like that there's no schisms and no syncretism in Civ. Dear Firaxis, if you're listening, consider making that another future Frontier Pass DLC is like abilities to split or combine religions. Because that is more realistic and I think would be way more interesting. I think I talked about that because, especially when we're doing multiplayer, I ignore faith entirely. Right? I'm just like, nah, Lucky's gonna go on faith. I think some other people use faith as kind of the engine to drive their other stuff, like in our second game.
Oh yeah.
Play Congo, who basically used faith to drive money.
Well, yeah,
right?
he uses Actually, I've seen a lot of people do this. They always grab the production-based thing so they can turn basically their as one player likes to say, make religious sweatshops. Right.
Because there's one of the beautiful things about picking religious tenets is you can get stuff where basically you get holy sites or other faith-based benefits to turn into other stuff. So you can turn faith into money, you can turn faith into science, or faith into production, etc. Basically, building your different, religious emphases. But, so I don't bother with faith at all, right? I just skip it. Because I know that I'm not going to get a leg up, and I'm not going to, I don't actually care that much, so I'm not going to, fight Lucky about religious wonders and shit, right?
Yeah, usually I tell people, hey, I'm going for these religious wonders, and people are usually like, okay. Because most people just don't really care about the faith per turn, they just want...
Especially once we turned off all alternate victory conditions in our second game.
Yeah.
That honestly made it way more casual. It's just like, okay, we'll play as long as we play. If the game goes to 300 turns, we stop. It's over. Otherwise, we'll just do whatever and see what happens.
Yeah.
So you don't need to worry about, oh, Lucky's going to convert all our cities and going to win by accident.
Yeah.
So there's no concern about that. But I had the interesting thought of, well, what happens if, somebody else establishes a faith in my civ, and then it goes to the other ones. We didn't invent either faith, right? So what happens if these like two warring faiths come together? So I'm like, that would be really interesting if like you could almost get like an advantage, right? Because like I said, normally you can't copy the same religious bonuses. We did have a fun thing in that second game where because it was the same turn and we have the kind of dynamic turns on, two people found a religion at the same time, so they got the exact same bonuses. Hilarious. But imagine if like you were the last player to found a religion, if you could like copy like one each tenet from other religions that were already established in your lands, right? And basically just syncretize them.
That'd be pretty neat.
That would be an interesting strat and an interesting way to play catch-up, because, like you said, that's one of the things similar with Wonders, where if you fall behind in the Faith game, you often just have to be like, fuck it, I'm not. Like, I only bother with Faith at all in single player because I know that the AI will try it. Like, they will do it just because the AI just does certain things, right?
Yeah.
Like, when the AI can found a religion, they will. They'll probably be shite at it, but they'll try just because they want to do it defensively, if nothing else, so you gotta do it defensively, etc. You know. So I think there's some interesting stuff there that they could do. But, yeah, so I was saying about the different little ways you can kind of bring stuff together with, like, the really interesting.
Yeah, by the way, Lucky usually goes for food and food, because it's a more food produces surplus produces more people.
Yeah.
Like I said,
but yeah, so that's why you want to climb that early faith game, because if somebody takes one of the good, and let's be real, only maybe half the pantheons are actually really that good. Like, there's some niche shit, right? Like, you can be like, oh, well, I started in the middle of the tundra, so I will pick, you know, Goddess of Winter or whatever it is, Goddess of the Tundra, right? Or you'll pick the Desert Rites or etc. But usually most of them are very niche, and like, especially if you're not bothering to like found your own religion, it's like, oh wow, I can, I guess, get +1 to production of wonders in my cities. Yay. That's cool, but will it help me right now? Probably not. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting play there, and so if you can turn that into early faith with Void Singers, that's pretty neat. Also, I've seen the screen caps of it. It's a freaky, Necron-ass black and green obelisk.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's other ones. There's the Hermetic Order, the fucking Sanguine Pact, and and the Owls of Minerva, I think it was.
Yeah, Owls of Minerva, Sanguine Pact, and the Hermetic Order, like you said. I believe the Hermetic Order is more science.
Yeah.
Owls of Minerva are more monetary and like Illuminati based. So I'll probably roll with them because I don't rip that Minerva. And the Sanguine Pact are vampires. They're fucking vampires.
They're fucking vampires. That's.
Again, we talked about this. Civ gets a little weird. And honestly, I actually know a decent amount about the Sanguine Pact because that's what got me interested in Civ 6 anyway. Was I talked about this. Team 4 started a series of Civ streams where they played with some of the modifiers, and that's what they did. Was they did Sanguine Pact. They were Germany under Barbarossa, and they were vampires. And it's getting a little weird, like them building their special castles and fucking teleporting and shit.
Yeah, but yeah, Void Singers are fun. It's like, it's primarily faith-based. You get a lot of stuff. You can buy fucking cultists with faith. And here's the thing I love about them. When you send cultists, you can send them to enemy cities to actually attack loyalty. Which is something that I always found a little hard to, like, actually mess around with. Like, with spies and stuff, like, the loyalty and the,
Yeah, I've tried to do that pretty hardcore, like, spy shit and, like, cause unrest and stuff.
But
it doesn't really.
Yeah,
I think you need to like a spec for that, right?
Or like you can only do it on, like, I guess it comes mostly into when you have like civilizations touching tips.
Yeah.
You can't just
even then it's still a little bit of work.
Yeah. Actually, a fun thing I discovered, because there's so you can layer your game modes, with the 3 DLC packs, I got Dramatic Ages, Heroes, and the Secret Societies. The Dramatic Age one is a little wild. I don't know if you'll, honestly, I don't think you'll like it, Omega, because basically what it does is it gets rid of normal ages. The only normal age you have is the very first one. Other than that, it becomes you either in a light age or a dark age. But what happens is when what happens is instead of like picking an era thing, they become policy cards. So you can select them and swap them out. So when you get a golden age, you get the golden age cards. When you get a dark policy, when you get a dark age, you get the dark policy cards, and they get this.
So basically, they did the thing that the base game does with dark ages, where it gives you the dark age policies, but then they made that also apply to golden ages. Or
Yeah,
ages.
yeah.
Interesting. Though
Yeah.
A lot of the dark age policies are very situational.
Yeah, well, like I said, and I have fun. Like I have fun with it because, fun fact, I play. I usually main Tamar, Georgia. They have this fun little thing because one of their base ability had to do with Golden Age and stuff. So now, if they get a Golden Age, they get both Golden Age and Dark Age policy cards, and they get a free wild card slot. So it's actually very nice for that. I actually got an achievement because once I slotted a Golden Age and a Dark Age policy at the same time.
Neat.
So like I like it, but as I said, but basically what happens is your only option if you like there is no normal age. It's only Rivali's in the top battle. Well, fuck that bird. I don't give a fuck. Actually, will I lose if he dies? That's fine. So it's like it's a little hard because I'll say like especially like in multiplayer when sometimes we might just kind of rush ahead. It might be a little hard to get those get them points. So it might, but as I said, like I was saying, Dark Ages aren't usually as bad as one would think. But the thing about the Dramatic Age though is when you have the Dramatic Mage on, if you go into a Dark Age, sometimes fucking cities will just automatically rebel. Just automatically.
Yeah.
And
that's always a bit of a kick in the teeth. Because, like, that's supposed to be what Dark Ages do anyway, right? Like, they mean your citizens generate significantly less loyalty. So, if you're in any kind of situation where your loyalty is actually taxed, it might turn into a problem. But it does not usually kick in immediately. And honestly, the only city I've actually had a problem with that ever happening was I once built way too far away from any of my own lands. I'm right next to another civ because I wanted to steal their iron. But it didn't work out, and I lost that city for the entire game. And that really taught me about like the limits of the loyalty field.
Yeah, like
really all you need to do normally to avoid that is just don't build where people are. Like literally when I built that barbarian island colony, right? I scoped it out with the settler and saw that if I settled that island was far enough away from anybody else's cities that it would not generate loyalty penalties. Especially also I was playing with England, who is they're really good at the colonization game, which there are several policies to avoid this. But yeah, I'd just be like, I don't know if in our normal playstyle that would be as interesting. That certainly adds an element of randomness, but I don't. We might. Can you do all those? Sometimes you can't do different game modes simultaneously.
Oh well, yeah. I have run Secret Societies, Heroes, and Dramatic Ages all at once. The only one I haven't tried right now is the Apocalypse mode.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's another mode you have is Apocalypse, which is we've already seen some of the features it does because multiplayer is weird. We talked about this. Meteorites are only in that update. I don't know if they're necessarily only in Apocalypse mode normally, but they definitely probably occur more frequently. Meteorites, by the way, super weird. I don't know why they always give you a heavy cav.
Star Knights. Honestly,
forest fires is another thing. But yeah, the Apocalypse mode is way more disastrous, more frequent, and if you get to the final age and a certain pollution level, meteors just start nuking your cities.
Yes.
Which I think for multiplayer purposes would not necessarily be fun. Other than if we were gonna do, like I said, that like battle royale type thing, where just if the game goes on long enough, well, fuck us then, you know.
Just set it. All right, disaster. Yeah, the thing about Apocalypse mode, it automatically sets your disasters to 4. There is no lower disaster level. Usually, like Omega, you say you like 4 is the way to go. I usually go to 2 with 2. I like in like average amounts.
That's fair enough. And I've gotten blasted by my own, but I definitely think talking about like things being dynamic, right? Higher level disasters does mean there's more dynamicism. It's just sometimes the game is a little rude about it.
Yeah, one time I literally I had a forest fires are scary. They do not stop. They don't.
Yeah, that's a newer thing.
Yeah.
In the same pack, like we saw those a couple of times in our multiplayer game. But yeah, secret societies is definitely something I'm interested in. Heroes seem kind of interesting, though that might be another thing we have to like gentleman's agreement about.
Gentleman agreement about what? Sorry, I'm getting mad. I'm exasperated at Rivali and his punk ass.
About heroes, hero mode. If we played that,
yeah,
like, because I'm pretty sure you can only have one.
You can only have one per city. Basically, what happens is you.
Yeah, I meant like one copy of each hero.
Oh yeah.
Herc, I can't get Herc.
I just want a Himiko. Himiko's actually really good for me who uses Georgia, because basically what I haven't really. You see a nice little description of what they can all do, but Himiko's is great for city states. Basically, you send Himiko to a city state. It's called her ability is called Himiko's Charm. I'm like, yes it is. And it basically you pop her charge. I think she starts like 8 charges, 8 to 10 charges, I can't remember. And you just get one free envoy there. And if you're the suzerain of that state, which means you basically have the most envoys there, you also get faith upon that. Her second ability is she can just literally, like, I think it's 2 charges, but she can just levy a military for free of that city state. I'm just like, for city state strats, this is great.
Yeah, specifically for how you play.
Yeah.
That's a very good unit to have, right?
Yeah.
Build city-state control, which turns into faith, and can be used militarily, because Tamar's Georgia is a faith and military strong civ that focuses on building alliances with city-states.
Yes.
As opposed to, say, Barbarossa of Germany is different. He's about beating up city-states and putting them in your empire. Yeah. There's a lot. I do like that civ leaders have very distinct ways to play.
Yeah.
Like with England, that is absolutely like find the coast, build as many of your special dockyards as you can, and just start explorating, right? And I didn't really get to do a lot of it because again, the way the game is fast-paced, it's a little hard to like settle in and start building civs or building cities and then be like, okay, let's explore. Like maybe if we did real start and I could only fit at the civ scale like 2 cities on England or whatever on the British Isles. I don't actually know how quote unquote true start works with city size and hex size. But it's like you really want to start getting out there and start establishing cities closer to people so you can trade, and like get new areas so you can get different resources and spread out, and basically have a decentralized empire. You want to be across multiple continents, and you feel secure doing that because you've got such an overwhelming advantage navally.
Yes.
Especially once you hit the Renaissance era, that's where they start to shine. That's where you can start to get Sea Dogs and Redcoats, and custom musketeers and custom privateers.
Oh yeah, that's right. Architect Man is Apocalypse Mode also gives you the Soothsayer, which lets you summon disasters, which, depending on the disaster, could be a little fucky. Like, cause that's the thing, cause
it really depends, cause volcanoes, for instance, they give you more fertility the more they erupt.
Yep.
They also destroy shit on them.
Same with floods.
Yeah. But floods you can control, and actually you want to control. You actually, honestly, especially because of the increased productivity, you want to settle near a floodplain, and then, as soon as you can, jam it up, and then hydroelectric dam, free electricity.
Yep.
No pollution, no strategic resources. It's a great benefit. There's no... I do think that's a little sad, because like you can build geothermal plants and stuff. I find they're fucking useless.
Oh, really?
I almost never find geothermal vents.
I wish there was a, I wish, I don't know, maybe if maybe if I said there was more like volcanoes and mountains and stuff.
Maybe, but I try, because you actually talk about map settings, right, like before we do multiplayer and stuff. I actually usually play Young World, more hills and volcanoes, and I usually do, like, hot, right? So, like, there should be more vents. I really don't see them a lot, though. That's the sad thing. Like,
Whoa!
the game doesn't let you...
I destroyed it. Okay, and there's a treasure chest. Okay.
Oh, you blew up everything, yeah.
I blew up everything. Go Impa. She don't give a fuck.
Good old destructive. But no, what I was saying was that I think it's kind of sad that like that's something you can't exploit volcanic tiles for instance. Like you can't build a geothermal plant near one and then get power out of it or anything. You have to do it near certain events and stuff. If you can like sacrifice those hexes, you can get a shitload of food.
Oh yeah.
Like I started near a volcano when I started my second multiplayer game. I built London like a couple hexes away. So if it went like super big, the city might get damaged a little bit, but not enough to like accidentally Pompeii myself. Never build right next to a volcano, because you never know when it'll go super colossal and eat your city. But those tiles that were next to that volcano, within like a couple of ages, were like, 5+ food, which is great right next to my capital.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff. Like I would assume blowing up volcanoes is the prominent thing you do with soothsayers, but you'd have to be careful about where they're placed. Starting forest fires or floods is probably better, or if you can get a hurricane.
I don't think
tornadoes and hurricanes are a lot spicier.
I've never actually had a hurricane or hurricane or tornado.
I've been hit by tornadoes on land. I don't think I've ever actually been hit by a hurricane. Like they all form, but they don't do what real hurricanes do, and they usually go like shoreline. Whoop! It's like the floor is lava, the shore is lava. The hurricane will just dodge it. So really, they're more a plague for naval units. Blizzards and sandstorms are kind of annoying.
Yeah, I've definitely had sandstorm. I've also had droughts.
Droughts are also another weird thing that's they're hard to fix. So if you have and that's something that you can get bamboozled on. You can like build a city that looks like it's perfectly serviceable, and then your nearby plains are like suddenly racked with record-breaking droughts, and you're just like, well, the real estate agent lied to me. So there's a couple of interesting things you can do. But yeah, I don't know if we'd want to go, like I said, again, for multiplayer, for like casual, relaxed, let's try and do some fun stuff and build some stuff.
Oh no, I'm definitely saying that we should definitely do heroes and secret societies, and maybe if people are feeling adventurous, add in dramatic ages and apocalypse mode.
I mean, I wouldn't try trying a dramatic ages. I would say we don't want to do apocalypse unless like we're, because then that would get to that. If we got to the final age of the game, which we probably would, but if we did, we would. It would be very spicy, and that could be really annoying to be like imagine Lucky if you're playing the game, you've been playing for 50 billion turns, and then apocalypse time starts. First turn, meteor comes down and smashes your capital city.
Oof.
Lucky that Lucky would not be oof Lucky. That would be what?
That'd be what? I'm going to space. I gotta go punch meteors.
I'm going to space right now. I'm starting the space program. I'm building a spaceport. But Lucky, you can't do that. You haven't mastered that technology. Do it anyway. Give me the tin can.
I pray to God to give me a rocket. God says, here you go, bro.
Well, Lucky already has Frontier Pass.
Yeah.
If you could gift it, I would accept it. But like, you guys don't have to do that for me. I'll get it eventually myself. It's okay.
Well, actually, that's the thing I wanted to test is because now that I do actually have the packs, I want to see if me hosting a game will let us use said packs.
Which I think it should. Because like I think we all need to have the first round of expansions when you set the game mode to like Rise and Fall and stuff.
Yeah.
Etc. But we've already seen some of the DLC content in our multiplayer games definitely without Lucky having it yet.
Yeah, no, I tell you right now, I love the diplomatic quarter. It's great.
I don't think I've ever actually truly built one of those.
You should. They give good stuff. And
like, I've had it queued up. I just never gotten around to it. I think maybe I'll remember that for next time, because I might, if we're switching up what we're doing, I might switch up my strategy. Would it be Well, it's me. I'm not that competent. I was going to say, would it be rude of me to pull for Japan? Because they can get some pretty crazy bonuses with their adjacency doubling, but also, because here's the thing I've noticed. I actually like to, I like some of the elements of England. Like, I like the idea of explorating.
Mm-hmm.
I'm usually a lot better about doing similar to Lucky, where I build tightly, densely knit civs over small areas, which Japan really likes. So I might actually want to try that. But Japan can be a very top-tier civ when you do it that way. So I'd want to be careful about how hardcore I went about that. But
oh yeah. Like I said, I've pulled off some like even without like Japan's civ bonuses. If you know where to place your districts and how, you can do some stuff. So if you just double that,
like, do you have mountains? Campuses now. You can do some interesting stuff with coastals for harbors, which generate money.
Mm-hmm.
That is something I do appreciate. I do think they need more water shit, but I appreciate that there are basically, with harbors and water parks, there are basically aquatic tile versions of entertainment districts and markets, commercial districts.
Oh yeah. I mean, if I can, I usually try to fucking put a harbor and a commercial district together. Usually, if I can get them by a river, you can get.
Actually, that's a good quality because the water park and entertainment district are mutually exclusive, I believe.
Yes, you can only have one or the other, but you can have both a commercial district and a harbor. And I do believe, actually, I do think they actually give each other a district bonus. I think. I might be wrong.
I'm sure they do because they're both commercial stuff.
Yeah. So, like, the thing, the mad strat for that is to settle your coast by a river, put your harbor on a coast that's next to a river, and then put your fucking commercial district right there because it will get the bonus from the river as well.
Mm-hmm. And then you make sure to, if it's a floodplain, to dam that river.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get extra effort out of the river damming and also get power.
Yeah, no, like, Civ is a deep game. There's a lot. Wait, what am I doing? Oh.
Yeah, there's a lot of different subsystems and stuff, which could be very interesting. Japan would be interesting though because I think you have to get modern, not atomic, but modern before you can build their special building, the electronics factory.
Yeah.
Though I mean that would be if it. I might not want to pick Japan if we did Apocalypse mode because that might be too much, but that would be funny because there's only one Japanese civ leader right now, and probably will only ever be at this rate, barring mods. Hojo, but who has that special shit about hurricanes.
I don't know. Actually, I feel like they probably should get more Japanese shit in there.
I mean, I think if you wanted to do weirdness about it, do Nobunaga.
Has Nobunaga been in a civ?
I don't know. Probably at this point. Because, like, if you think Civ 5, okay, that's probably why they didn't start with Nobu. But no, like you know, open guilds and free markets, right? Just imagine, imagine like a trade, like Nobunaga being like trade based, but also probably having benefits to religious warfare, internal religious reorganization. You could do some fun stuff with Nobunaga.
Mm-hmm. If we're talking Japanese, I'd definitely say Nobunaga, probably Tokusai Yasu. I'm not talking about
a lot of our big shogunates.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is ugly.
You could definitely do some stuff. Like I said, I mean, so talking about gifting, still we're commenting that. I mean, I won't say no. I never say no when people offer stuff, but it sometimes it's embarrassing. I think the same person got both of us Stellaris lucky.
Oh. Well, that's something I tell people. When people tell me to play games, I'm all like, okay, maybe, sure. Like, if I, like, budget it out, there's things I want to buy. If you want me to for sure play the game, buy it me for yourself. And some people do that. I'm like, fair enough.
I mean, yeah, so, I mean, I think it's just the base game, because there's a lot of DLC for Stellaris that I want, because I want Space Dragons and shit.
Yeah, I do too.
And Stellaris is a really cool game that, like, talking about deep, I want to get in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But not right now, because I'm in the Civ hole. We're in a lot of gacha stuff. We will talk about some of that later,
mm-hmm.
I'm sure, because we're us. But also, I am trying to work on
Spider-Man.
I don't think I clock enough hours of Spider-Man, but that's fair since Thanksgiving, Lost Belt 3 dropped, so doing a lot of focus on that. But yeah, God, like I said, I've always really liked 4X games and the like, but Civ's really good. It's great, guys. Love it a lot. Love it. And honestly, like I keep saying, I think there's like like I said, there's like 2 or 3 more left in the Frontier Pass.
Yeah, I think they're slated to come out. Got a midair. They're slated to come out, like basically every 2 months or so.
Yeah, like that. Just keep going weirder, guys. Give me weird shit. I want more weird future shit than I want more weird magic shit, but I'll take anything. Like, that's the stuff that makes, I think, Civ fun, is not just the, like, the depth and the exploits and the other fun stuff, but also, like, doing some weird techie combos. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna join the secret society of Space Cthulhu's, and, like, we're gonna get bonuses to this, you know? We're gonna found our old god's religion. I think the thing I would love more is more interaction with coastal tiles. That's another mod I have at home that is just, I think it's called Better Coastal Tiles. It just gives, like, all coastal tiles, like, I think, like, +1 to, like, food and production, maybe. So that they're, like, so that just, like, a decent, just water coastline is better or as good as a, whatchamacallit, like, just a plains, right?
Oh, Legendary Boss Hunter. I have Hades. I should have put it on the list, but if you got, like, maybe next time, if you guys want me to, I'll put Hades on the list next week. If you guys want to see that, maybe.
Yeah, Lucky has Hades. I don't have Hades. Don't do it though.
Don't do it.
I'm already in a hole, guys. I can only. Vesper gave me like Pathfinder Kingmaker like a fucking month ago, and I still haven't touched it because I'm a busy man. Even though I want to.
I love this dude's design.
I would actually want to play King. Vesper, who is a member of the community and also is my DM in our D&D game. And we talk a lot of D&D shop. Oh, it's a Blade Master. He's got a health bar.
You got a big health bar.
Well, those guys were pretty chunky. Though I feel like...
Protect Zelda. What? What? Maybe. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop that. Oh, fuck. I messed up. Whatever. Zelda! The city's on fire! Fuck you guys. Oh, it's this boss man. No touch. But yeah, no. So Civ's great. Like, honestly, I wanted to play last night, but unfortunately, we did big chunky episodes. So Omega was like, I can't.
Yeah, I was like doing the math, and I'm like, oh, I'm not even then exporting this audio. I was up until 5 a.m. that night before the video rendered.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, no, it was a long one.
I was wondering why it was like, I think it was like 3 p.m. your time, and you're like, yeah, I'm just getting started. I'm like, what did you do last night?
I was up for a while waiting for the episode to render, and then it's really hard to relax and go to sleep when you're just like sitting by the computer waiting for it to tick up. I should probably actually think about that, just in general. This is related to other stuff, but just in general, I just realized, man, I should probably, maybe not like on stream, but I should definitely like put my Steam info out there a little bit more, because there's a few people I don't have as friends on Steam that we still play games with, so it's a little weird. Like there was one person who got in a couple of our Civ games, and like somebody had to, because he made it private to invite only, so it was like, I don't have them, so it's either somebody else needs to invite them or I need to add them real fast. You know, just kinda funny.
Do we have our Twitter handle?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we need to throw, like, I wouldn't want to necessarily append, like, our PSN or Steam names to, like, every video. But, it's definitely something that I'm thinking about. Is like, oh yeah, I should probably mention that more.
Oh.
Just because we play with people. Is there a good way for Steam to, like, just double-check what my freaking name is?
I had some problems.
Because is it your account name or your display name?
I never know. I can't remember shit. Oh shit!
This, by the way, is the power of what's up?
That was adorable. I love this small thing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I just saw him get bonked in the head in the stream delay. Because I'm watching from the live control room.
Yes.
Oh, actually, that's a good question. Is my Steam and my Discord linked? I bet they are.
I believe mine is.
Because Discord knows all and knows when I'm playing anything, so...
He's like, fuck this knife.
Oh,
this thing is sassing me. I love it. Tiny thing's like, I'm gonna fuck you up, mate. I swear I'm your mom.
Alright, well, now I'm thinking about it, I will go ahead and link my Steam account
Do it.
to Discord. They're
Do
gonna
it.
ask me for a special code, because even though it's the same computer and the same internet connection, Steam is weird and is like, dude, you haven't logged in from a browser in, like, forever. And I'm like, yeah, I fucking know Steam, but I'm literally logged into Steam's, like, app on this computer right now. Yeah, okay, so it displays my stuff on there.
Oh, sweet, I needed those.
Oh, I just realized. I wonder if that means that Steam will, like, if somebody... Because I shared it with the patron chat where people were talking about my account name.
Mm.
I'm wondering if that means if people send me requests, we'll get weird Steam friend noises, because I don't have every notification muted, ever.
Ever?
It's hard. Discord is quiet. I know, Luff does it all the time when we're just chilling.
Mm-hmm.
Where he always, I think he's still got notifications on, because he's always like, hello, person, immediately when they show up in the call, and before they say anything. He's like, hello, this guy. And I'm like, how do you know these things, Loth? And I'm like, oh, wait, he probably has notifications turned on. Like a goof. Because we record shows and can't do that so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Anything else about the Civ hole?
No, I guess I'm, hopefully after we get done, recording today / streaming, Omega will be able to export area real quick and we can play a game.
Yeah, that is the beauty of streaming, is I don't have to handle this video, which is good, because we have spent an hour talking about Civ.
Yeah.
I don't have to do anything. It's already on YouTube. I think it'll have to process for, like, a little bit if it's, like, over 4 hours, but otherwise it's just edit the audio and done, which editing the audio and uploading is way faster than the video. Like, that still might take me, like, 30 minutes, maybe an hour if I'm doing other stuff and I forget about it. Because sadly, it's not a very active process when I'm like, all right, noise cancellation, find this little bit of noise, remove all of it. Then it sits doing that for like 5 to 10 minutes. If it's a big bit of noise and it's long, it's like, okay, sure, you got to do something else, right? Because there's literally no interaction between me and Audacity when it's running one of those filterings or edits. So sometimes you get distracted, but yeah, it's a lot faster anyway than additionally also editing on video, because that's, you gotta set up the video, you gotta sync up the audio, you gotta then export it, which takes a while. And unfortunately, well, not that unfortunately, I guess, because it does make it go faster, but while my PC is pretty decent in terms of like processor speed and everything, video exporting is a hog, and it likes to eat the RAM and stuff, the CPU cycles and whatnot. And it's like, okay, I mean, you're not wrong about that. Just that means it's hard to do other stuff too, because it's sucking up all the juice, and it wants all the juice. And also, Civ wants the juice. Civ likes juice.
Sweet,
I think actually, yeah, I had this problem that second time we played multiplayer. I forgot to close Chrome.
Oh yeah, and it just
thing, and it was like, wait, guys, I'm not even in the game yet. I don't exist, and I'm lost. Like, oh, is it like me where you're like in the thing? I'm like, no. Scene Bean isn't even reading to me. like I'm still in the void. Okay, I need to close Chrome real quick.
Let's go Impa's training. Oh, I have to use Impa for that one.
Steam is not making weird invite noises, by the way. Yay.
Yay.
Okay, alright, well, got some stuff solved. Alright.
Sure, let's pilot this fucking thing.
Okay,
Yeah, Google Chrome really wants the juice. Earlier, I was fucking around, because what I did a lot today is actually I've been cleaning, and I was cleaning on a digital level and a physical level. So I was actually, you know, checking out like what processing was my RAM, and I'm like, well, it was something. I'm like, Chrome, I love you to bits, but stop. Why are you so thirsty? Stop guzzling. Oof. Actually, you guys might want to check this out. I don't know if you guys what you guys use for antivirus, but I use Avast. And right now they have something called Avast Ultimate, which was Avast Cleanup, Avast VPN, and the Avast Anti-Tracker. And it says like, yeah, it's $9.99 annually. I'm all like, I feel like there's something wrong here, because that's 4 things I really wouldn't mind having. And usually Avast shit's like $29.99 a year. So I'm like, Avast, give us a sponsorship. I use your shit.
yeah, heck, I mean, again, probably not right this second, because I'm like, it's coming to the end of the year. I need to balance my budget for the rest of the year, basically. But that, like, $9.99 for, like, I usually use like free Windows Defender, which it's very reliable. Like, it doesn't give me a lot of sass. There's no additional tech in it. It has all the different functions on a minor level, but it's still like pretty basic. So I mean, I don't know. I don't have any problems or anything, but I wouldn't mind some of that additional tech. You know,
yeah, no, like
optimization is always usually pretty good stuff.
Yeah, like I said, I got a VPN now that I can use for stuff. Fuck this thing. But like, yeah, so I've been cleaning a lot of things, and yeah, boy howdy does Google Chrome just eat up RAM. I have to remember to turn it off on occasion, and
yeah, it does. I guess it's like it's either like a memory leak or like when you. I mean, some of it is it's Google, so there's some stuff that's always running, right? Like, you know, drive updates and whatever. Because I use Google Drive a lot. But sometimes it feels like it doesn't, like it closes a tab, but it doesn't really forget the space it saved for that tab. So if you go apeshit with tabs, you're like, okay, we gotta calm down. I don't have to do it often. You know, computer's not exactly a piece of crap anyway. I bought it this year. But sometimes it is definitely like, okay, I've been doing too much parallel shit with Chrome. Shut everything down. Start again. New instance. And it gets a little crazy.
A little crazy.
People are talking about stuff. So I don't get distracted. Black Friday is a great time.
What?
Great time for deals. I was trying to say Wow, I think I fucked that up twice. Black Friday is a great time for deals in general.
Black Friday.
I think the first time I said Black Friday, and the second time I said Brack Friday. So there you go, 2 new holidays from Omega.
I would like
to. Like we said yesterday on Let's Talk, we don't pronounce anything good down here.
I'd also like to remind I've always had a bad time with Norton antivirus.
It's not as bad as McAfee, but I do remember that Norton's been a little temperamental before.
But fuck this thing. Wait, what's the shield button? Oh, that's the shield button. That's why I've been fucking up. Okay, but the let's see here. So yeah, I was cleaning up today, and then you want to move to gacha games?
Yeah, we can. I don't really have anything like I said, because Lost Belt came out Thanksgiving, basically, especially with the extended main. That I have basically not progressed anywhere in Spider-Man since the last stream. I'm probably going to continue to stream Spider-Man for the foreseeable future, just so I have an excuse to play more Spider-Man. People seem to like it, and I enjoyed sitting in. it's a pretty easy game to like pick up, and like even if I like you do some plot in between streams, it's not like you really miss anything, right?
You're right.
It's Spider-Man. You can figure it out. So yeah, there's that. You might want to mention something about PS Plus. What is on PS Plus next month?
I saw and I wasn't impressed, so that's why I don't. That's why I probably.
I mean, they have. So they basically said that it's gonna carry over. Like it's gonna be for both now. But what do we got? No, I'm gonna keep Black Mans. Yeah. Okay. So it's gonna be Just Cause 4.
Yeah.
Rocket Arena, which is an arena game by EA. And then Worms Rumble, which cool Worms, but we don't really play a lot of that. So yeah, I don't know. I'll probably make sure to add Just Cause to my library.
Yeah.
Just Cause games are cool, but I don't know if I'm gonna play it. I still got like if I need free games, I still got the PS Plus collection in my semi backlog to work through.
I'm still a bit
I'll
more.
probably be doing that for a while.
I still need to work on Hollow Knight. I've been playing a lot of Shadow of War because I like how I said let's talk gacha, and now I'm going to talk more video games. Good job, Lucky. Because
well, I mean, I just want to make sure we have given topics. So if you want to talk about Shadow of War,
I really don't have anything like specifically to say about Shadow of War itself. It's just it's a game that I can enjoy. I'm just gonna go around and kill and maybe recruit orcs for a bit, just because I can.
Yeah, sure.
So I have fun with that.
Lots made a great point in the live chat. Shadow of War was a gacha once, but that was one of those times we tried to shill microtransactions.
Ah, yes.
In the great killing of the microtransaction era, between shit like that and like how Battlefront 2 was gonna be, like a lot of those games in that era was like were clearly pushed too far, and people were just like, okay guys, you're trying way too hard to like do the multiplayer extended play on a game that's also got like single player shit or just normal ass, like people have been making multiplayer games for years and not had to do any of this. So it's like you don't have to actually go that far now either. But yeah, okay, let's talk about gacha then. Where do you want to start?
We can go heckin' alphabetical, and we can start with Arknights. So Arknights is doing Granny in the was it Nice Treasure or Treasure Night? I can never remember. And
Treasure, I think.
Yeah.
Granny.
And I am super pleased with this because they've done something that I find is fucking wild and amazing. Basically, when the rerun starts, wherever you last left off in the event the first time, if you played it, you're just there. You're just fucking there.
Pretty good. I should I haven't really looked at it too much because been busy, but
yeah, so
I should do that because I never finished the main story because that was literally the week I started Arknights. So
yeah, no, so and it also keeps like all your auto deploy formations too. So if you just want to go straight into it, yeah.
You want to get some farming? Neat.
Yeah, no, I gotten pretty far in it. I hadn't like cleaned out the store. I only had like a P2 or I think it was like a P2 Granny. I was able to finish her off, so I'm super happy about that. But yeah, I was like, no, I can just auto deploy and go straight into it and not have to think about it. It doesn't look like they really have added anything else. I think they did. I haven't really fully.
No, I think the purpose of the rerun was literally that. It's like, oh, this is the first event we made, so like we're gonna like bring it back and let you play it again.
Yeah.
Because maybe you didn't finish it, or maybe our popularity has exploded and people want to try it. Yeah, no, I mean, there's still Big Bob to contend with, but like it's not. It was the first real event they did, so it's not ball-bustingly hard because it's not meant to be. It's like, oh, this is our first event. Like you've been playing story. Let's do some event story, some event stuff.
Yeah.
Check it out.
So they did something about like cost and stuff. Like I think some of the cost of the furniture had changed, and so now you get these like little intelligence chickens that you can redeem for other things. I'm not entirely sure how that works or what's going on there, but it's neat.
Yeah, if you already bought some of the furniture, which I think I did. I think I bought that full set because I got a lot of little blue certificate tchotchkes. Because they changed some of the costs. So that's cool.
Let's switch back to Link. Sure, we'll Zora Sword.
I haven't really gotten into the event yet. Obviously, in case people can't tell. But it's definitely, it's nice. Well, you could probably have more to say about the banner, but hey, it's Arknights, so I had a full 10 spin to spin up on that old Scotty rerun banner and got fucking nothing.
Well, Lucky Story is the exact opposite. I did 9 single pools, and my guaranteed 5-star was a 6-star Scotty. I actually rolled that on stream. You might not see it because Arknight was the fucking tiny bit.
Yeah, but you did say you got it on stream, so
yeah,
you can double check it.
Yes.
Watch streams.
Watch streams.
I believe it seems like you've basically perfected the double gacha stream action.
Yep, now it's time for me to upgrade to triple. I've been trying to figure out BlueStacks multi-launcher, because that is a thing. It's just
yes.
I've been noticing
involved a little bit extra juice.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I had to go do some digital cleaning, because I was at like 70% of my RAM. I'm like, I have 16 gigs. What the fuck?
That's a lot. Yeah. I noticed that happens with me. Like I'm not 16, but I'm decent, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think I'm like half that.
Yeah.
In a decent pre-built machine.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you still sometimes see that spin up and you're just like, computer, what are you doing right now? What's going on? Like when I'm like exporting videos or running games, yeah. But sometimes that's just like, fucking backwards processes shit. I feel like this poor computer. I don't know if it's because I have like the it's got all the assist stuff on, but it's constantly like, oh, you could probably use some new drivers, buddy. We've some updates for you, and I try to keep up on them, but still, like recently apparently Windows 10 had a big update. And the only thing I noticed about it updating was that it reset all my shit. So I had to reset my desktop background and my file destinations and some other shit. I had to we had that problem recording Let's Talk because I hadn't recorded audio since then. I had to reset where Audacity was taking sound from so you could hear Lucky.
Mm-hmm.
It was a whole thing. But okay, so yeah, Arknight's going. I didn't really have any luck with the banners, but that's that.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only thing was I did get Click finally, brand new, but Click's only like 4 stars, so it's like, that's cool, I guess, but not really what I was going for this banner for.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, I'll get shit eventually. Like, I got Blaze while trying to get asbestos and stuff, so I'm just like, whatever.
Yeah, so Arknights, honestly, it's good. I feel good that I can no-brain Arknights for a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's a good feeling.
Yeah.
I'll be glad to get in there. Because I'll be real, I did basically nothing with the DMZ contract. Like, it was... Especially with other stuff going on in other games, it was, like, so low on my priorities list that I was just like, not a big deal. Well, if we're doing alphabetical...
Yep, Abby has her lane next. So, in the time, yes, they have come out with their Dead or Alive Extreme Venus Vacation collab. It is pretty fun. I enjoy it. The music, I forgot, like, so, Lucky's actually always really liked the Dead or Alive Extreme beach volleyball games. And it's not for the obvious reasons. Like, honestly, I actually, like, especially Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball 2, I actually really loved that game because it was a good, I just want to waste time for like an hour and not think about shit kind of game.
And honestly, that's what I've heard decent about that like, people actually don't mind the game bits of the games. Like, there's eye candy too, but like, also they actually do
like
stuff.
Like the water slide, the fucking butt bubble, the fucking walk on a thing, all like, it's a bunch of little mini games that, and like, you have a like little like dating sim thing. And the music, like, I always like, the music was actually surprisingly good too. Like, I think I remember I would just leave it on. And the collab here is reminding me of the fucking main theme that they have. I'm like, oh man, this brings me back. It's all like, we on the island now. But other than that, it's pretty usual. Lucky did drop like all the fucking money, bought both the fucking Black Friday boxes, and then immediately bought up my dock space to 400, and that's where I'm stopping. If I have to clear out space, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna start yeeting fucking Eagle
Commons.
Yeah, yeeting commons.
R.I.P. Commons.
Like,
That's okay. I think we've talked about that before. That like, Azure Lane does have an inventory problem.
Yeah.
And just at some point we just need to be like, nah, bro, it ain't it.
Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure between fucking my Pizza Fleet, my Snow Fleet, my Iron Blood, and my Sakura, I probably have enough of a pool to pull out pretty big strats. I know some people are gonna pull out like their hyper specific strats of like stuff. I'm like, nah, I'm not about that life. If I can't do things with like 120 fucking SRs, maybe an ultra rare in there too, there's something wrong with the game balance.
Yeah, no, and like especially some of those units are not, brand new either. Like they are after we've had time to settle into the game.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's definitely like, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it again. But as of this moment, lucky I think I spent 100 cubes. Yeah, I spent 100 cubes, and I got all the gacha ships, including the, was it Monica or Misaki? The one that you could get from the store. I got one of her as well. So I just have to get the 10,000 for Neo Tengu, and I'll be good. And I actually checked out the trends. You can actually make a full fleet of Dead or Alive girls. So I'm gonna do this.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's like 2 battleships, a carrier, heavy cruiser, 2 light cruisers, and a destroyer, I believe.
Gee, it's almost like maybe they learned their lesson about collabs in the past. Or just brand new factions in general.
Yeah. So I'm probably gonna do that too, especially like after, because right now like all my Iron Blood ships are level 100, and it's just mostly the ones that I'm using or have on rotation that I am leveling. So I've been leveling Sakura ships. So I might take out a couple slots and just start leveling collab slips, because I still need to make a whole Hololive fleet as well, just for flexing. But like I said, the event's fun. They do little things. They have a little volleyball mini game. It's cute. They have little cute stories. They brought back Gistagram that are live flavored. But other than that, oh yeah, I think they, wait, no, did they even? Oh yeah, they also have a Black Friday sale going on at the YoStar store. They released some new products and got some old stuff back in stock. So if there's some things that you wanted, please check out. They might have them back in stock. I'm pretty sure they didn't that shit didn't get scalped. Man, I know we kind of skip by games, but a lot of stories about scalpers and the collectible.
Yeah, people are just being animals. Like yes, there is a limit on like the PS5, especially seems to be the common one.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's limited inventory.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was lucky enough to just order straight from Amazon and get my product.
Yep.
Though, like I said, it was a very stealth setup where like Amazon like didn't even tell me about it, right?
Yeah.
Until it was happening.
Lucky he took a nap. It was the worst whap of his life.
But it's still, there's also some Xbox scalping and stuff going on, and it's not a good look because people are just fucking it up, and there's really nothing that outlets or producers can do about it, I think.
No, I was actually looking up. There are laws and effects to prevent this, but that's usually in times of emergencies with like critical supplies and stuff.
Yeah, and I gotta be real, PS5 is not a life-critical thing.
No.
Like, that came into effect earlier this year when people were, like, buying up masks and toilet paper and shit for no reason, really, at that time.
Oh, no, like, no, people had fucking, like, federal charges brought against them for, like, trying to, like, for buying out, like, fucking hand sanitizer, then trying to sell it at inflated prices.
Yeah.
That was entirely a thing that happened. So there are protections in it, but it's not for entertainment consumer items.
No, and like people are just going a little animal with it, which is unfortunate and wrong.
Yeah.
Like it's just
some of them have got their comeuppance. Some people have actually like there have been a couple news stories out there about people actually getting fucking robbed, like scalpers and shit.
Like robbed or scammed back. And I got it. Like I said, I don't necessarily approve of crimes in any context, but also crime is a social construct, so crime is an illusion, just like many other things in life. It's not real. It's something you made up.
It is.
And there can be nothing closer to justice than when an asshole who's sitting on like a dozen PS5s and is like, I think somebody made a tweet like, fuck your feelings, digital $800, disc $900, which is or more even, maybe like twice or thrice the MSRP, right?
Yeah.
And like you tweet that with like fuck your feelings and like, oh no, that man was robbed. Who could have seen it coming? It's basically like karma.
Yeah.
Like when you put bad vibes, when you put bad vibes out into the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bad vibes come back at you, and most importantly, nobody has any fucking sympathy.
Nope.
Because you did it. You fucked it. By being a little fuckboy, you created that vulnerability in yourself when you could have just, I don't know, sure, all right, if you buy two, or especially if you like accidentally buy two, you want to make your money back, maybe you make a little profit because they are in high demand and like you did buy it, so
yeah,
that's fine. But when you're like, fuck you, I got a truck full, I'll sell it to you for triple the price, and like you trip and fall on your face, nobody cares, dude. Nobody feels bad for you. Even if it costs you a shitload of money, nobody feels bad for you. It's your own fucking fault. You should have bought like one, maybe two, and then stopped it. But no. It's just irritating. There's a lot of stuff about people who are talking about like going to do Black Friday sales and just they're not there, they're gone, because they're all gone. So yeah, it's an unfortunate series of events that we got going on.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if we came out with some consumer protections for that to avoid fucking artificial supply and demand. But
well, I think just this is one of those things that first and foremost, this should be part of the relationship between the buyers and sellers. And like honestly, sometimes I think retailers have it too good because they're just like, fuck you, what are you gonna do without us? But like, I don't know. I think Sony could be like, hey, fuck Walmart and Target, digital only sales from us now, right?
Yeah.
Like, that would be a big nuke that would have a lot of long-term ramifications, but for something like consoles, they could definitely spin it to the public too, right?
Well, yeah, like, honestly, heck, fucking...
So it should,
with shipping, it could...
give and take, right, where, like, Walmart should not sell you more than one PS5. And I don't think generally they do, but gamers still get around it, right?
Well, yeah, like, if you order online, you shouldn't be able to order, like, 10 of them at once. You should be only, like, yeah, you can only order one per fucking address or something.
Which I think, honestly, Amazon did that. They were, like, when they were taking pre-orders, they were, like, limited numbers, can't do anything special weird on it.
But then people...
And if they don't do that, they should do it more. Like, but I do think and maybe it's because when you do it like an online marketplace, that's a lot easier to set categories, right? To be like, computers can check this.
Or like one per address and like fucking payment option.
Right, yeah. But like in person, listen, I'm not no sass. But I don't think people at Walmart's actually give a fuck. So.
Yeah, I've never gone to a Black Friday sale, and I honestly don't want to. I'll fight somebody.
Nobody should go to actual Black Friday deals. I remember I've done some Thanksgivings with my family. Like one of my sisters would do that. She would actually like get up at like fucking 4 a.m. to go out and get some deals. And I'm just like, nah, that ain't it, fam. That's why I think I made this joke yesterday on Let's Talk. That's why Cyber Monday, the best Monday. Stay at home, buy online. Especially right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when a lot of places are talking about the second wave of COVID and everything, and you know it's coming back, shit's happening. You know, yeah, just go for it. Actually, yeah, Loth, you got a good way to put it. This reminds me of, I don't remember what the context was, but this is my I wouldn't be upset if they fell down some stairs type argument. I would not push a PS5 scalper down some stairs.
I would. I'd do it in a fucking heartbeat.
Well, I had to think about it. Like, I don't know if I'd push him. I'd probably still hit him. Like I know the blah 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 barbarism in our society and whatever, but it's just like, all right, you're being an animal. Like, I understand we're trying to be a better and brighter society, but humans have fists for a reason. There is a reason why you have that instinct to strike with the closed fist. That's something in your basic human nature. Being sometimes you gotta hit somebody.
Listen. I will offer you an open hand, but if you refuse it, it becomes a closed fist.
But like, no, I probably wouldn't. Stairs are bad. Stairs can kill a space marine. That's a 1%er. But like if I heard that on his way to go sell his armful of PS5s, a scalper fell down some stairs, my concern would be, did the PS5s make it? Like, I mean, I'm not gonna ask about yet another. Like,
I need one more. Fuck.
So, supply and demand. It's an interesting concept, and I do believe that when you talk about like, again, I've talked about how economics is not my strong suit, but generally the concept of supply and demand, right, free market economics and all that, that's pretty easy to wrap around.
Yeah.
It is, I think, in a sense, some senses, that's one of those things that's just literally true. People will pay what they think it's worth because, much like laws, money is also an illusion.
Yes.
In case you guys didn't know, I hate to like burst your bubble, but money's fake.
Yeah.
Just like everything else in life.
Listen, basically, standard economy is based on someone's absolute love of shiny things, and that's it.
Yeah, and I mean like barter economies or real like hard currency, commodities. That's the word I'm looking for, I believe. Like
yes.
How we used to back dollars with gold and silver.
Yeah.
Those make much more logical sense. I don't necessarily get fiat currency, but it's how we work, and like.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's how it is, and that's digital. That's digital shit for you, you know.
Yeah. And I mean, honestly, I think almost like crypto almost makes more sense to me because that requires a certain amount of data and a certain amount of processing to like produce the crypto. That's something that I almost follow easier than like, why is a dollar worth $1?
Yeah.
What does that mean? What does a dollar represent? Like, obviously, you know what it represents because you know what you can get for $1. You can maybe get a candy bar.
Actually, what is the fucking gold price nowadays? I heard it been going down. I should probably look on that later.
Buy gold.
Actually,
by the way, that's a real like inflation story I can tell. When I was a little kid, candy bars at like Walmart or something that used to be 50 cents.
Oh yeah.
Now it's definitely $1, if not like $1.50. And that's just the ups and downs of economics.
Cost of living.
Yeah, I don't know. It's probably got to do with the fact that half your country is desert and you guys don't like make anything. But I don't know how that relationship works. Is the thing. Like, I don't understand why currencies have value. I guess it's probably based on the strength of your like government and government's output.
It's
but
usually.
I still don't get it. Like why is the yen so hyperinflated, right?
Well, it's honestly it's a lot of it's determined by basically a country's economic power. So I don't have a way to succinctly put this, but basically, depending on how much your country is bringing in and how much your country is putting out, not to mention any trade agreements and taxes, that basically is what determines the power of your currency. Because basically it's basically saying because that's what it is like with this in my country I can buy so many blahs, but because we have God, I'm not the best explaining economics. Fuck.
That's fine. That's okay. Like I said, we're not experts at this.
Yeah.
I'm not really good at it. It's one of those things that I probably should have studied up more when I was younger in my high school and college age years, and I just kind of never clicked for me. Like, there are some things that click. Like game theory, I actually took an effort to like take a little bit of study in that, and it's really interesting. And you see it all the time. That's like talking about like optimized strats. Humans are horrible animals, and if they see an optimal strat, no matter how asinine it is, they will jump to it. Because that's just how we are. I think that's part of our like species adaptation strategy is like, oh wait, shit, is there something we can exploit here? Is this like a thing we can do repeatably and easily? Fuck it, we'll do that. Like humans just love that.
We crave convenience.
If we push cow off cliff, we kill cow every time? Perfect. Everybody start shoving cows off cliffs, and you're like, are you fucking meant? Like, if you stop and think about it, you're like, that sounds dumb. But if it starts to get results, humans love a solved game. So yeah, I think in a lot of ways, economics is probably kind of similar to that, where people are just like, let's go with it. But supply and demand is, I think, something that literally makes sense. People will give you whatever they think it's worth, and that's how much that thing is worth, because value, like other things, is an illusion. But I think we're going more deep on what's up this time than we did last time. This is what we do. Sometimes we just talk about shit, and I'm just like, no, I feel the need to remind everybody that a lot of shit in your life is fake. It's made up. Don't assume value of things just because society tells you it has value. Create your own value.
Well, this is why Lucky spent literally $200 for a fucking game.
And hey, that was the literal supply and demand.
Mm-hmm.
They supplied the game. You wanted it. You were willing to part with that much. Well, willings might be a strong word, but you nutted up enough to spend that money. So it's like, yeah, no, that's how it works. So like, I understand what scalpers are going for with like, but people will pay. But like, when you help engineer the scarcity,
yeah, that's the thing that
fucking exploitative. That's like the fucking diamond industry, which by the way, that's a false scarcity. BT dubs. Diamonds are for like 90% of human history, diamond was well, not useless rocks. The Greeks and a lot of classical societies were actually fascinated with how tough diamonds were.
Mm-hmm.
But until electric lighting was invented, they were not considered as visually pleasing as colored stones.
Mm-hmm.
And then the De Beers Corporation and other diamond sellers, but mostly De Beers, fucking went back in time and psycho-engineered your mind before you even born. They fucking social engineered your grandparents before you even existed.
I remember that was
everybody thinks diamonds are cool.
That was like in the 1930s, 1940s, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe that's when they did their big push. Because
yeah.
like I said, part of it was electric lighting,
mm-hmm.
Which really makes like clear stones pop.
Oh, was it the 1890s? It could have been that up long ago.
1890s. It could have been that early. Like it's when like mass electrification really took off, which would be the post-war period.
Mm.
And then De Beers went all in on like diamonds are a girl's best friend. You have to seal an engagement with the diamond ring, right? Like,
yeah. Well, I remember
so much massive media push.
Yeah, no, it was because it was post World War II that they started doing like with all the soldiers coming home, back to loved ones.
Yeah. Get her a diamond ring, and since they control all the supply of, well, most of the supply, that's also why like blood diamonds and shit are a thing, is because those are in areas that are semi out of control, so shit gets crazy.
Crazy.
Now, on the other hand, this means that if we're talking like crime and punishment, because we will probably, especially given the title of this episode, we'll probably talk about some Wild Talents shenanigans.
Oh yeah, we will
later. But like when you're talking about crime, that's what makes this actually came up in some other stuff, but this is what makes diamonds a great currency effectively, because they have a great value to weight ratio. Because hey, guess what? When you artificially inflate the price of a rock smaller than your thumbnail, and hey, I mean, I like bling. Who doesn't? Humans are attracted to shiny shit. But also, I'll admit, feel much stronger about colors. But that means that that's a perfect thing to trade in, because they're, they can be hard to trace. And much like currency, I think the diamond industry does some really wild things to make it so you can trace stones.
I do believe they have I think they are able to print numbers on diamonds now, and
they can fucking serial number diamonds, which is nuts. But they're still especially before they're cut, diamonds are a great black market currency, basically. And they will probably remain so until we perfect more advanced forms of like 3D printing, because here's the thing: diamonds are just carbon, and while they are somewhat complex, carbon structures are one of the easiest things to like figure out in science. So like,
I mean,
the moment we start printing like graphene nanowires and shit on a mass level,
I think we already made like fucking artificial diamonds. I think.
Yeah, we've been doing artificial, like industrial diamonds. Those have existed for a long time.
Yeah.
So like, if you could get that tech in your home, I expect like De Beers will probably try and shenanigans it, but they're not going to be able to, because here's the thing: it's carbon. You're made of carbon. Your pencil is made of carbon. There's carbons in the oil. There's carbons in plastics which come out of the oil. Like, carbon is one of our more popular elements, like next to silicon. Like, it's really great that silicon goes into computers. Otherwise, it was like, we already have to do it for some circuits, like gold and rare earth metals and shit. But basic silicon microprocessors are like, this shit's everywhere. Pick up a pile of quartz sand. That's silicon. It's great. So like, again, I feel like maybe it's just because of the way it didn't kick off, but I feel like the manufacturing and 3D printing revolution really should have popped off, but it hasn't. Though I know a lot of people are having success with a lot of different stuff. But like, carbon's a pretty fun mineral that I think we're going to be working with, and that's going to be really interesting to see how that just goes. Like, nah, you don't. I mean, like, I'm sure they'll go with like a printed diamond's not a real diamond. Get her something real. Go to Jared's. Fucking scams.
Well, that's that.
This is who pays money for waifu PNGs, by the way. That at least I know I'm getting scammed, but I think it's
my
PNGs better than I can appreciate fucking diamond.
I think it's because you know exactly what you're getting into when you're done.
Right, and I understand their social engineering shenanigans. They didn't really have to. Like, that's the thing about buying waifu PNGs. They didn't have to engineer nothing.
It's like they just got an artist. It's like, all right, put a lot of titties and ass on this, and I'm like, no, that's what I like. Gimme.
Gosh, that would be pretty cool to 3D print a custom PS5 side panel, much like how those people 3D printed a Kaiba head for their PS5. I don't have a 3D printer because I'm not made of money. I would love to, though. That's one of those things that's like, that would be really cool. I doubt I have the computer sense to like really do anything really fun with it, but that is one of those side technologies that I'm like, man, that's cool. 3D printing is cool, guys.
Lucky would just make fucking anime figures all day.
Yeah, I know you would. I do think, though, that that's going to also help other stuff, because, like, talking about, you know, technologies and scan sensibility, there's a slightly weird thing going on with a lot of hobby games, like, take miniatures, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most of which are printed in everybody's favorite place, China. So that's like, I hope, again, that decentralizing that and making it so that any asshole can have a printer in their, like, backyard, it becomes a lot easier to, like, print and manufacture in your own context. Manufacturing, I believe it's called. It's great.
I don't know, Lucky's starting to...
By the way, guys, we have a lot of future, I think, honestly, a lot of future, like, tech things to talk about when we go back to talking about Lost Belt 3 next week.
Oh, yeah. I haven't put much more time in it, but, I will be later. I'll probably...
Does the phrase miniaturization mean anything to you in context of Lost Belt 3 yet?
Not yet.
Okay. You're a smart OPSEC guy. You'll probably catch it when it comes up. But yeah, so there's gonna be there's a lot of interesting things we'll have to talk about. But yes, technology's fun, guys. But we're talking about gacha. Do you have anything to talk about more with Azure Lane?
Nah, it's like I'm pretty happy with this event. Like I said, like again, it reignites my desire to play, to get the Venus Vacation and get the actual 5 and 6. If I can get 1 through 3, that'd be great too. But I'd have to probably dig for those a little bit, and 4 as well. 4 is what, PS3? I think I get 5 and 6 on the PS4. We'll see. No, what Lucky's need to do is I need to find Dead or Alive on the fucking Dreamcast, because that's where I first fucking played it.
That's a spicy throwback.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I should check the auctions. Actually, no. I've been telling myself what I need to do is I actually need to start going to, because I was actually looking it up. We actually have a bunch of retro game stores in the area. I need to actually start going to them, and like, instead of like having to do fucking online fucking rap battles, just go check out the local stores and see if they have anything.
Yeah, just check out your local mom and pop.
Yep.
No, that's a good way. Especially right now, this is one of those times where it's like, listen, guys, I love convenience. I love online ordering. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's very convenient. Like, you've been yelling about shipping, for instance.
Yes.
Lately. Yeah, shipping is Satan. But especially right now, if you actually have a little place that you can like take a short drive, or especially like a walk to, you like there, you go there. Assuming you are not barred by government order from doing so, be sure to pop in and, you know, drop some dollars if you can. It's a very important time to support that kind of stuff, and depending on what kind of stuff you're doing, there's definitely like something to be said there for like getting your work in, like becoming a regular, building up that kind of relationship.
Oh yeah. Because, like I said, like, I was actually talking with my roommate. I'm probably I have to go to... I was going to do it today, but I was like, I don't want to fucking go anywhere. But I have to buy a third support for my shelf and buy more racks so I can make more shelves so I can put more stuff on it. I've shown people my fucking gaming and bookshelf. So I'm like, I need more space. More! And, actually, what the fuck were we going to put in that? Oh, yeah, we're going to put shelves over there, too. That's why I need to put my mini fridge in the closet. Yeah, because like I said, like my collection's growing, and now I have this surplus of PS2 games that I'm hoping if when I go to this mom and pop shop, I can just sell them. It's like, we'll give you $1 for each. I'm gonna be like, that's fucking fine. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see here. That's 5, 10, 15. That would be $18. I might be able to get me a nice game for that. Fuck. I don't know.
Yeah, if you get yourself some, just build a relationship, get in there, right?
Mm-hmm. So I'll just be like, yeah, no, I buy games on auction, but I only keep the games I want. So here, I'll sell you the rest, and you can have the games that probably no one else wants either. Actually, speaking of which, where the fuck? I mean, I have some auctions that I'm waiting on. Because one of the auctions I won copies of the Final Fantasy 13 series. Because as much as people talk shit about it, I did play Final Fantasy 13, and I did enjoy it. So I want to at least have the entire trilogy.
I mean, at some point, I wouldn't mind checking out to see if they improved anything in the sequels. I also played 13. Was pretty hype about it. I did not beat it because it was just kind of
It was kind of I still need to find me a copy of the original 12, though. I probably will pick up the remake or the remaster for the PS4 at some point. But like that's what I decided.
Yeah, my source of my original 12 is called my fucking closet. My bookcase.
Bookcase. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. Let's see. When should this arrive? Oh wait, it's not. It hasn't gone left. Oh yeah. I was actually able to win a auction that had a copy of Final Fantasy VII Dirge of Cerberus in it. So I was like, yeah, I like that game. Fuck y'all. I don't care. I got to make guns.
Yeah, the game, like, I think in terms of, like, even compared to some games around the same time, the game's not necessarily, like, super ambitious or crazy, but it reminds you that Square has had a great CG cutscene team for, like, forever.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of big cutscenes in it where stuff happens. Mm-hmm. And also it's, like, I mean, I don't think it's the worst.
Let's see.
Like, I mean, I don't know. I think some people treat, especially, I'll say it, especially with how people react to the remake. Some people treat the story of the original 7 as too sacred. It's really not.
It's all a lie.
There's a lot of make work and a lot of weird, dumb stuff in it. So just, like, the more weird, dumb anime stuff they introduced in Dirge of Cerberus isn't really that much weirder.
Yeah, no.
Like, guys, remember how the planet is just storing fucking kaiju? Like, they're just hanging out, the weapons. But in the original 7, they don't do fucking anything until Sephiroth calls Meteor. Then they decide to wake the fuck up, but then they're fucking useless. Like, they don't try to kick the shit out of Shinra before then. And they don't really... Like, Ultima Weapon fights you in Medial of all places for no fucking reason. Like, they're just... I get the ideas that they're just like, ah, man, humans are the real curse. We're gonna wipe those guys out. But it's still like, they're just fucking random dumb assholes for boss fights. Like, Dirge isn't that weird, I think. Like, I do think there are some things that are, like, obviously really weird. Like Shulk the Orange, whatever her color subtitle was, is like, yes. Also, by the way, this is my voice actress's delivery. I'm sure somebody told me to do this in the directing booth, but it's still kind of weird. But also, I have downloaded the mind of your dead girlfriend, but not really, because she banged Hojo of all people. Clearly, she has no taste. But that was half that was already in 7, and it's already still weird. But like, yeah, are there some weird beats? Yeah, no shit. There's some weird beats in 7 too. You guys remember how Hojo was gonna have Aerith fuck the dog Catman?
Yeah, I remember that.
Which, by the way, they switched in Remake. They realized how bad that was. They flip-flopped it.
They're like, no.
Hojo is a little bit ripped. Spoilers, guys. Hojo is kind of in Dirge of Cerberus. And you do get to see him take his shirt off so he can punch you. Anyway, yeah, it's no, it's listen. Look at some. It Dirge does do some very weird, like, I don't know. Yeah, it does some some number ass shit, but it's like it's not really that. Some of the stuff's not really that far from the original. I'm interested. By the way, some of it's also been referenced in remake. They referenced D-type and G-type soldiers. I mean, the way they execute Deep Ground is kind of dumb because it's like it is like 3 years after the original, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, why did you assholes decide to come out from under the ground of Midgar now? But the idea that Shinra's hiding secret soldier projects deep underground in Midgar and like they got their own weird fucked up society down there, I'm like, nah, this tracks. I'm okay with this. That'd be cool. But like, yes, I do admit some of the like timing beats are weird, but that's just because I think that the compilation was a little like unplanned, basically, right? Like they definitely didn't know when they made 7, but I think for a lot of the entries, they didn't necessarily know they'd be doing all this stuff. This is why I'm still super excited for what they're gonna do with Remake, because it's still a light hand, but they are peppering in these compilation characters and themes and stuff lightly. Some of it still without any fucking context. Right?
Yeah.
Like, why is Kiri? I don't know. I guess it's the stockings. Why is Leslie? Maybe he'll come back when we go to Wu-Tang. That'd be great. I'd love for that to bookend in 10 years when we actually can play Wu-Tang and Remake. Hopefully it goes faster than that. But like, there's a lot of bits and bobs out there that they were like, well, shit, I guess we have this idea for a story set in the 7 universe? Sure. We'll go from there, you know? So yeah, I don't really throw rocks at Dirge any more than anybody else. Like, when I played it when I was 12, it was cool. Even then, did I understand some of those story beats were a little weird? Yes, but yeah, hasn't stopped me before. Yeah, they've got the engine, and also they're gonna, I assume, develop it. Like, I'm sure they're gonna re-release. Well, actually, I don't even know if they have to. That's a game I haven't yet because I don't have time. That is a game I 100% want to pop in my 5 and turn on that upgrade. See what happens. Because I think after we're done talking about Azure Lane, we're gonna talk about Genshin next.
Yeah.
And, I got some stuff.
Oh yeah, you got some stuff.
So that's something I want to pop in there and see how that goes. That said, I'm sure they probably will maybe do like some stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And re-release it. But at least the next one that comes out will be all on this next gen hardware. No need to worry about any of that stuff. And hopefully it goes easier for them. But I think that's a good point to talk about Genshin.
Yeah.
So somebody did actually come to me and say in our Discord. They pinged me, which you don't have to do, but it was the middle of the day, so it was fine. Hey, spoilers, guys. I run all this shit from a home office, which is also my bedroom, because I don't make shitloads of money doing this. So it's, you know, we're all compact. So usually I'm not always on my computer constantly. Like, I'm doing lots of different things, and even if I'm on my computer, I'm not always looking at Discord. But if you just shout my name in a channel, unless I'm ignoring that channel for some reason, I'll usually see the message eventually. That's mostly why I'm like, hey, you don't have to ping me, guys. You know, it's gonna get loud and flashy. But somebody did actually say to me, like, it, not just like a lot of the hemming and hawing I'd seen where, isn't it linked to your PS account? Or it should be linked to your PS account. Like, everybody, when I looked online, was just like, either they had fucking nothing, just like, you can play Genshin on your PS5, or it was like, I think it should work. Somebody actually came to me and said, it is actually linked to your PS account. If you plug it in, it should connect right away. And I was like, okay, fuck it, I'll try it. If somebody tells me that's actually how it's supposed to work, not just like, I think it works like that, right? Like, obviously, people can be wrong or could be lying. Not that I thought this person was lying, but you know.
Hey, but confidence, you know.
People can be wrong, but that was a different tone that a lot of people took. So I was like, fuck it. So I downloaded it, plugged it in, worked right away. I had to reset all my like language settings and shit because I guess that didn't carry over, but my fucking account did. So I have actually played a little bit on the PS5, and somebody asked how it is. Well, it's definitely cleaner. Like, I'm not sure what the frame rate was on the 4, but we have more of them now for sure. Like, I think I've mentioned this before. I don't have great eyes for high frame rates, but I mean, I can tell the difference. Yes. So yeah, the animation seems a lot smoother and faster. I don't think it really lagged a lot on the 4, but sometimes there would be a lot of stuff going on. The 5 doesn't seem to have any problem running the upscaled version of it. Because I was doing those Fallen Star challenges on like co-op, and the characters people usually bring to challenge co-ops are very flashy, lots of explosions and pretty lights. And the 5 didn't care. Whatever, somebody's got a Razor in here, he's doing like 50 million lightning things, whatever. You're playing Mona, there's like stars everywhere, don't give a fuck. So yeah, it's a pretty clean play. It definitely looks sharper and crisper, and it seems to, like, just in terms of general running, runs pretty clean. Like, no real lag or slowdown or anything, no weird stuff. Loading's pretty fast. I don't know if it's, like, super fast, but some of that also might be because it's internet connected, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not just loading assets, but it has to do network shit. But it still seemed to run pretty fast, so I was able to pretty seamlessly transfer over to my PS5, and I've actually played it a few times there. And I mean, I'm not finished with the event, but I did the Princess in Pact, so I'm basically finished with the event for me.
Yeah.
So, the story is very good for EXPs, which I do need a lot of. I spent a very decent chunk to get official to 40, which is roughly relevant for my current world level.
Okay.
And I was able to have the materials for it because you can spend the special star bits you get to get EXPs and things.
Yeah.
This is what led me to discover that improving talents is a thing, so I've been doing that. So, oh shit, I can actually... Because I feel like the game usually gives you lots of exclamation points. It's usually very yelly about when you can work on something.
Yeah, they don't...
I feel like the game didn't yell about me about talents at all.
No, it didn't.
And I just saw talent improve materials in the store, and I was like, wait, I can just improve those? Shit, I'll do it. I don't think you can do most of them until you get to the first or second ascension anyway.
Yeah.
But it was still just like, oh, shit, well, I'll do that. I'll do it. So I've been working on that. So yeah, I'm super happy about getting the official. I do hope to eventually acquire Mona someday. She seems cool. You guys
Mona, Lucky's not done with the event. He's been busy.
Yeah.
So.
Next time I run, what's my battery on my phone? I've been farming dailies in FGO, even though it's rando today, just because I do need EXPs for stuff. And a lot of the characters I have are extra class, so it really doesn't matter. I'm trying to take my selling area all the way to max level. He's at max right now. But I might actually want to switch over and like do commissions or something on Genshin, because I only need a little bit more Primogen before I can do the banner again. The current one.
Ah, cross shot! Oh! Sorry.
Oh no, his horrible Moblin dong. Wait, did he take damage from the photo shoot, or was that from somebody else hitting him?
No, it was from the photo shoot.
Okay, that's pretty funny. You took a picture of his dong that was so embarrassing he died. This is why we live stream, by the way, so we can do this part, which, like I said, people seem to like. But yeah, so now story-wise, the Genshin Impact was interesting. Also, goddamn, is this his real name? This smug, sassy child? Did they really name a character Scaramouche?
Probably.
Scaramouche, do the Fandango, Thunderbolts and Lightning, very, very frightening me. I mean, once you start, you can't stop.
Mm-hmm. Galileo.
Anyway, let's not sing the. We might actually get in trouble if we sing the whole of Bohemian Rhapsody on stream. Speaking of moblins, the record industry are definitely moblins. Greedy little moblins trying to mob us out of our money. But no, so the story stuff was interesting. Had some interesting themes and stuff going on. The question of like astrology and like studying the stars and like a lot of character focus on Mona was neat. We get to see more flat-twist shenanigans, and like they're just, I guess they're those guys who just do shit to see what happens. Fun, great, I love it. The geography element was really interesting. You're probably not that far, but the climax quest, because you know that they're searching for a mountain, right? Like
yeah.
The weird dream everybody's having.
Yeah.
So they do something very interesting with that, which if you're not caught up, I don't think I want to say yet for people. But they do some interesting story themes.
Yeah, I just got into part 3 where Fischl breaks character by accident.
Yeah, I think basically after you do that, and I think you have to do like this Fallen Star challenge like once, then there's an actual like conclusion. Basically, there's an end.
Yeah, no, I have Genshin Impact open right now because as I said, I'm super behind, so I've been trying to bust balls. But it's stream time now. That's why Genshin Impact was in the list. It was like, maybe you guys will let me catch up on stream. You're like, no. Age of Calamity now. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Gee, it's almost like we know what we're doing. Or I'm like, well, I'll just stream more Spider-Man. People watch Spider-Man, right? Do that. People do that. But yeah.
Fuck birds.
Fischl's great. I'm glad I got her. It'll be a lot of fun. First of all, and you know, it's nice to have a different Thunder unit and some different archers. I'll have fun playing around with that. And also, she's just a great character. Like a lot of fun. A lot of people have been talking about that. So it's cool. Still, like I said, I'm pretty close to the Primogen to roll again on that banner because I really want Rock Lady and Thunder Mommy Sword.
Yes, Beto and Yingguang.
So I'm like, I want those though. Because one, I did the trial quest, so they are fun to play as.
Oh yeah.
Also, yeah.
No, it's good shit. Mines are actually both level 60 right about now. Like I said, Lucky dropped some dosh on that banner.
Fair play.
Yeah. Actually, I wonder. Does anyone know off the top of their head when we're getting the next banner?
I think it's a couple of days.
I think it's a couple days, yeah, because I think it says like when I last checked, it's like 1 day, 11 hours remaining on. Oh, I should do the trial quests before I forget. Before like they're done, so I'm like, oh, they're probably gonna be switching banners maybe soon. I don't know. I have enough for a 10 spin, but like I said, I'm holding off.
Well, yeah, they've done trailers for a new character. Who it looks like she has kind of a punk rock theme.
Yeah.
But also, I assuming is literally rock. Is another Geo?
No, she's isn't she fire?
Is she fire? That's also cool.
I could be wrong.
I'm wondering because I remember they talked hypothetically. There were some leaks about a Dendro playable character, and I'm like, I still want to see that. I still want to see what they do with that.
Well, you just blew me the fuck up. Yeah, I can't remember. Is it Zhongli?
Yeah, that's the one they're talking about.
Yeah.
In chat. Though you're busy beating up a guy, so.
Yeah, I can't look fully onto the chats. I do apologize if people are talking to me, but I'm staring at a.
But yes, people in. Well, we're also double chatting right now.
Yeah.
So.
Double chat with Taimo.
People in YouTube are being like Zhongli, and they're talking about the unit's name, and then over in Discord, people are talking about she's Pyro.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so after like for story reasons, I definitely want me a Can I hit him? Can I hit him? Can I hit him? I can't hit him. Fuck. Bitch. I definitely want a God. I want a Zhongli, but like I said, that's gonna be the fucking Stop throwing bombs, you fucking stupid-ass bird! Got you, fuck! How do you like it when people just keep throwing space so they can...
Yeah. I've been having a lot of fun with Water Sword Boy.
I'm sorry, and like I don't know if I mentioned this on air, but I have too many fucking I have too many characters in Genshin, so I had to literally decide to stick like fucking half of them in the I'm not gonna fucking bother with these guys for now. Right? And
you know what? You just reminded me that is a thing. They have the you can send them out to do
expedition
story grinds.
Yeah.
Expeditions, yeah.
Yeah, no,
I can do that more. It's been a little bit since I did.
Oh no, that's how I maintain my my mining and stuff, because you can send them out for ores. Like if you send them out for the 20-hour one, they come out with the white iron and the crystal, and you can actually get a fair amount of crystal that way. And that's how I get my daily mining done, is because it count when you.
Does that count?
Yeah, it counts for it counts for your daily mining.
That's pretty good. Usually, while I'm doing daily commissions, I usually stumble across some rocks and break them.
Mm-hmm. And
is this also how you grind for?
Yeah,
you were saying they use it for get staple foods, basically.
Oh yeah,
you
can
that's
get.
Something I've noticed is that like the game gets a little weird about giving you raw ingredients for certain foods. Sometimes.
Yeah, no. You have to like know where the vendors are, because like some places have like specialty vendors.
Oh yeah, no. But like recipes, like I think I was in whatever that village in the north of Liang is, the Geo country. It starts with a Q, I think. But there's just a little old lady food seller in there, and she had like 3 or 4 unique recipes, and I was like, holy shit, what game?
Yeah, no, like if you go down to the harbor in Liu, there's like 2 vendors who'll sell you fish and stuff. One's for like super expensive though. If you go to the village of Springfield, there's a person there who'll sell you meats, but they only sell like 10 of each.
They only sell you 10 at a time.
Yeah. So like you just have to know where the vendors are, and sometimes maybe put down a fucking a marker. It's like here. I should
probably put down more markers. The game definitely likes markers and wants you to use them.
Yes, they do. All right, this has been done. Let's level that up. But yeah, so probably tomorrow, like I might fucking double dip. I might play Genshin while doing Star Wars tomorrow. I'm gonna get caught up because I said I'm still behind, and I have until the end of tomorrow's time to get it all done. So I'm gonna have to put in it. I'm gonna have to put in a bit of that.
Put in your reps.
Put in my reps, but it won't be too hard. Let me make sure I keep doing my Azure Lane reps, because I would like to clear out as much of this store as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's Genshin Impact. It's fun. I'm hoping now that like you're on the PS5 and stuff, you actually start progressing more in store.
Yeah, I probably will, because it's a lot easier to just fire up my 5 and then do it rather than swapping over. That's something I still have to do for because I haven't reauthorized the Disney Plus app on my 5, and I'm just like, I don't want to deal with you guys having to send me a text message and shit, entering codes.
Mm-hmm.
So I still watch Mandalorian on my PS4, which I did today.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of plot stuff in it, so I can't really talk about that episode. Like I said, this is why I want to maybe like try and figure out a way to orchestrate a watch party. But I will say, like in terms of cinematography and choreography, just it's beautiful. A lot of like big samurai movie vibes. It's really like, you know how there's those regions in the north of Ghost of Tsushima that are like the forests are all burned down?
Yeah.
This is like an entire planet like that, right?
Oh god.
Like just big wide open sections of like burnt forests. A lot of like really long shots on streets and like through gates of walls and stuff. Oh, it's beautiful. It's great. Certainly one of like the best looking episodes in a while. And like I said, won't talk about plot stuff. I was a little slow because we did the show yesterday. I am slightly annoyed by Tritter Twins, who won't shut the fuck up about people who are in the episode. Because they're just like, oh, people are talking about the Mandalorian. Here's what they're talking about. And it's like, fuck you, Twitter.
Trends! Stay on top of them so you can stay relevant.
I gotta be real. I fucking hate Tritter Twins. I just think I keep saying twins.
Yes, you do.
The trends on Twitter, it's because I say the Twitter part first. Maybe I'll say it second. Trending on Twitter sucks butts. They're useless. They don't make any sense. By the time something starts trending, the only thing in the trending feed is people are asking, why is blah 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 trending? I don't give a shit about any of them, ever. I mean, that's not entirely true. Like, okay, I mean, I'll admit, this is like 90% of the way I find out that celebrities have died, unfortunately, as grim as that is. But, and that trends on Twitter. But then it's like, it's all sports that I don't follow. Not that I have anything against sports necessarily. Actually, Spare actually got me on a channel about sports documentaries that I've been watching a shitload of.
I fucking love sports I love sports documentaries. I just don't watch sports.
So if you open up my YouTube history and check out all this stuff by this web channel, Secret Base. They're usually like micro videos, but they're still just like little snapshots to like games and stuff. One particular series they had called Beef History, that just talking about famous sports beefs, is like really interesting to me. I eat up all 3 seasons of that. So like, I don't hate sports or anything. I don't actively follow all the sports right now, just because it's not super convenient for me in my life. And college has never really been a big thing for me, college sports. So like right now, apparently in like 3 different ways, Wildcats at Gators is trending. That's cool. I'm in Florida, but I'm not following college football. Mike Tyson wants a boxing match. Not interested in that. The Kadabra thing is weird, but I would have found out about that anyway. So it's like, yeah, I don't really usually ever care about trending on Twitter. And it's so annoying, and it has like no spoiler filters. And it's just, I don't like it. I don't like it, Twitter. I understand why you do it. I don't like it. It should be a separate tab, like what YouTube does. Like, I never look at YouTube trending because it's a separate tab. I usually bounce between home and subs. And I admit, part of it's because I don't really go, other than recommendations, I don't really go cruising for quote-unquote new videos to watch on YouTube.
Yeah.
So, like home recommendations are usually enough for me if I'm, like, trying to figure out what's up. And, it's weird. I will tell you guys right now, you can crawl out of the HoloLive hole. It's possible. I don't have a lot of YouTuber recommendations right now, which is actually sad. I think I want more.
But that means you just have to
clips.
Gotta start watching more.
So am I done streaming Titanfall 2 story? Because I think I want to check that out later. Because, earlier today, Amelia was streaming Titanfall 2, the story modo. Yeah, she does appear to be done. 2 hours? Yeah, that's fine. We can do that. Fuck, I'm trying to catch up on Critical Role again. Those crazy motherfuckers go over like 3 or 4 hours. So it's like, actually catching up on certain streams I'm actually genuinely gonna watch isn't that hard either. But like, most of my recommendations, like I said, like the channel, Secret Base, some Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, obviously, because I'm still casually watching those. Cyberpunk 2077's YouTube channel keeps trying to watch videos I've already watched that they've released. Or just stuff I haven't watched because I'm like, guys, I don't care about your soundtrack special video. The game is already pre-ordered. My pre-order has been out for a year.
You already got me.
Guys, just release the fucking game. People are yelling in chat about Impa, as you should.
Yes. Impa has a great ass. It goes wild.
But, like, yeah. Speaking of Cyberpunk, by the way, that is something that I've heard, that physical copies of the game, because it did go gold, have leaked.
Oh, no.
So, some people are already, apparently taking a crack at it. I haven't heard, like, any, like, nobody's even hit to get, like, ooh, big spoilers or whatever. So I think that got cracked down pretty hard. Because that's the thing. Like, sometimes if you're a small enough company, you can't really get retailers not to worry about breaking street date, but usually they're good about that because it hurts the relationship. We talked about this earlier with like scalping. Like, you don't want to breed mistrust between suppliers and sellers. Nobody does, just because it's shitty for everybody, right? So I don't think anybody's really gone anywhere with it. But yeah, some copies got out into the wild. They squirted out, which makes sense because like going gold, getting their like that's basically they've made their master edition of the game, right? Like, yeah. The thing is finished. This is all just like tweaking, making sure they've got the maximum possible number of bug fixes out, maximum optimization, you know, everybody's running smoothly on all platforms if possible. So it will be a consistent release all at once that will be flowing, and I'm super excited for it. I'm very interested. I think I talked about this on stream. I casually mentioned to you that I'd read a story, well, heard a story, but they read this quote from the head of their QA department over there, right? Where he said that he in his own quote unquote home playthrough, which admittedly, I want to qualify this before I say this facts to the people at home. This is him playing on the highest difficulty, playing a stealth character, specifically going for collecting all items and drops and everything, right? Like scavenging everything. He has clocked in about 175 hours.
I'm excited for this.
This is also, by the way, this was like a week or two ago I heard this story too. So.
By the way, y'all don't get a choice. When Cyberpunk comes out, that is what's getting streamed.
That's fair enough. I figured I would leave that one to you, because I'm like, I'm not sure if I want to stream this. And the important thing is, that's a Thursday, so I'm like, fuck it. I can't do anything. What can I do?
I don't know. Amazon fairies might get you.
I mean, they might deliver it early, but like...
Not 2 days early.
I don't think that early, especially not with the way shipping is sometimes weird, especially at the holiday season. Like, I pre-ordered some gosh darn Yu-Gi-Oh product that releases, I believe street date is still the 4th of December. My usual hookups, which, yes, I do order off Amazon, but I usually end up ordering from game stores, guys. Jesus. Don't jump down my throat. I've talked about the cult of the friendly local gaming store before. I still buy products from game stores. I just usually do it on Amazon where I can compare a lot of prices at once. But they're like, oh yeah, this won't ship until like the 2nd week of December, and I'm like, okay, well, if that's what it does, is what it does. Like, am I gonna leave and go 30 minutes to my fucking mall and go to that GameStop, the game store? Not a GameStop. They have a GameStop there, but they have a game store. Or did anyway. It's been a while since I've been in that mall. And am I gonna check if they're selling the product there right now? Fuck no. Like I said, I've support businesses you can support if they're convenient to you and they're in their local sphere, but just like, this is also something where you got to look out for yourself sometimes. So I'm not busting my ass just to get cardboard 2 weeks earlier. But I will shoot another unboxing video, and you guys can see if I get Evil Twins.
Yay!
If I get the Pantheon stocking archetype. You get to see if I get Evil Twins GG Easy, the official localization of a card. This is funny. Yu-Gi-Oh! Localizations are pretty funny sometimes. So, lucky, the Japanese name for this card was Iburu Twinzu EG Game. Like, all in English. So, naturally, the TCG was like, okay, we'll localize this in English to GG Easy, because that's not real, like, that is the thing. Japanese people will say basically phrases in English or portmanteau phrases as like a slang thing. We don't do that here. So, like, if they called it just easy game, that would not carry the same connotation of like, oh, it's slangy. So yeah. GGEZ is a little extra, but at least they tried. Yeah,
can't fault them for it.
And it means I can chuckle.
It's all about having a giggle, mate.
But yeah, so like, I don't actually know if, especially in the holiday season, Amazon is gonna like teleport shit to me early. Like, if they've got physical shit in warehouses, possibly. Entirely possibly. Here's the thing. Do I want to stick that disc in my PS5 before street date? Will the day one patch be out? I don't know. They delayed the game for, like, officially street releasing for, like, a month so they could build a better day one patch, basically. So, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know yet. But it is a Thursday. That's your stream day. I'm not going to fight anybody about it. Just try not to show too many titties or hang too much dong on stream.
I'll try to make it quick.
Like, that is one of the things that will, that YouTube-kun will blast us for right away.
I'll make sure that on the monetization I'll put, like, that slight sexual thing and stuff like.
You can warn him. And hey, worst comes to worst, you're still slightly better at the advanced stream setup. Like, I have a few things, but, like, you could also always just hide the screen really quick if you think, whoop. That's something you can't show on TV. You could come up with a dumb filter screen to be like, whoops, can't show that on YouTube. Like how I Carmela's cleavage.
Oh, I should totally.
We do, guys.
I should totally make you can't look at that rabbit. Listen, I read a lot of manga and seen a lot of censored anime. They come up with some wild stuff, and I'm like, this amuses me. I know it's censored, but I'm amused.
Yeah, some people put an effort into it.
Yeah, I'll come up with something.
But yeah, that's still soon. That's 2 more weeks.
About.
Yeah, about it. It would have been like 2 weeks on Thanksgiving. So,
I'm excited.
yeah, I'm super. I mean, I've been excited about this game for literally years, but like everything they show to me shows me that this is the game I want to play. Like this is for me. This is it. This is like this. This is what I want.
Oh yeah, did you watch the official gameplay trailer?
I've watched some of them. I think they came up with like one that was like, this is the game on PS5. I don't think I watched that specific one, but yeah, I saw the new gameplay trailer they did recently, just showing shit off. It all looks so good.
Yeah, it does. Oh, it's a fucking Lionel. Fuck you.
There's a lot of really, looks like there's a lot of really different elements and really clean stuff, and like,
There
like I think people have been talking about like the achievement or trophy list, and it seems like while there will be specific like there may be like specific rewards for like beat the game as a nomad, like start as the nomad start or whatever. For each of the different origins, it does seem like it's pretty. It has replayability, but it's not necessarily like super required.
Yeah.
Like hypothetically, you may be able to like plat the game on one playthrough.
We'll see.
I don't know yet. We'll see. But it does. Obviously, it's going to have replayability because it really does seem like these are the origins. Because there's only like 3, the origins are really defining. It reminds me almost of how. Hey, I'll always be shouting out to the Dragon Age. It reminds me of how the original Dragon Age was, where like, no, your origin is a big fucking deal. Like, Inquisition kind of brought that back, but.
Not to the same extent.
Inquisition didn't start with that as the prologue. The prologue was the same no matter what character you were. It's just being of different origins gave you different sassy things to say at different times. And, like, it had influence, playing Dragon Age Inquisition as a Dalish elf was very powerful.
Yes.
That had, there are some, there are certain origins that are thematically super strong, but, like, Dragon Age Origins was all about that origin system, and then basically, all right, you've made your character, you've done their setup, right? They're called to adventure. How do they handle this crisis? That seems to be kind of what Cyberpunk is going for, right? Where it's like, okay, you're a nomad, or you're an ex-corpo, or you're a street gang kid. Your old buddy calls you up. You're gonna do some work. How do you handle this crisis of like the biochip and shit?
I think I'm gonna start with Corpo.
I would probably go Corpo or Street. Oh man, nomad though.
Yeah.
Also, vehicles and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Which, again, we've seen those trailers. The vehicle system actually seems really robust with the different styles and models and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Seems fun.
It does, it does.
We'll see what the haps is.
Let's see here. Open orders.
Yeah,
Right.
well, also, Dragon Age Inquisition was the first time you could play a Kunari character, which was, by the way, literally the first thing I did. Was I made a female Kunari mage, because that was probably the most on-point character I could make going in blind. After I played the first time, I was like, oh shit, I gotta play this as a Dalish character. Like, we're gonna do some shit. Not by the way that I have any sass for Hawk. I fucking love Hawk. Snarky Hawk, Purple Hawk the best. But 2 was definitely rushed. Like, they really slimmed down their options. It's a thing. But I still love Dragon Age. Honestly, I love all Dragon Ages. When will they announce? They're announcing they're redoing the Mass Effect trilogy. When will you redo Dragon Age trilogy? Probably before Dreadwolf comes out in the year 2050. I think Dreadwolf is going to be my new Cyberpunk. It's going to be my new. I know I want this game no matter what happens. I want to buy it and try it, unless it's like previews is like absolute dog shit. They could fuck it up, but for the most part, if it's functional, I want to play it.
Yeah.
Just because I love Dragon Age. Like, I might not like it, but I want to buy it and play it. But, like, I think that's my new, like, this game exists? Probably. I have no idea when it's coming out, right?
Yeah.
Like, first there was, I think this year there was, like, okay, remake's coming out, right? 7 remake.
Yep.
That's been announced for years. It's actually real. It's going to exist. Cool. Got it? Great. Then, now Cyberpunk's finally going to come out after years of existing and whatever. And then, man, Dreadwolf doesn't even have a fucking trailer, though, either, I think. Like,
no,
I think whenever BioWare talks about it, they keep just showing developers in fucking parks and shit.
Talking about how much they love their company. And how they have vision.
There's nothing wrong at BioWare. We definitely didn't fuck up with Anthem. We're the best. Yeah, no, 2... The things 2 was strongest in was character dialogue and development. Like, you were tight with your companions in 2.
Mhm.
Honestly, I feel like in Inquisition, in the 3rd one, they almost made some of your Inquisitions almost more fucky. Like, I think we've talked about, no, that might have been off mic. I've talked to some people about Sarah, the companion, before, who's like, man, I get what Sarah's about. Like, I think I don't hate her character for her values, but God Christ, BioWare, you went all in on, like, I don't know if they were trying to do this as, like, a deliberate thing, where they were like, Sarah is probably right about a lot of stuff, but she says it in the most annoying fucking way. Or if just they were like, BioWare was like, haha, this character is, like, annoying and shitty, but she's morally right, so you can't do shit. Woo, doo-doo. Like, I don't know. Sometimes developers are like that. Like you can feel that sometimes the game gets a little sassy with the greater audience. I don't know, but like I don't hate Sarah. I was just like, I didn't bring her with me a lot because she was really fucking annoying to talk to, especially as a Dalish elf. That was a really weird culture shock that I feel like she. I think ultimately, the reason why people don't like Sarah, and I think I've talked with you, Dallas, about this. Dallas in the chat talking about it, is I feel like, unlike a lot of characters, Sarah doesn't have a really good comeuppance. Like, most characters that are sassy pants or whatever, or they're slightly annoying, like, if you do, like, their side quest and shit, you can really fuck their shit up. Like, if you, like, harden Liliana, like, you can get some stuff in. I don't really remember that with Sarah. Like, I know she has a companion quest. I think she just stays angry and stabby no matter what you do, and, like, really doesn't feel like her beliefs are necessarily challenged. She's like, rich people are still assholes.
That was big. Oh, I brought down the entire house.
Yay, destructible environments. But yeah, 2 had a really, really strong, very strong dialogue, super strong companions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, every time I love doing the fucking Aveline subquest where she's trying to romance Donic and she has no idea what the fuck she does. I always bring Isabella along for that, by the way. Because Isabella and Aveline have the best bands.
Oh, that was the wrong button, man.
Yeah, Varric, my man. So glad they brought him back for Inquisition as a major character, major supporter. And Cassandra as well. She was a nice supporting character in 2 that they really made. Well, yeah, no, I think everybody knows about that. 2 was what had a compacted development. That's why you get a lot of repeated environments, a lot of enemies teleported out of nowhere. Though, I mean, like I said, I've played enough D&D to know that that's real. That's a real thing. Sometimes enemies just appear in alleyways. They just jump over the rooftops and you fight them. But they put enough effort into, like, the parts of the game that I'm like, yeah, I mean, I would have loved if it was fuller, and especially once you get all the DLC, which I eventually did, like, you have a very full experience.
Well, I kind of feel that's, like, kind of what people play the Dragon Age and the Mass Effects for. It's not known as necessarily for gameplay or the thing. It's usually for the story and the characters, because that's something that I want to go back with when the Mass Effect trilogy is like I'm ready. Like, I'm gonna hang out a fuck with Tali. I'm gonna hang out a fucking log with Garrick. We're gonna have good times. I'm gonna get my crew.
Yeah, and it's gonna be really interesting to see, because all of those games had, like, they had save carrying features and shit.
Oh yeah.
But
you can craft your own story.
There were gaps between them.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it's gonna be really interesting to be able to play those back to back, and I'll play everything because I don't care what people say. I'm fine with it.
Man, going upstairs as fucking this dude is hard. Okay.
Well, a lot of people, by the way, are saying that. Hopefully they do actually, instead of stock footage, they actually do a different render for Tali's real face.
Yeah.
That's another one of those things where it was like very clearly this was like added at the last minute where they're like, oh shit, fuck, you just banged. Maybe you should see Tali's face. What do we do? Let's put a Photoshop filter over an employee's face. And you're just like, okay, game. All right, cool, great. But yeah, nah. It'll be interesting to see. And it'll be interesting to see because I've never played one. because that was exclusive for a long time to the Xbox, and it never really went back. It'll be interesting to see because I do know that the gameplay is also significantly different, and I'm really interested to see how they alter some of that stuff. Yeah, I'm really wondering if they're, because like, there's different ways you can do remasters and collections. Like you can do it the Nintendo way, which is literally just release your game again in higher definition, with no edits whatsoever. I'm still a little disappointed with how they handle, at least Super Mario 64 on that collection, just because it's like literally the fucking jank-ass N64 game, and I'm like, Nintendo, you do realize you know how to make these games, right? Like, I just played Super Mario Odyssey. You know how to make these now. You could have done something with this. Fuck, I played Super Mario 3DS, which was a remaster of that game already that was better on the DS. You could have done that version of the game, and it would have been less janky. And I played that on a fucking D-pad. But whatever. I think because a lot of people will give Nintendo grief about stuff, some of which is deserved, but some of which is not. I think Nintendo has an interesting relationship with the fans and their nostalgia, and I think at times they don't necessarily understand or know what people want fully, because people are weird.
Oh yeah.
Like, you can be like, oh, because people are like, release the Super Nintendo collection on Switch or whatever. Like, and so Nintendo is like, oh, people just literally want to play old games. Great, okay. Well, we'll just bundle old games. And then I play that bundle of old games, and I'm like, Nintendo, I really wish you'd polish it up. And Nintendo would have to be saying, like, what the fuck do people want from me? You know? So, like, that's... When you have a large audience, and especially when you're Nintendo, where you're a very defining aspect of a lot of audiences, like history, right? That's got to be a weird one for like actually meeting people's expectations. And like there's shit I can talk about Nintendo. Like a lot of people are talking about the recent controversy with like them shutting down a fighting thing event. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, I've talked about this. I find it a little hard to care that the fighting community is still caught up on like a specific Smash Bros. Game from like a million years ago.
I mean, Nintendo's got to protect their IPs.
Well, yeah, and it's because it's because they're doing like some code insertion shit, so they can make online happen that's not real online because it didn't have online. But like on the other hand, I understand you're an attached community, right? And like, but Nintendo does have to kind of look out for their shit, but also, could you be nicer about it? I mean, I don't know.
I'm kind of like I kind of feel like I don't like. Here's the thing: I feel no matter how nice Nintendo would be about it, people would still scream at them.
Probably, I don't know. Like if you're not officially supporting it, but like I at the same time, like I said, I'm like, you guys are still playing fucking Melee. I find it hard to I find it hard to be like feel bad for that much. But also, I'm like Nintendo is notoriously very litigious. Like we had to, before Lucky decided to do some Breath of the Wild streaming, we had to double check. Hey, is Nintendo going to be sassy with this about this? And no, they actually reversed that policy. But it was a thing for literal years. They're not as bad as like Atlas is. Atlas is still like super backwards. I know this because a lot of Hololive, especially Hololive the in-girls, want to stream some fucking Sega and Atlas games.
And they have
Callie in particular really wants to do Persona 3 for reasons. And I mean, I know this. Atlas is very kvetchy about streaming their games. And I get why for some. Like, I know the Persona thing kind of turned out to be a little bit arbitrary because it wasn't like at the twist, but it's also still like, no, that game has twists and it's very narrative driven. So I understand why you're like, people like, please don't stream our entire game first day kind of a thing, right?
I can understand like a fucking delay, like a 1 month delay. Let people.
Oh yeah, like and every video game does this for like reviewers and shit, right?
Yeah.
Because hey, guess what? People on the internet, not us, but other people on the internet, get free copies of shit, right? Because they need to be able to review them. I know several people who are waiting for their like review codes for Cyberpunk, right?
Yeah.
Like they're gonna be in there. But in order to get these codes, they have to sign legally binding agreements that are like, hey, you can't talk shit about shit other than these specific fields until release date. Okay?
This is what we like to
show anything. You don't tell anybody you got anything. You don't talk about this in front of your mama. You don't talk about this in front of your dog. You definitely don't talk about this in front of Alexa because she is listening. Hopefully our Alexa didn't hear me outside. I know my voice carries because we don't have great soundproofing, but hopefully it's too garbled for her to freak out.
Yeah, but this is what we like to call, this is known as the NDA, the non-disclosure agreement.
Yeah, so basically, like, you can do those kinds of agreements and be like, oh yeah, no, we don't talk about anything until the game is out. And I can even see, like, I really wish they'd be better about using their copyright fields, but we have absolutely run into companies that are like, they're not actually interested in, like, blocking us or interfering with us. They're just literally here to sit on it until days are gone. Bandai Namco marketing is still sitting on my free use, the fair use stuff, sitting on there because of that stream Lucky did.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the thing. They're literally going to sit on it, and I'm pretty sure they're going to let the 30 days go by and let it expire.
Yeah.
Like, they just filed this as basically a blocker so that we weren't horning in on the FGO Videos action, the FGO Caldea Broadcasting Station. They don't actually give a fuck if we have those elements of the stream. They just didn't want people to be, like, stealing the thunder or pirating re-uploading the broadcast when it premiered.
Yeah.
And technically before it premiered, which is why, like I said, when I got this claim and when I filed it, I was like, okay, guys, come on. Your thing doesn't exist yet. It's not public as of the time. Like, I can literally, not that we have, like, lawyers in courts, but if it came to a court thing, I could definitely be like, all right, Your Honor, here's when we posted my video. Here's 5 billion months later when they called the copyright claim on this, and also here's when that video was actually published.
Mm-hmm.
Like, very much obviously we are not stepping on their toes, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's some companies do just do that. They're just like, we're gonna put up a screen. Well, yeah. So people are talking about, like, supporting the scene. It's like, I do feel like, yeah, you can support, but some companies really don't care. Like, I gotta be honest, I don't think Nintendo cares about being seen as part of a competitive community.
No.
Right?
No, they do not.
Like, I know there are competitive scenes to some games, and, like, some other games, like Pokemon, sure, like, oh, that's supposed to have, like, that tournament ethos. Though Nintendo only, like, half pilots that. Like, that's mostly handled by, like, the Pokemon company anyway, who, like, and Game Freak, second-party studios and other stuff. But, like, in general, I don't think Nintendo wants to be seen as, like, I think Splatoon is about as close to fucking esports as they want to get, right?
Yeah.
Like, they know they make fighting games, they know people enjoy them, but they're not like, we're not really about this being, like, a big scene thing, man. And I understand that can be frustrating if you're trying to build a scene.
Laser.
And trying to build a scene without the backing of official sources. But at the same time, it's like, if that's not what they want, if that's not what they care about, what they want to put forward through their product, there is truly nothing you can do about it, because they're the guys who make the game, and if they don't care, then they don't care. Like, this is true of lots of shit. I wish there were a lot of products that certain developers of product cared about certain aspects more. Whatever, they don't. And if you can't make them care, then you can't make them care. Like, you can't force people to give a shit about certain stuff.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen.
Hey.
I think we probably want to talk about some cable news stuff, but I think I'll pause the audio. Let people keep shooting.
I'm gonna keep shooting.
Keep the stream. I'll pause the audio and go switch gears for me a little bit.
Did I miss a big old chunk of dudes? I did. Guys, what you doing?
So,
I just killed him. I just gave him the stomp. Nice.
I'll pause my audio real quick, and I'll be right back. And you guys can enjoy Lucky's dulcet tones. While I go pee, because it's been 2.5 hours.
Dulcet tones. Honestly, I have to go pee, so I'm gonna go too. Hang on, 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
Sure, fuck it. Stream's not paused, audio's paused. But I'll be right back, kids.
Okay, I hope everyone didn't fucking disappear, but I'm back. Yay. Ugh. And we should Civ tonight, Loth. Actually, let me see if I can make sure I can get both chats up. There we go. Now I can kind of see both chats. But yeah, we should Civ tonight. Like I said, Omega won't have to spend a bajillion hours with fucking with uploading things. So he'd probably take like an hour. We get food, we get thwinks, and we go. All right, have I literally done? Oh wait, no, I still got this one right there. Then I have completed everything on the map so far. Go Lucky. Let's see here. Oh, I have to fight the Rook. I have to fight that bad boy. Yeah, I'll do that, sure. And damage from fire. I'm gonna cook it. I'm gonna cook it. Well, I guess a point to Omega then. I lose that one. I'm gonna go get me cinnamon rolls, and then I'm gonna have them whenever the fuck I want. 2 a.m. cinnamon rolls. Here we fucking go. That's how Lucky do. Actually, hang on. I want to switch to... Oh, wait. My greatswords aren't that leveled. Son of a bitch. Well, I should go fucking level them then. That's the smart thing to do. Blacksmith Guild. Ooh, ooh. Let's see here. Battle drop rates. Oh, wow. That's a fucking 9. Wild. No. Battlefield drop rate. Yeah, there it is.
Alright. Hope everybody had a good break there. I'm back.
He's back.
Kind of looking well.
Alright, there we go. Plus 16%.
Let me resume the audio. Pause. And we're back. Remember, everybody, breaks are important.
They are.
Get up, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom. Plug my phone and switch in against you. The sweet, sweet buttery frames.
Buttery frames.
Well, they're smooth like butter.
Oh. Butter's not actually butter, so please do not use like butter. Alright, by the way, Legendary Boss Hunter did make chocolate chip cookies because he felt you were right. So you win this round, Omega.
Breakfast wins again. But alright, well, we took a break.
We did.
What do we want to talk about now?
Well, we've gone through most things. I think the last major thing on the docket is tabletop.
That's us.
That's us. Tabletop. So, as is what happens anytime Omega talks about starting a new game, everyone, Lucky included, goes apeshit.
Yes. He's usually one of my first, but we've talked about that. Like, you like to get started on an idea and, like, have it thoroughly sketched out way ahead of time because, well, it's easier to, like, not forget stuff.
Yeah.
And usually what happens is when you start something, people bandwagon on. It's like, I don't know if it's, like, the FOMO or just people are like, oh, yeah, I should do that, too. But it happens. I mean, I don't mind just so long as nobody is, like, and nobody is, by the way. But just so long as nobody gets on my case and be like, Omega, when's the thing gonna happen? I'm like, whoa. I never said anything was happening right now. I just said I would do this and that. Because I gotta be real, I have so many ideas I could do for stuff that I don't even, like, talk about. Like, just now in the bathroom, I don't know why I was thinking about it. Maybe it's because we talked about economics earlier. But I was like, oh yeah, I've never run Red Market. Red Market before, which is the zombie apocalypse role-playing game that is full of economic themes.
Yes.
And like hardcore economic type survival, like horror survival. So,
yes.
And it's a really interesting game, and you should check it out. It has some interesting mechanicals of stuff.
Oh, I forgot to actually equip my fucking sword. God damn it. I mean, my great sword or my hammer. Fuck.
But like, yeah. So like, I'm full of potential games I could play because there's a lot of games out there. I mean, heckin'. Like especially as a player, at some point I want to play more D&D because I love my character, but also also I'm like, man, there's a lot of. In D&D week this week, because it was the day before Thanksgiving, and I think just the way it worked out for everybody that nobody had any like obligations the next day or evening or anything. So we were up for quite a while. Like that's why I missed that Civ game, because I was like still hip deep in D&D times when you got started. But we talked a lot about this, and like I will say, like I have my own foibles and quibbles about 5th edition. I still really like a lot of the stuff that 4th edition did. I know some people don't like it, and like I said, I think I said this to the D&D group as well, and I've said it before on this channel. I don't care if you don't like it. Like, I'm not one of those diehard grogs who's like, oh my god, you like an edition of D&D that I don't like? You must. I'm like,
and now,
okay, cool, whatever.
You die.
Just so long as you don't, like, try to kill me, because I think I explained this way to my D&D group, where I was like, listen, guys, video games got to me first. I put a Super Nintendo controller in my hand before I could read properly. Okay, like video games got me. So the fact that 4E is very video game-esque doesn't bother me at all, because that's what I know as a tiny baby child. But what I think one of 5E's really good strengths is with the way the subclass system works is you got so much diversity in the same basic classes that they hit a lot of the tropes, right? Because D&D's been around for decades, years and years. Is it 50 years yet? I don't know. Hold on.
I don't know if it's definitely 40.
Wikipedia, Dungeons and Dragons, first published in the year 1974.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, so it's a good one. So like it's been around a while. So there are a lot of different tropes of D&D, right?
Oh yeah.
Over the years in different iterations. Like bards are a good example of this. When they first came out, which I think was AD&D, to be a bard, you had to literally be a fighter mage thief. Like you had to have like 3 levels in all of those basic witch classes. And D&D is why, by the way, you always see that fighter mage thief triangle. Because I actually posted in our Tried Games folder, I posted some pictures I found of some old, like, AD&D, the Japanese versions of the covers, which are Japanese as hell. But the Japanese also really liked D&D when it got imported. So, that's also why JRPGs do that a lot.
Oh, yeah.
But just in general, that's why you see those 3 pillars of, like, fighter mage thief and then weird shit. So, like, but to play a bard, you had to be fighter mage thief, right? So, in D&D, there are a lot of different bard subclasses. Some of them are more fightery, some of them are more magey, some of them are more thiefy. I would say that Axe, who is playing a bard currently in our campaign, is definitely more roguish, spy-leaning, which is another thing that I'm pretty sure Dragon Age stole it from somewhere, but I remember because of Dragon Age that I'm like, oh yeah, bards can be spies. Because that was Liliana's whole thing. She was a bard. And yes, she was a singer, but she was also a spy. Like, she used her artistic talents to get into places and, like, learn things from them. And also to fuck. But that's because Dragon Age is very horny.
Horny on me.
Honestly, a lot of BioWare RPGs are pretty horny, and that's okay. They're good.
I think that's fine. I think BioWare, like, yeah, people fuck helps move people away from the no, these characters never have sex ever. You know.
Like, even if it's not explicit, even back to like KOTOR and shit, they were like, yeah, no, you can put some moves on Bastila.
You can go down.
We understand how this works. People are people. So, like, but that's where I'm like, yeah, there are more spy-like bards. That makes perfect sense to me. And then some people, at some point, you've talked about this before with, like, the way tabletop RPGs are, right? Like, at some point, games were like, but what if we weren't D&D? This is constantly happening, by the way, because D&D will always have a huge chunk of the market share. Just because it's D&D, but also right now because of shit like Critical Role, which, you know, I have no complaints about Critical Role normalizing D&D. Like, they do good work, and nobody should josh their nerd cred. I mean,
no.
Have you seen those guys? Do you know who those people are? Those guys are voice actors. They're in video games and anime and shit. They are huge dorks. But anyway, like, so they're popularizing it and bringing a lot of people into the thing who weren't in the thing before. And some people are going to be like, we're going to try and use D&D for everything. And then some people are going to be like, but what if we didn't use D&D? And unfortunately, what's going to happen is, because this is another thing, talking about people wanting solved games and shit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
People will not go out there on, like, drivethrurpg.com or whatever and be like, let me look for non-D&D games. Like, some people will be like, oh, I just want to look for new role-playing games. There's shit out there besides D&D, I'll try it. And, like, they'll find some new niches they want. But what a lot of people do is they try to build the new game that is not D&D, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is where a lot of, like, indie game revolution and shit, some games of which I've unfortunately never had an opportunity to play, like, Burning Wheel and Burning Empires were really big into a lot of those story game aspects and stuff. It's where Powered by the Apocalypse games came from. That was a whole revolution that, unfortunately, I think doesn't really happen anymore. Some of those games got second editions. And I still really love Apocalypse World and Apocalypse World, Dungeon World, Monster Hearts, Urban Shadows, Monster of the Week. There's a lot of really good games there. They did a lot of really good engines. Even more games I haven't ever played, like Worldwide Wrestling Federation, I think. And,
What?
Night Witches. The game where you play those female Soviet pilots in World War II.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah, it works really well with that Powered by the Apocalypse type, like, dramatical story system. So like, there's a lot of interesting stuff out there. But a lot of people like play RPGs for like the first time and they go, okay, I like this. I especially like this concept. But what if it wasn't D&D? And sometimes these things like fold back into D&D, but other times they go different ways. But basically what I was saying about 5e is that, like, there are a lot of tropes out there, for better or worse, and the way subclasses work is you can hit a lot of them. And if the game doesn't hit the ones you want already, you can make new ones. And some of these are just, like, improvements overall to the game design, because they were pretty conservative with some stuff early. Like, the latest book that came out, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, comes with a lot of either refinements to what they call Unearthed Arcana, which is just public beta. Like, which I think that's a great feature of them to do. Like, to be like, hey, this is not final product. This is not necessarily official product, but you can try it out. Here's what we're working on. You want to be a ranger with a dragon pet? Go for it. Drake Warden. Rangers are one of those things, by the way, that's very interesting to see, because that's a class that I think even in 5e they still haven't figured out what they want to do with Rangers and what people want out of Rangers. It's been a class that's been through a lot of revisions, and a lot of generally people think that, especially out of the core book, Rangers are kind of weak. So it's really interesting to see that kind of like stuff evolve. And our archetypes are interesting. I like it a lot. I feel like I went through like 2 or 3 different conversations there.
You did.
While I'm punching this Heater with a shield also, since I'm now playing Genshin. Yeah, actually, that's a good question. Are the big guys still hit rolls, or are they like something else?
They're hit rolls, but they're like a different named hit rolls.
Something like that.
Yeah.
By the way, I think for the first time I found an NPC in the library in Genshin who is she's a kid, but she calls herself like a Hitro linguist.
Oh yeah.
Like the game actually plays the fucking blah noises when you talk to her. It's great. I love it.
Oh yeah, fucking Ella Musk.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she actually has commissions out in the wild where you actually go talk to hit rolls with her.
Yeah, I don't think I've experienced those yet, but that's cool. There are a lot of different commissions. It weirds me out, quite frankly, that I get some of them on repeat a lot. Like, gosh, I don't remember her name. Is it Mona? It's not Mona. It's Monica or something. The chick who has a bad back because she's constantly working at the fruit stand. I have gotten that commission so many times, which I think is just the game thinks I have too many Sunsietas and needs to steal them from me. Because, like, it's such a nothing quest if you remember to pick up the item it gives. Like, it's like, do you have 3 Sunsietas? Got it. But yeah, no, like, there's a lot of like interesting stuff going on in tabletop, and like I'm always prepped to do games. And honestly, we're gonna talk about Wild Talents next, because that's what you were alluding to with like you've been going ape on building stuff.
Oh yeah.
And not just you, like I said, but yes, you have. This is the thing I brought up where like Wild Talents has like there have been newer one roll engine games, and maybe I should look at some of them to see if we can't like crib some stuff. But there, Wild Talents hasn't been updated since like 2008, right?
Yeah.
It's like an over 10-year-old game, and I think it shows in some places with its design elements, right? So I'm like, I'm gonna have to do some drifting and some thinking about some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of dovetails into our conversation because we've been talking about building characters and the most important thing about Wild Talents, building powers for characters.
Yes.
And some of Wild Talents' decisions, which I think we may talk about in the overall, because I gotta like find my next commission, so I'll be glad to let you yak about all the different miracles you've been building.
Mm-hmm.
But I think overall, we're probably gonna come back a couple times to some of these points that like, there's a couple of things that like maybe didn't age well, or just like after I ran a whole big long campaign of it, and after running a lot of different games, I'm coming back to Wild Talents where I'm like, maybe this rule's a little too strict. So, but do you remember if last time you pitched your character concept?
I said I was gonna do one of two things, but I didn't like actually say, all right, this is exactly what I'm playing.
All right, so you've been working on a specific character concept, so
yeah.
So probably start there. Go ahead and jump into it.
So, what? Lucky stretches. Sorry.
Stretching is important.
Stretching is important. So, if anyone has ever played with Lucky, Lucky is pretty infamous for three things. One, talks a lot. Two, likes.
Actually, yeah, that reminds me of a bullet point I was talking about with like you talked about other games. Sorry to cut you off. I just remembered something I forgot entirely. I was talking about how people realized that there are games other than D&D, so that developed the face archetype. That's what we talked about a lot with like Shadowrun.
Yeah.
Because I was talking about like bard archetypes. At some point, somebody decided bards were faces in D&D, which doesn't necessarily need a face.
Yeah, no. I gotta tell people, fucking D&D is very much the class. It's what basically cemented the classic triangle. Usually,
and other RPGs were like, what if we added more pillars?
Yeah. But Lucky talks a lot. Usually very loudly, or very loudly, very enthusiastically, or very confidently. Usually a combination of the three. So a lot of times I find myself in the face role. Never. I never want to say this because other people are incompetent at it. It's just that I'm loud and I'm good at forcing my my personality of will on others.
And in such a way that I have definitely played in a lot of groups where people were either new or just they didn't want to do face stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like thinking back to our original Wild Talents group, I don't think that like Kiana, for instance, one of our players, she wasn't necessarily very shy, but she was pretty new to role-playing games, and like Vera, her character was not like had a certain amount of willpower. Like she would definitely get in there and do some stuff, and like could honestly be really vicious about some things too. Like disintegrating powers are scary.
I also I have blamed Ron for that as well.
Well, yeah, because he helped her design her character, and he was just like, I could do all kinds of shit with extras. And then that was before we actually played the game, and like literally everybody realized, oh yeah, maybe disintegrating people in the face with hard dice is not good. It does not help us, which is why you sometimes need to think about these things in a greater context. But admittedly, we were new, so it was like, sure, that sounds neat. We can get a lot of cool stuff added, and then later it's like, oh, narratively, we're literally melting people's faces off. Maybe that's not a good look for us. But like I said, Kiana was not necessarily super shy or anything, and Vera, her character, was not shy, but she definitely was not, for the most part, the face of the group. Honestly, it's weird. So, like, I think I've talked about this before. I originally wanted the Wild Talents game to be like rotating GMs before I realized that our group doesn't do that. So I made a character of my own who I played as basically a PC tier character. That means that, honestly, I ended up being the face to myself a lot, because...
Actually, now that I think about it, the way that I'm designing my character, if need be, I could take control of things for a while.
I mean, we could definitely try some stuff like that.
Well, what? What? Okay, that's what we're doing. All right, I am shipped now. How poignant. I am. This is terrifying. This is fucking terrifying. Like, but yeah. So one, I'm pretty good at playing a face. Unfortunately, this usually means that I often, because usually, because I've talked about this. I know I've talked about this a lot. There's usually two types. Like, if you want to put it into two categories, there's two types of players. There's active players, and then there's reactive players.
I mean, I would say there are technically passive players. There are some people who play that way.
Well, yeah.
But usually me, as a GM, I try to turn passive players at least into reactive players.
Yeah.
Like, if I see somebody sitting out not doing anything, I'm usually, like, try to get in there with, like, hey, you want a subplot, kid?
Yeah.
And I think that's a thing that GMs should do if they want to run that way. But there are D&D games where literally you can actually sit back and do nothing when it's not your turn, and that's okay if like other people are engaged.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why I still consider reactive still part of passive, because you don't do anything until something happens to you.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
We can do the same two sides of the same coin thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like there's ultimately it's when the GM yells, what do you do? Do you jump out and do something, or do you wait until the GM says, nobody's doing anything, I shoot you in the face, and then you're like, whoa, hold on. There's actually an indie game called In a Wicked Age that actually has, I think that's as a rule, where just the GM just narrates things until you reach a point where you turn to the GM and say, no, you fucking don't, asshole. Or I think it's just no, you don't is literally called the rule, right? Mm-hmm. But yeah, so I think what you're getting at here is that because you're good at being a face, it's basically like with acting, you're good at it, so you get pigeonholed into that role.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't even know if I say I'm good at it. I'm loud and I'm.
You're effective at it. You usually, because you know what you're doing at it, like you're okay at it, and you don't feel weird at it.
Yeah.
You know what you want out of being a face, and you know how to do the face thing for the party, right?
Yeah.
Like you're like, okay, we're horribly outnumbered in a fight. What do we do? Well, I'm just gonna start talking.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna see if we can get out of that.
Yep.
And that's face stuff. Everybody needs to. This comes up a lot in Star Wars because you're the only one with negotiation. Oh, you guys need to buy things with money? Sure, I'll handle all your rolls so you can buy stuff cheaper, right?
Yeah.
Like you know how to play the game, so I think that's because there's not really a lot of right and wrong ways to play role-playing games. I think just knowing what you're doing in your role is enough to be counted as good at face.
Nah.
When you play a face, you actually do face things, because I'll be real, I've seen a couple characters in my time. I've been doing this for like 10 years. I've seen a couple characters and players, and I've heard a couple stories about games where players build characters or say they want to do things, and they don't really do those things, and they're not good at it. Like Axe himself admits that he wants to play face characters, but as a social thing, he's not really good at like leading the charge sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So like I can be like, yeah, no, I can definitely see how in certain circumstances Axe or some other players we know could make a face character and actually like not think about doing their thing.
Yeah.
This also by the way happens a lot when you end up with hybrid characters who take multiple roles. Sometimes you forget about shit.
Yeah.
Like technically, while he is our Deeps guy and now our Crafter guy, to come up with another Axe character, Camo is also our Sneakman. But sometimes sneaking isn't relevant, so it has literally happened sometimes where not just the player of Camo Axe, but the whole group is like, oh yeah, shit, wait, Camo's supposed to be sneaky. Fuck. We could have him do the thing. Careful about cross-roll contamination. But yeah, so you face.
I face. So I was like, all right, I don't need to be like a non-social character, but I want to get away from having to do all the talking. And honestly, it might be interesting. I'm in a position where maybe me talking is not the best thing, for reasons. Second thing.
This by the way is a great thing about the super genre is like you can come up with a lot of reasons for characters to be good or bad at stuff and be weird with people.
Mm-hmm. Now, second infamous lucky thing, he likes stuff. I just like stuff. Gear porn, give it to me. Can I steal anything not bolted down? I'm gonna fucking do it. I
think I mentioned this on an episode, but I made a joke during one of my Spider-Man streams where Spidey stopped a drug bust, and there was just a duffel bag full of dollars, and I was like, if this was my Wild Talents game, my party would have absolutely pocketed at least one of those stacks. If not straight up stolen the duffel. Not the drugs, because whatever, you guys don't care about drugs. You don't do drugs and you don't sell drugs. But fucking money, I don't care if it's dirty money. Money's money.
Money is money.
You're basically how the noble society operates. It's like, listen, we know we're the good guys. We don't care where shit comes from.
It's not where it came from. It's how.
We've been building a meta plot that technically we all got our powers from various evil conspiracies, maybe. Because I noticed a sub theme. So yeah, no, like you guys didn't care. Oh, we kicked over a gangland nightclub. Well, we're gonna bully its boss into stop being such an asshole, and we're gonna steal his safe.
Yep. And so, me liking stuff is what I like to call an intrinsic player flaw. It's like no matter what I do, I will not be in a situation where I can have a character who does not like having stuff. I think it's very important to understand like these things about like yourself as a player. Is just sometimes these things will just constantly bleed over. So my second point about the character is like, all right, I have to be in position to be able to get stuff and keep stuff. Now, the third Lucky's infamous qualities is I love bases.
This is like an extension of liking stuff, but in a much different way.
Yeah.
Because with bases, you could argue those are separate needs because I think it still comes from kind of the same place, but when you're talking about Lucky like stuff, it's like you like to pick up shiny things, you like to like, oh, this person has free resources basically, I'll take them. I can use those later.
Yep, those are mine.
Like a lot of aggressive recycling and repurposing.
Yes.
Whereas the base thing is like, while yes, that's a thing, it's much more broad and got a lot of like, I could use some things to do, some new stuff. I can use a place to hang. I use a place to hang.
I have a place to upgrade, enforce, make cooler, better, bigger.
I have a place to put my stuff.
Mm-hmm. I have a place to invest in. So the thing is like, all right, I definitely want to be something base related. So the thing is though, is in this game we don't know what the happens happening. Omega was very, very on the ball and wrote an updated document on the meta-human renaissance.
Yeah, I took a couple of hours in an afternoon to just be like, okay, it's been probably like 10 years since I last looked at that, though the game is older than that. So I was like, okay, I need to do another pass and write my elevator pitch again, and I did. So, and the way I specifically formatted it was I talked about basically because there are quote unquote ages of comic books, so I use that as kind of a baseline, though it's not a one-to-one. But I use that as an analogy, so like there was a golden age of superheroes, there was a silver age, and then there was the dark age. I know there was a bronze age in real life, but the way the timeline works out, there was a fucking dark age. And then some other shit happened, and now we're in a new age, and nobody has a cool name for it yet.
Some say platinum, some say digital. Yeah. So, Silicon Age, that's what it was. So, I definitely want to be in a position where I could have a base no matter what. So, I got the Bay-Eye bracelets like, no, Lucky, no, you need to go even further beyond. What you need is, you need to be the base.
And so, right here, we've immediately hit the beautiful thing about Wild Talents. With a little bit of ingenuity and a little bit of tweaking, you can build literally every character who's ever been in a comic book. And some other places. So yeah, you want to be the ship? You want to be the cute ship girl? You can do it. And not even in the way that you think I meant that, because Azure Lane exists. I mean about how every ship is a waifu. Got a little waifu brain in there. You can do that.
Yeah. No. Actually, let me pull up Tiamat. Yes, I named the shit Tiamat because I am a fucking... I've got a huge boner for ancient evil goddesses, maybe? I don't know. Let's see.
Very ironic considering my current Paladin of Bahamut carrying evil sword of Tiamat in my D&D game. It's fun. We get stuff done. We're gonna have a great time when canonically for the first time I use my fucking smite, my divine smite through my sword. Because it's intelligent. We're gonna have a great time figuring out how he feels about that.
So, I'll read out this blurb. So I wrote a short blurb to put to get every mind of what Tiamat is. So, let's see. So her eminent ship, the HES Tiamat AISC TAC 1, a Tiamat class autonomous interdimensional support carrier captained by an OPSU, an APSU, an artificial personality shipmaster unit. The first of a kind, a dimension traveling fleet flagship designed to provide tactical support with impressive sensors, communication, shipboard weapons, and a robust system of VASUs, VASUs, variable autonomous support units. Hailing from memory damage / mission, Tiamat and Apsu were unfortunately heavily damaged during their maiden voyage of Operation Memory Damage / mission, and in the botch escaped, warped in dimensional adjacent to Earth. With the majority of Tiamat's system down and the Apsu's memory damage nearly beyond repair, they are effectively stranded at sea. They need to somehow scavenge materials and parts to repair the ship without alerting Earth to its presence. Tiamat and the Apsu represent a bank of knowledge and technology they do not want to fall into Earth's hand and do not feel like Earth's government would necessarily aid them without ulterior motives. So that's basically my high-level plot. I want to basically play the ship Tiamat and her basically captain, an artificial intelligence. And
through the power of wild talents and One World Engine, you can do this.
I can do this. I've already started on it. So, first off, I picked my power sources. Where do my powers come from? I picked 3 because I wanted to make sure I had the full breadth of it. So,
and yeah, sources and permissions are very important for doing the game, doing the thing. Doing
the thing in the place with the stuff. Oh.
Like, they help kind of define what your character can do and where it comes from and how it interacts with the world. Like, having a like power source supernatural is very different than a power source technological.
Yes.
Because, like, as a game master, I can be like, oh yeah, you just got EMP'd. All your tech shit is busted. You need to, like, reset your miracles. Whereas magic guy is just like neener. However, if an enemy slaps him with an anti-magic field, that poor spellcaster boy is going to be like, my powers are turned off.
Yes. So, in Wild Talents...
Those are the same thing. Magic is supernatural. Did you maybe mean to say something else?
Supernatural is different from Psi, though.
Yes. And that's another thing that I think will go in... I haven't gone too much on it because, like I said, we've been busy, but I definitely have plans to fill out a little bit of a cheat sheet and kind of recover and maybe even redefine some of the stuff I've hit up before. With, like, some of the different species, because there's been some new stuff that's come out, right? Like, I think we talked about this, I think it was last time on mic, but I talked about how, like...
did you just throw a fucking... You did.
Like, Martians are a thing, but
yes.
Martians are also just humans, because... Honestly, I think it's like, other than the fact that I did insert some ancient races onto Earth, like, it's a little weird for there to be other species in the Sol system that are not from Earth just because Earth is green and stuff.
Yeah.
So I was like, nah, Martians are secretly humans. That's why they look like humans. They're rubber forehead aliens. They're green. They do stuff. But they live on Mars right now, okay? It's comics. Go with it.
Go with it.
You know, that's a big rule. Is there's a little bit of the fundamental conceits, right, where it's like, nah, dog, just go with it.
Don't think about it too hard.
So I need to like hit up some of the different tech and science phrases because that's actually important because of knowledge skills and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you have knowledge parapsychology or knowledge psi-tech, that's like psionics, which are, you know, usually got to do with, like, weird brain waves and bioelectric fields and shit like that. Like, psionics are not magic. And there is actually in the metahuman renaissance setting, there is a field of science specifically dedicated to studying psychic phenomena, and it is not magic. Magic is usually, I usually refer to it as the esoteric science, because while you can combine science and technology, Magitech would be a field that's weirder, because magic has a lot to do with, this is just a personal thing in general in a lot of my supernatural stuff, but to me magic, especially as a comics book trope, has a lot to do with universal energy. Like anybody who does magic can tap into magic goo and we all accept it's magic.
Yes.
Just different people use quote unquote magic in different ways. But also magic is a lot about willpower and visualization. So you can combine those effects because you can, you can probably be like, oh, I can teach a computer to recite the formula for spells, and then if I build something into this computer device that reacts with magic, I can make cell phone apps that shoot fireball. Or however you want to do that kind of stuff. But that still requires a living person who understands magic on one end to like program the computer and make it so the computer can plug into magic.
Yes.
So Magitech is a very weird field. It's not always consistent. But so sources are very important. So you have 3 sources?
Yes. So you get one for free. You should note this. So I have artificial.
Yeah. Powers always have to come from somewhere.
Yes. So I have artificial for the AI and their powers because I need. Oops. I need to come up with them. Then I have power focus, which means basically all my powers come from a focus.
Yes.
I feel like
normally power focus is like actually a really good retro example is He-Man, right? He gets all his powers from the sword.
Yep.
A lot of tokusatsu shows have this formula. You have an item that gives you power, magic belt. There are a couple of other superheroes that do this kind of thing.
And then the third one is technological. Because
now I do like, and I'm this is not like a critique. I actually kind of like how the way you phrase this is you do not add extraterrestrial or extra dimensional. Like, because those are the way the game treats it is like those are both possible things, but those are non-Earth stuff.
Yeah, like I said,
I assume the vibe you're going for is the idea that like, oh no, humans could copy this tech if they had it.
If they had it, yes.
Like, this is not like some weird alien principle or alien biology that humans fundamentally can't access. This is all just high-tech shit.
Yes.
It's just from someplace else.
Yeah.
And that's why power sources are important, because they define this stuff.
Yes.
Like, if you were extra-dimensionally powered, that would be very different. Or, Conduit's another source, I think?
Yeah, Conduit's a source. It means your power, you're a conduit to some otherworldly being. Like, if you wanted to...
an agent of some other power.
Like, if you wanted to do some Lovecraft shit, Conduit is
or you could also do, like, Conduit Supernatural. Oh, I'm possessed by a demon.
Yeah.
Or I made a demon bargain.
Yes.
You know, I'm channeling other powers. And, yes, to answer a question from Dallas in the chat, demons do exist. Again, this will probably go to my cheat sheet somewhere, but to me, for a comics book type thing, I see angels and demons as basically, they're part of the macro structure of the universe. Angels are order and demons are disorder or chaos. So, like, because this is a deep me philosophy thing that I thought of when I was like 14 writing this, but I think it still rings true today. The universe is weird, guys, because we have some defining laws of physics that are inherently chaotic, like thermodynamics, entropy, shit like that. Like, the universe is really weird about staying orderly long term, but also look at how much self-ordering shit there is in your life. You're self-ordering. Do you know how your body runs itself? You probably don't, but it does. It just works, and that's all just chemistry and atomic clockwork.
Yes.
Why do some elements form metals? Self-ordering. Like, so angels and demons are like the supernatural expression of self-ordering versus self-disordering systems. And they fight a lot over the future of the universe, because they're supposed to.
From order begots chaos, and from chaos begots order. And around they go.
That would probably be, because I don't think there's as a power source, like an evil power source, that would probably be like supernatural or just conduit.
Yeah, like honestly, like here's the thing. Like here's the thing, like the sources themselves aren't good and evil. It's like how the powers like are and how you use them that define it. The powers just
I would
are.
say to do like, is it paranormal?
If you want to go demon, I would say
Yeah, paranormal is the name for it. You could do paranormal, and you could do like conduit, right? Or you could mix and match. Because again, having multiple sources isn't a bad thing because it lets you split up where your miracles come from and how they interact with the world. Like,
yeah, that's why I have 3. Because like I'll talk a little bit about the powers I built here in a minute, but
well, and also the thing about focus is I believe that's a negative point source because your powers are tied to a focus.
Yeah. It's -8, which
yeah, the game literally wants you to be like, no, you should have like 2 or 3 other sources when you pick power focus.
Yeah.
What sort of focus do you have?
Yes. And that's what the technological
and then you picked artificial, right?
Yes.
The other one?
Yes.
Yeah, so you are a technological construct which is an item which is not like, it's not like an intrinsic person power. All your stuff comes from the fact that you are a ship, basically. So that means that if somehow your ship is stolen or hijacked or disabled, you don't get any powers.
Nope.
But also means that, like, oh yeah, you know, your power sources come from other stuff. And it'll be really interesting because focuses have, what you call it, like they have their own special extras and flaws.
Yes.
Which can be very interesting. Manufactural, by the way, is a very interesting power to have. Very interesting extra to throw on there. Especially if, like I said earlier, I'm probably going to get a little bit more relaxed about how much you have to spend fucking base will. Because the game... Okay, so I'll talk about this. I mentioned it earlier. Wild Towns is a little weird about cost for stuff. They're generally pretty flexible. And actually, it has a built-in reason for you to talk with your GM about power. And this is what Lucky has been doing about his powers when he gets to this. Is actually miracle dice.
Yep, I've been yelling about them. The game suggests that some miracles should inherently have a cost of willpower, which willpower is your do extra stuff good points. Yes.
Right? Like, you accrue willpower by following your passions and loyalties, your role-playing shit, basically. By doing heroic things and by, like, rolling good. You feel better about yourself. You build up willpower. Willpower is a really key theme of this game that I like a lot, so I will emphasize it. Either through extras or through other stuff, you can just spend willpower to do better. Need another die on something? Spend a willpower. Just be like, fuck it, I want an extra die, I'll spend a willpower, you know? So, the game will sometimes be like, oh, that miracle is so strong, you always need to spend willpower on it, without making it an additional flaw. Like, that is just such a meta-breaking aspect you need to do it. Some things have inherent base will cost. I believe bringing yourself back from the dead is supposed to have a base will cost. I would probably still make it required to be a flaw you can take, but still, like, no. Coming back from the dead requires extra juice. And base will is like, that's your inherent willpower, like, battery level, right? Like, that's how your base will stat is where your willpower recovers after you rest. So it's your reset point, and it kind of represents your overall strength of personality, like on a more metaphysical level. Shit like stopping time, I think, has inherent willpower, base will cost, shit like that. Some stuff has cost you a lot of base willpower. It costs you 3 experience points to buy a point of base will. Right?
Right.
Okay. By the game's EXP guidelines, which I also know how crazy this game gets at higher EXP levels, so I will probably keep this pretty much to that level. But it's basically like, hey, did a player show up to the session? That character gets 1 EXP. Players who roleplay their characters well, do extra stuff that people, you know, that in general the GM thinks you're doing a good job, you get another EXP. At the end of the session, you should vote for one person to receive a bonus EXP point because you like them. So you're only earning, like, by default, like, 2 to 3 EXP per session, right?
Right.
Base will costs you 3 points to buy, 3 points of EXP between sessions. So, okay, base will is valuable, right?
Yes.
Other than the fact that the game is, like, really weird and is like, oh, if you don't have 10 base will, you're a milk toast or something. I guess the game really wants you to buy more base will at charge end, but also, why would you? Because you want to buy miracles? Like, I get kind of what they're going for, especially with it costing so much stuff, but I'd really much rather just rather have players spend EXP on shit they want than, oh, the game says you need to have, like, 20 base will, you should buy it. That's like, to me. So I'm probably going to go a little bit lax on those things. 'Cause here's an example, guys. And also Lucky, though I think I've talked about this with you before. When talking about how baseball is a little fucky. In-game, there is a special rule that in the middle of a session, if you're in a moment of crisis or something's going on, you can improve yourself. You can spend willpower as if it was EXP points to improve yourself. You can buy a single die, using whatever cost per die that is, in a single thing once per session. To do this, you're also supposed to spend base will, which is a 3 XP deficit. So, why the funk would you spend multiple points of willpower, possibly, very little if you're just adding, like, an extra die to something, but it could be decent. Like, imagine you want to buy, like, a wiggle die at a power you don't have that's, like, normally 1 or 2. That could be, like, 4 to 8 points, right? But you have to also spend the equivalent of 3 XP to do this. Why would you do that and not just wait until the end of the session, bank your 3 XP anyway? Like, I get it's in a moment of crisis, but depending on what your dice pool is, a single die is not really that strong. Like, they can be. I love this about the essential version of Wild Talents, and I think this is in most Unreal Engine games. They literally tell you the bell curve.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they show you the graph, they tell you the bell curve, they show your probabilities. You're trying to match sets, right? So that means if you have 10D in a pool, which is your usual cap, it's like a 99.9% chance you'll get a match.
Yes.
The chances of getting a straight at 10 dice are astronomically low. And I love that it provides the players and the GMs with this probability information. It's really great. Like, if you want to succeed at something, you want to do good, just look at that thing, 10 dice. Like, 10 dice is a guaranteed power that you will get a match, but you don't know what it does. And the game has other methods like this. Like, hard dice and wiggle dice are great ways to guarantee certain strengths of matches for cheaper. Like, if you want to make sure you always succeed at something every single time, 2 or 3 hard dice is a great way to go. That means you automatically roll a 2 or 3 by 10. Perfect. Not great for attack powers. That's a headshot.
Yeah.
You killed that guy. Like, this game uses different damage types. Like, a lot of people will know this from, like, White Wolf and stuff. So there's shock damage and killing damage. And you can do both. So, offensive miracles, attacks powers, automatically do within shock and killing. You have 4 hitboxes in your head. If you take a 2 by 10 to the head, you take 2 shock, 2 killing, you pass out. If you take, your head is the brain box. You can move that around. That might even be a miracle. Yeah. If you want a miracle to be like your torso is your weak point, yeah, you can make it so you don't only die if your torso gets taken out or something. Because that's the thing with globular characters, which I believe Mart's talked about. Maybe you want to play a globular character.
Yeah, we've been talking about Metal
Slime. A character
Slime.
who has less than normal hitboxes. So if you're a globular character, your last 4 boxes are your brain boxes. But yeah, that could be, because it's a miracle to have different hitboxes. I would allow that as a utility miracle to be like, like a couple hard dice. Oh, my brain's in my heart. For instance, because I think you're playing a humanoid character, Dallas. That would make sense to be like, oh, I can only die if my heart is destroyed. You could even possibly build that as a focus item for like a Lich Phylactery and be like, oh, this item has its own hitboxes. That's actually my brain boxes. If you break my heart in a jar, I die. But I don't actually die for real if you blow up my head. It's just if you fill somebody's head with killing, it's mostly destroyed, right? It's rough to get back. So, but yeah, two hard dice, 2 by 10 in the power that has an attacks level is an instant knockout. 3 by 10, that guy's dead. Because shock in excess bleeds into killing. So 3 shock, 3 killing turns into 4 killing. That guy's dead. He's dead. You've blown his head off. So, like, hard dice are good for consistency, not great for flexibility. Wiggle dice are flexibility. Wiggle dice are really fucking expensive, but they're in other versions of Unreal Engine, they call them wild dice. It's literally like, before you roll, you say, oh, I have a wiggle die. Or after you roll, actually, too.
Yeah.
This is something that some other editions, like Nemesis, I think, has, what do they call them? Skill dice or expert dice? You reset them?
Expert dice.
Expert dice, yeah. So you can be like, expert dice, I set that to 10 before I roll. Wiggle die are, after you roll, you go, oh, I've rolled 2 10s. I'll make that 3 10s. Or you're like, I've rolled 4 5s. I'll make that 5 5s. Wiggle dice. So wiggle dice are really fucking expensive, but they give you actual utility. One, if you have 1 wiggle die, you will literally always make a match.
Yes.
You will always succeed. It doesn't matter if you roll 2 dice, or heck, you could roll 1 die, 1 wiggle die. You can be like, I make a match. So it gives you great flexibility, whereas Hardpoint gives you consistency. Gallus is asking interesting questions, making me think about stuff.
What is he asking?
He's talking about like moving his brain boxes for like interesting like tree of knowledge type dichotomy, and like I think your throat's still your head. Like I think the neck counts as part of the head on the silhouette, but a sternum. You could maybe split that so that only your last 2 boxes in your head are brain boxes, because it's basically if your brain boxes are filled up, you passed out.
Yes.
So that's why normally you have 4 in your head. If you take 4 shock to the head, you're not dead. You pass the fuck out. 99. Because if you take 4 shot in your torso, you're like incapacitated, but you're still conscious. You might be able to heal up and move. And then if all your brain boxes are filled with killing, you're dead. You're actually dead.
Actually dead.
Once you spend some base will. But yeah, so basically what I was saying was, base will, very expensive. We're probably going to wiggle some of that, because that's a little like... I get what they were going for. They don't want you to do it all the time, but it's like, okay, this doesn't make sense with the economy you've built. Mm-hmm. Like, there's no way to gain base willpower other than to constantly spend only your EXP on base willpower if you're actually using it for shit. So it's like, all right, I don't like the idea that, like, you build up a big fucking bank of base will and then you slowly whittle it down over the game. No, I'll probably just be lighter. Like, I'll probably, for instance... Lucky know this, and the group who's listening know this, and let the audience out there know this. I'll probably house rule it so that if you want to do the crisis thing, you can probably do that with just willpower. You can only do it once per session to one dice pool for 1 die. Mm-hmm. That's not that big of a deal. Like, if you guys are really like, oh shit, I'm in a crisis, I'm gonna add another die to my body with 5 willpower, like, ow, whatever, I don't care. Like, you can only do it in limited aspects, so that's just another way for you to, like, grow miracles when you're like, God, I really wish my laser beam's power was 6 dice instead of 5 dice. You can just be like, and it is, because I really wish it was. Yay.
What is my laser's power? Actually, anything this
I don't know, have you actually built a laser's power?
Yes. I've built a lasers and a micro missile power.
That's right, yes, I remember now.
Yeah. I have to keep posting them because, well, actually, I'll keep moving down my fucking list with my character here.
Yeah, so that was a big long conversation about sources and shit because of how important they are.
Yes. So right now, I should mention Omega has said 250. Right in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, because I've built a lot of Wild Talents characters over the years.
Mm-hmm.
If we were doing strict like street level shit, 200, that's a nice tight point. God, you really want those last 50 points, though.
Yeah.
You really want that. If you want to actually make a starting character who can do some shit, that extra 50 points, it really helps. It just basically, it's like, oh, shit, I can actually, like, be competent at real-life shit and also have miracles.
Yeah. So, next part in making a character is what's called permissions. Now, permissions is basically how it lets you buy, like, what powers and, like, where. Because you have stats, you have skills, and you have miracles. I went with the classic power theme, which lets you buy all of them as long as you maintain a certain theme. Guess what?
Power theme is great. Like if you literally want to make a themed hero, like my theme is fire, you can do anything you want.
I see my theme is literally ship. I'm a fucking ship. I have ship powers. I can do ship things.
So that means that, like, you can make anything that makes sense on a ship, you can do it.
Yep.
Things that are not ship-related, like, admittedly, ship's a pretty decent broad power theme. I'm having a hard time figuring out exactly, like, what would not be shippy. Because, like, you could be like, oh, you can't make cinnamon rolls. And I'm like, nah, ship has a galley. He could have a cinnamon roll-based miracle.
Well, like, yeah, I could have a cinnamon base, but, like, I can't probably have, like, a cinnamon roll cannon. That's like, do ships...
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
That would be like an improv thing. Or another thing might be like having miracles related to other... Because hyper skills are part of the things that can be in your theme. If you had like a skill for like, oh, I have hyper negotiation. Maybe because of the different thing in your theme you could, but like as maybe like a marketing thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't know how to run a business, you're a boat.
Yeah. And I do think my skills actually do reflect that. We'll get into that in a second. But yeah, so I can have ship powers, and I'm affording myself a little bit of wiggle room that I can also have AI powers, because that is.
Yeah, sorry, that's. I'll tell you right now, that's fine. Because
Yeah.
your theme is that you're a ship, but your backstory is that you're an AI-run robot ship. So
Yes.
I'm like, I'm not gonna fight you about it. It's fine.
Yeah.
You already have the you have the artificial power source, so it makes sense.
Yes.
Right?
Now I went with a couple intrinsics. These are basically all right. So now let's add some weird shit to you.
So intrinsics are very weird. I think the best way to describe them is so sources are where your powers come from. They're mostly narrative, but some are mechanical. Permissions is mostly mechanical. It lets you know what kinds of miracles and special dice you can buy and in what forms. Intrinsics are okay. So most superpowers, superhuman shit is miracles, but some aren't. So let's put this in your weird category. This is part of your being a talent, as the game would refer to it. Part of being a metahuman. So, well, you've got examples because you picked some. Go ahead and list out what you got so we can kind of talk about that.
So I picked 2. I picked custom stat, no body. My character technically has no physical body. This is because
body is a power, basically.
Yes.
That's how that turns out.
Yes. That's actually the first power I designed. Actually, is my.
Some people, by the way, you could run this as I'm a literal ghost. Like, so I believe there are custom stats for no of every stat.
Except mind. You cannot have a mind of 0.
Yes, that is, and that follows. If you have no mind, you're like non-functional. You're an inanimate object. So that makes sense that you can't. I know some people might be like, I could play a character like that, but you can't really, so you don't. But you can be without anything else. You can have no coordination. You can have no body.
Let me see here. Can I pull it up? Combat, archetype, stats and skills, building a character.
Yeah, they're all in the intrinsics list.
Wild Talents isn't the best organized, I want to say sometimes, so it takes me.
No, and I like the Essentials version because it's so straight down and like streamlined. But yeah, there's definitely like when the game's talking about building your characters, it's like, and you'll buy skills and you'll buy stats. We have a whole separate chapter to talk about those, so bye.
And like what?
Like, I don't even remember. I'd have to double check if the PDF actually in the character generation segment gives you brief descriptions of skills and shit, or it's just like look at chapter 3 for skills.
I think it does. I don't know.
It might for stats. Mostly it just tells you what different levels of dice are worth, which is okay. That is fine.
So basically, start with -5 points. Hecking. No body. Character does not actually have a body. It's an AI that's on a focus.
Which means that if the focus dies, or if the focus is, again, much like you're talking about your power focus source, if something happens to your ship, you don't have hands, basically. You can't do anything about it.
Nope. Yeah, I can't find the fucking intrinsic list all of a sudden. What the fuck, me?
That's weird. It's definitely in there somewhere.
Wait. Where's the table of contents? Table of contents. Hang on. Beginner's luck, bell curves, special maneuvers. Yeah! Master sword. I'm masterful. Coordination, loyalty, character, combat. That was kind of anticlimactic, I want to say. Me? Sorry, I just kind of like... Yeah, we had a moment, but I just pulled out the Master Sword like it's fucking nothing, and now I'm gonna wreck shit. It was very da-da-da-da.
I mean, that is the trope. I don't know. Being a Muso style game, you know, a Warriors game, I'm not sure like those games are necessarily set up for the levity, like it's or the not levity, the gravity of that situation where it's like, okay, you must punch 5,000 dudes to get to this sword. Now you pull the sword out. Now punch 5,000 more dudes. Like usually in Zelda, there's like a whole big build up to it involving like dungeons and explorations. You don't really do that though in a Warriors game. But you're right, that did happen very fast. I did see it when you were talking about it. Somebody joked in chat that it's me. I'm glad you think that, but no. Fee is way cuter than I am. In case you forgot that the Master Sword is also a girl.
Sword waifu. Hang on one second while I do this boss battle. Oh, actually, I can actually. I'll find the intrinsics thing later. So the second one I took was unhealing. Which I
Solid one.
Yep, which I think makes sense. Basically means usually you have ways to just heal from damage naturally. There's ways to supplement it and all that stuff.
Yeah, I believe, is it half your shock damage? When you rest, some number of your shock damage goes away. And over time, if you've got medical treatment, over time your killing damage turns to shock and then goes away.
Yeah, no, my character.
Your body heals naturally.
Yeah, my character can't do that. I'm a fucking ship and I am an AI. I am nothing but data and metal. We're not made of some super future alloy that, you know, self-repairs. Although I could probably make that a miracle someday.
Yes, you could buy. The thing about unhealing is that I believe that only knocks you out of natural healing. You can still be healed by, like, medicine checks, maybe. Although in your case it would be some kind of mechanical check.
Yeah.
But you can still be healed by miracles because they're fucking miracles, bro. I do love this about Wild Talents, though, where it's like, no, you don't understand. This is a miracle. Like, this is something fucking special.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so unhealing and no body.
Yep. And that was it for intrinsics. There's a lot of them out there. Like talking about there's globular, where literally you're not actually a body. You're just a big mess of hitboxes, and just 4 of them at the end are your brain boxes. What are some of the other ones? Like I said, I'd love to pull
another
these.
popular one is allergy.
Yes.
So you can get your kryptonite. They come in 3 layers of different levels. There's shock allergy, like I think it's like debilitating allergy. This just gives you shock damage to like your body. It makes you weak. There's lethal allergy, like say you're playing a werewolf, you'd have a lethal allergy to silver. Contact with the allergic substance literally hurts you and can kill you. And then there's the worst, willpower sapping allergies. The presence of your allergen literally eats your will to live and saps your strength as a superhuman.
Yeah. There's the fucking skill list. Am I just dumb? Am I just fucking dumb? I could be dumb.
It would be after the skill. Well, I don't know. What PDF are you looking at?
I'm looking at the essentials. Yeah, I'm looking at the essentials.
It should be. It should be in the order you listed those things. It should be right after.
Yeah, I know, but I can't.
Permissions.
Am I? I feel like I'm missing something here, and I don't know what. One roll engine.
Access page 45. Correct. My PDF's up. Maybe I should pull those up.
It's a skills.
I'm literally just wandering around in Genshin looking for 20 more primogens so I can do a 10 spin.
Losing secondary score, base score, motivations, loyalty, passions, character event. If access 45, I'll go check. That for that puts me up at the mind, and then that shows skills, charm skills. Yeah, I'm in the middle of fucking skills now.
Yes, skills is not intrinsics.
But I feel like it should be above it.
One rule engine.
Like, forgive me on the stream, but like I'm now getting the agita because I'm like, I really feel like I should have seen this by now, but I'm not.
So yeah, the Essentials Edition is just the rules, and it's 180 pages long, so it's like real basic.
Oh, come.
Yeah, no, 45. Well, it does technically that says section 1, page 43, but no, that's in the middle of skill chapter. That's absolutely incorrect. Archetypes, chapter 5. Hold on, I'm getting a little. Wait, there you go. You found it.
Oh yeah, it's chapter 5. That's just archetypes. That's why I'm done. All right.
No, he was at skills, is what he was saying. He had found skills. Yes, here we go. Meta quality.
Oh yeah, fucking brute brute frail. Fuck.
And but the game even has a sidebar for like intrinsics, but don't want to do archetype shit. You can make them separate. You can make players just buy them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's right. There's 4 axes, or there's three axes of this thing. So based on you get more points for allergy based on how common the substance is, and then what level it is. So like rare shit is like -1 point, -2 points, -4 points. So like rare aliens shit, uncommon allergies to. Also, by the way, I don't like that chlorine and lead are on this list because that's just shit that normal humans don't like anyway. But I get what they're going for. Diamonds is on the uncommon list. Frequent, sunlight, cold, asphalt, gasoline, common, grass, water, air, people. Which you could totally work on that. So there's custom stats, yes. So no body, no coordination. you're completely motionless.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, I think that makes sense for you not to have no coordination, because you're a ship AI, so you can pilot things. Theoretically, you could use miracles to, like, operate other vehicles that are not your body.
Yes.
But you can't physically move yourself without a focus because you're not real. You cannot touch the physical world.
I'm not real! Yes. I'm totally just gonna get in my little droid body, just, you know, it's like, get in the van!
And then without a command, which is great, by the way. You're immune to trauma, but you don't understand, like, leadership, government's laws, etc. And then without a charm stat is you have no understanding of human emotions.
Like I said,
I don't think I've ever seen anybody go real apeshit with some of those not base stats, but yeah.
Yeah, I think usually maybe having one, depending on your situation, is fine. And it has to make sense. You just can't, like, load up just for, like, her.
Yeah, and I mean, there are some good, interesting ones. Like, oh, actually, hey, Dallas, there's an answer to your question. Intrinsic, vulnerable. -2 points per extra brain box. So you can just keep your brain box in your head for your throat and then add a couple to your chest for some extra points. Yay, discounts. But stuff like no pill, willpower, no way, and willpower contest are really interesting as, like, power building. Like, I've given a lot of characters with psi stuff, no willpower, no way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, if you don't have the emotional and the brain juice to actually, like, visualize shit, hey, guess what? You can't use your mind to shoot mind bullets. Pretty basic. Similarly, those are another good way to handle magic, is like no willpower, no way, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think for any reason anybody should take no base will or no willpower, unless you want to do hard mode, but whatever, they're options. I think we mostly ignore mutable, because it's really fucking expensive.
Yeah.
Mutable is basically like, you can, so normally you can only add dice to, powers that exist already, or dice pools that exist. Mutable is like, you can just be like, I have a new power right now. I'm just like, nah, that doesn't fit my idea of supers, basically.
Yeah.
Like, nah, people get new powers in comic books and shit all the time.
Sometimes there's a fucking, like, fucking mid-fight power-up. It's wild.
Yeah, and, like, I get what they're going for. Like, honestly, like, a good way to think of what if you run with the hard rules of mutable is it's a lot like, quirks in My Hero Academia. Like, technically everybody's only got a superpower, but that single superpower, the quirk, that expression of your body, can come in a lot of different forms, right? Actually designing, I think I've had this conversation before, but designing some My Hero characters in Wild Talents would be pretty interesting. Midoriya would basically be like would be hyperstat archetypes that have backfiring qualities. So, like, every time he uses his arm to punch with super strength, at least at full power, he's literally also doing that much damage back to his own arm. Which you can totally set up in the system, because there's two ways to do hyper stats and skills. You can literally just be like, I pay the extra character, I have extra points in my body or my punching stat or whatever. Or you can build them like miracles. You can take the base cost and apply extras and flaws, which is really interesting. So you could literally build miracles that are like, I have hyper strength, and then I have punchman.
Punch.
But yeah, no, like, at that same time, think about that. Technically, Midoriya only has one. Well, I don't know. There's some other stuff going on, but like his general quirkness is just I've received all for one. And remember, no manga spoilers.
No manga spoilers.
But ostensibly the fundamental premise of his starting character is, I have this power, all for one. That is what the power is called. Or is it one for all? This is something that I always forget about that. I think it's whichever one it is. Yeah, it is one for all. One for all. And then all for one is the flip side. But basically, that would be like, that's his archetype, his starting meta permission, and that is ostensibly all about this like stockpiling energy. But as the show goes on, he understands how to use that quote-unquote one power in a lot of different ways that the way Wild Talents is built would require him to have separate miracles, right? Like, he would need his big boy super strength 1,000,000% punch as like an actual attacking miracle, or at the very least a hyper body dice pool. But then also, especially like later in the seasons as he develops the full cowling system, where he like gets the ability to flood a little bit of his power through his entire body. That's just that boy straight up has hyper stat dice he can access. Like, he can literally be like, I'm going to use hyper body or hyper coordination dice now, right? Like, and at least the way the game is worded, he would technically need mutable to start with new powers, I think. I don't know. Maybe it's just because the Essentials Edition is a little stripped down, but yeah, like I said, I don't quite like how on paper mutable reads.
Yeah.
And again, like I said, this game hasn't been updated in like 10 years, so yeah.
Alright, perf. Got
I
it.
do like a lot of these packages, sample archetypes like Adept, Source, Life Force, Hyper Trained. Basically, that's the what TB Trips calls the Charles Atlas superpower. Through rigorous training, you have the ability to be better. Because one of the sources is... Actually, now that I've pulled this up, I can just read the source list.
Yeah, go for it.
So, there's Conduit. You're a gateway to an extra-dimensional source of energy. Your power is a careful application of that source. So, you're plugged into something else. Construct. You're an artificial energy made by magic or super science.
Science.
Your power is derived from your artificial nature. Cyborg. You're part machine, part human. Your powers are housed in your body, and you can be built as foci, and you can put them in your parts, and you can kind of like figure out what hit locations they're mounted in. But usually the way I treat that is I turn that into other flaws down the line, like locational. Just if you're a cyborg, you should probably attach locational to your powers, if not straight up make them focus items, because, well, they're in you.
Yeah, I was actually debating if I actually want locational for these. I'm still...
Some of your powers maybe, like, depending on... Because we haven't talked about... one of your miracles is custom hit locations, right? Because you're a boat.
Extra. I think I have custom hit locations just because it's a focus. But I definitely put in some extra stuff. I don't know. I should actually...
Well, yeah, no, but I mean, like, you would have a definition of, like, what hitboxes are where, like.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I think you just automatically do that for like every for vehicles.
Yeah,
for vehicles specifically.
Vehicle type focuses, you're supposed to declare where all those go, and you can kind of break them up.
Yeah.
Then actually, you would do some research. The game is a little nebulous on how being a vehicle works.
Yeah.
Like, it's in there because that's definitely a super trope, but it's not like easy. But anyway, yeah, so basically, you're a vehicle, you have different hitboxes. You could be like, well, I've put aside these 4 hitboxes to my comms antenna, or to my computer room. If we get into an alien laser beam fight and they hit my computer room, then that will disrupt my hacking miracle. But you don't have to do that either, just because you're already a focus, so.
Yeah.
Then there's Divine, you're powered by a deity or deities. Driven, inhuman drivers push you past the bonds of potential, that's pretty fun. Extraterrestrial or extra-dimensional is you're from another planet or dimension, and your powers are derived from your alien nature. We discussed this earlier. Genetic, your powers are the result of genetic enhancement. I would also argue that you could do that as mutant stuff too. Because even though you're not enhanced, you're just different. Life Force, which is basically the most basic bitch superpower. You have the secret power all living beings possess. There's Paranormal, magic. Power Focus. Powers are built in a single unique focus and must be channeled for it to work properly. Psi, you come from psionic through the power of your mind. Technological, and then unknown. You don't know what your powers are. Your powers are as baffling to you as others. This, by the way, unknown is much like focus is actually negative, because it's basically free license for your GM to fuck with you. If you don't know where your powers come from, that means they can make up whatever shit they want, basically. Or or you can work together. You know, but still, you don't know is the thing, and that probably means that your powers are gonna react to shit weirdly. But okay, so we walked through all your intrinsics. So that leads us to well, all the stats and stuff.
Yeah, stats. So actually, let me pull it up so I can glance at it while playing. There it is, damn it. So my stats cost me 60 points. Cause you get your first point in the stat for free, and they cost 5 per die afterwards, just flat 5.
Yeah, and we actually had to have some back and forth about what they are, but I was like, because the language is a little weird. And we had this discussion, but the game says that your stats go from 1 to 5, which is where the custom no stats come in. By default, you have to have at least 1.
Yes. So, actually, let me see. So, Tiamat and Apsu have no body, 3 coordination, 5 sense, 5 mind, 1 charm, 3 command, which I think fits the character well. Very good at seeing things and thinking about things, maybe controlling things. Has a bit of able to issue orders and whatnot. Able to fire and pilot things, but how to deal with humans? No fucking idea. What is this?
You are not programmed for etiquette and protocol.
No.
Also, it's important to note these are all while you can buy hyper dice with your theme. Normally, your stat dice are defined as basically being on the human parity. So, like, 5 is as good as a human can be.
Yes.
Again, fitting some of your themes that you're not. You are alien, but you're not really that alien. You're just parallel world kinds of shit.
So, skills, I've dumped a little bit more in this, and I'm going to say this right now, skills aren't done. Like, skills...
Unreal Engine is one of those games, yes, guys.
Yeah.
There's a lot of field skills, for instance.
Yeah. Like, knowledges are skills, fucking, languages are skills. Like, you have to buy them. And I'm going to tell you right now, I haven't bought any knowledges or languages, because that's something I'm going to fill in after I have fine-tuned my miracles. If need be, I'm just going to chalk everything like, I forgot everything, and go from there. I know people like to say amnesia is a fucking cop-out, but sometimes it's like, I just need it to fucking work, yo. I need justification.
I understand.
So...
and specifically to your backstory, you're... Like, okay, amnesia for human minds doesn't work how it works on TV, but you're a computer.
I'm a computer. I have damage.
Yes, you could actually... Somebody could actually literally, like, have, broken the couple of centimeters of silicon or whatever that recorded that memory, and you don't fucking know anymore.
So, let's see. Skills right here. We should mention, again, 1 through 5 is a human skill. Like, 1's novice, 2 is competent, 3 is professional, 4 is, master. I'm not master. 4 is, 4 is master, and 5 is, like, peak human ability.
Yes. If you have a 5 in guns, you are one of the best gunsmen in the world.
Yes. So with that in mind, for coordination has a 3, has 3 dice, and specifically pilot Tiamat.
Yep. You're gonna handle it. You can fly yourself.
I can fly myself. A 3 in range.
And that is actually, I believe that might come up later. That's actually a focus flaw. Requires skills to use.
Yeah, I'm at operational skill or something.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be looking at that, and then ranged weapon shipboard. Because, again, with focuses, I can also say, if you want to fire this miracle, you need to have a skill to do it, which I plan on doing. I think it's not actually a plus or 0. I think they're plus 0s, but I have a theme here.
Well, yeah, because you can make it so you have a really fucking good skill pool, so it makes sense. But also, I will say, like, ship-mounted weapons, that you could also still, unlike Pilot Tiamat, that's going to be, unless is the focus that is the Tiamat manufacturable?
No. The body of Tiamat is actually irreplaceable.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right.
But the
it's from a different dimension. That follows.
but because the way I'm spinning it is there was a lot of damage, but the main hull survived, but everything else, I'm having to basically rebuild from Earth technology with a little bit whatever I remembered from the original world. So, and also, I'm also going to make it operational because at the moment, because I said this is future thinking, if my eventual plan of having the PCs be aboard the ship, I can have it so that I believe I can, because it's a vehicle, I can have it so that they can use said miracles as well.
Yes, that should track in the way that things work out.
Yes. So that's it for coordination. Like, honestly, I was looking at things like I am AI. I do not stealth. I do not.
No, and specifically, you're a giant boat AI.
Yeah.
Like, yes, you can argue you could be stealthy. That would be a fucking miracle. Like, you would build some kind of stealthing miracle.
Like a cloaking device or something. Yeah. But like I said, that's probably something for the, what system do I call it? The warp core system. Yes, I can shift into invisibility. So, this is where I get a little fun. Since, oh, by the way, I should mention, I love how the way the initiative in Wild Talents works. Basically, the person who has the lowest sense declares what they're gonna do, and people with basically higher sense get to go, okay, I know what you're doing. This is what I'm going to do. So, as I said, my character is sense 5, so that's basically the peak human condition. James, standard human mooks, I'm gonna say, usually have sense 1 to 2.
Oh yeah, and minions are like, yeah, Dallas is breaking on the wool back. I can check how old some of this shit is. Yeah, it's 2011.
So I only picked two skills for sense. Not the start. After that, I have perception 5 and scrutiny 5. Perception in this game is basically just looking at things at general. Scrutiny is looking at things real hard. Yeah, I'll do this. I don't want to be fucking Hestu. Fuck this guy. Oh, I have to be Hestu? I don't want to do that. What else can I do? Wait, is that the only thing I have left? Oh wait, no, I have
yeah, so basically, while Lucky's looking at the game, so the way the sense order works is, and I believe I have to double check how minions work. Do minions always declare first? Game. Because the game has a literal system for masses of mooks. It's great. What audio minions?
Oh wait,
the miracle version of minions. Okay. Minions in mass combat. Yeah. So minions are just groups of people. While yes, they are separate characters, they're not decision makers. So basically, minions get a single dice pool based on how good they are at stuff. So like, and it's just different difficulties of what they are. So like, they can be, experts, professionals, etc.
Gonna paint it black.
Different things that determines on how hard it is to make them run away, how easy it is to lead them, and how well they do skilled stuff out of combat. Like I think for like outside of combat, they just don't roll. But yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm pretty sure gonna be in the sense order. I believe the way it works is like minions always declare first. Like mobs of people always say what they're doing first, and then like, so sense 1, somebody's got sense 1. You're like, okay, sense 1, you declare what you're doing. I'll punch him. I'll punch that guy. That guy, you're sense 2. What do you want to do? I want to dodge his punches.
Yes.
Basically you get to react. You get to see what people going before you are doing and then assess. So if you have high sense or hyper sense, you get to wait until the fucking end and be like, okay, so I know that Dr. Uranium is going to fire his portable nuclear weapon at me. But also Professor Murder is going to stab my girlfriend. So I want to stop Professor Murder and hope that I'm fast enough that Dr. Uranium can't hit me, basically. That kind of shit. Like, you can see what everybody's going to do, and then you all roll at once, and then based on what you roll, you figure out who goes where.
Yes. So, there's that. So, 5% and 5 screening. I'm good at looking at stuff. Like I said, I definitely want to, I said, in this game, I definitely want to be in a more support role, and I feel like someone who's good at seeing things will do that.
And especially for support stuff, especially depending on what miracles you have, knowing what everybody's doing is really important, because you can be like, oh no, they're not going to shoot at me, the tank. Well, I'm going to defend my ally, because you can do that with certain miracles, or stuff like that. Like, you can figure out what people are doing and react accordingly.
Yes. Now, for Mind, next one, which I have for brain stuff. This is the section that usually things like languages and knowledge things. I have none of those yet. I plan on getting some. Even might try some of the custom skill options so I can get like a suite of them instead of having to buy a bunch of individual ones. I said I have to talk to Omega. Yeah, I have to talk to Omega about that though. But right now, I got Navigation 3. I have to know where the fuck I'm going. Research.
By the way, we should probably mention here, Wild Towns is one of those games where like different skills are tied to different stats like all the time. So like Sense has 3 skills.
Yeah.
Whereas mine has a shitload of skills. So most of which are typed.
Yes.
Yeah, you're saying so you have navigation. Good.
Navigation. I have Research 5. I can look stuff up. Probably again, super important. This is the one that made Omega kick. I have Security Systems 5.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys did have security systems, but I feel like you hardly ever used them. And just in general, my impression of Wild Talent's characters is like, nobody ever remembers to take security systems. Why would I want to be secure? I'll just punch everything. I'm pretty sure that's how Fang, codename the Stranger, got it everywhere. Was just, well, I'll just use stealth and ninja hit. Like, Boris was a mob guy, so I'm sure he had a couple dice in security systems to, like, break alarms and shit, but you guys usually didn't bother. Heck, do you have Zeus's character sheet lying around? Did you put any dice in security systems?
I can check. Give me a second, though.
Because Lucky is definitely the kind of player who'll be like, fuck it, I'll go for it. Like, I'm reasonably sure Zeus, if not a hypermind, is at least full mind stat, from my recollection. So I could see you just going for it, as it were. But it's interesting to see the ethos. Security systems is what it sounds like, basically. It's actually, let me read the description. Security systems: how to avoid, bypass, and rewire the latest electronic security. So it's like, I think most people, because it's not an explicit skill, most people use it for like hacking, electronic security, digital security, and just in general, like how you deal with cameras and alarms and shit.
No, I didn't. I had fucking hypermind. I had 7D.
Yeah, so you probably were like, if you had to solve a security systems problem, you were probably like, fuck it, I'll roll with 6 dice. I'll take a die penalty.
Yeah.
I'm a galaxy brain.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I had occupation super scientist.
Yeah, I think I let you get away with that one. Because there are some skills are basically almost miracles at some point.
Yeah.
And occupations are very broad, so I was like, I don't think there's really a good way for you to like do super science. And let me actually check our occupations. Yeah, so occupations can be, they cost more,
yes,
but they can be used with different stats. They're broad categories, so like you could do mind plus super science to actually do some super science theories, but you could also do, you know, like sense plus super science. Hold on, I want to study super science kind of thing. So they're very interesting little broad category skills, which can be useful. They also, by the way, speaking as a GM, are great for NPCs, so you don't have to write down 50 million skills.
Oh yeah.
Like the example in the book is FBI Agent 3D. That's great. That's a great way to write a simplified profile for like a what Star Wars would call a rival type character, right? Like somebody who has a full hit silhouette, and actually you like can fight him, and he can roll dice on his own, and is not just a minion. But your GM also really doesn't want to track how many dice he has and how many different stats.
Yeah, no, with this, you just go, can an FBI agent do this? Yes, then he rolls 3 dice.
And he rolls with whatever stat is appropriate. Shooting guns or driving cars, probably coordination. Those are both, I believe, on the FBI exhibit. Solving crimes, that's probably sense or mind. You know, and all that stuff. And it makes for a really simplified stat list. And it's also good for PCs because it means you can pay more to build broader skill sets, basically.
Yes.
Like Lucky did with Super Science.
Yeah. I guess
So you were talking about your mind skills.
Yep. So honestly, I'm what I might be doing is I might try to go for I honestly don't know what the occupation would be called. Fucking ship captain? I don't know.
Yeah, I was about to say, you could probably swing like occupation ship captain.
And then maybe pick up.
That might cut into like, well, actually I don't know. Maybe phrase it as occupation shipboard AI. That might be better.
That might be better, yeah.
Because I was about to say, captain kind of has implications that it cuts into your command skills, which I'm sure you may have bought some already.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Rather than like have you to respec, you could do it as like, oh, well, this is the skill I rolled to do shipboard AI things, which makes sense because you're a weird shipboard AI. So yes, you will do things that are not standard skills that you should be good at. So that could be a good occupation to do.
Oh wait, I gotta switch back over to Tiamat. All right, cool. Also, so Security Systems also picked up Tactics 3. Like I said, the ship was designed to be kind of a fleet command ship, so it needs to be able to process. All right, we're in the middle of battle. We need to do things. We need to figure out things.
Yeah, you're an armed and armored ship, so
yeah.
Tactics makes sense. You are able to think tactically.
For Charm, I actually did decide to pick up some skills. I picked up 1 point of lie and 1 point of persuasion. These are actually more recent additions as Apsu has realizes I need to interact with these fucking humans, and I'm a little sus of them, but I need them. Which is going to be a lot of the crux of my character's relationship with the PCs. Is honestly, if I didn't honestly need you guys, I probably wouldn't be here, but I do. Trust, not a lot of people.
And honestly, that kind of follows because I think my setup is just going to be like not quite you all meet in the end, but it's a super. So it's going to start with there being some kind of problem that you all happen to be having to solve. Because that's just how you do this sort of thing. That's literally how the first Wild Talents Metahuman Renaissance. These guys were at a super science convention looking at cool new tech, and the family attacked, and they were like, "Not on my watch." And then many people were disintegrated.
Oh man,
for many months in game after, I believe, as well. But yeah, so it'll come together, and then this will probably be like a, hey, you guys are doing superhero stuff basically for some purpose. You could be an agency. We could teach you guys to be heroes, and you can get paid. Because I think that's definitely going to be a theme, is like, again, kind of inspired by the fact that in the past, you know, like I said, like 10 or 15 years I've been working on this setting, My Hero Academia has come out and has a very respectable, I don't think any characters have an extra dimensional theme. Nor necessarily should they. Extra dimensional is like, remember that extra dimensional is also / extraterrestrial. That's what they mean. They mean you're from some alien place. Hell is not that extra dimensional. Hell is more local than that.
It's paranormal.
So everybody knows.
It's paranormal.
Yeah. Like arguably Conduit could work better for some stuff. That's probably like extraplanar shit is probably supernatural, divine, or Conduit. Like you're plugged into something that's not here. But yeah, no, like seriously, there's
yeah, and for command, it's quite simple. Took 3D in both leadership and stability. It's like
stability, by the way, is your not quite sanity skill.
Mm-hmm.
When your willpower is challenged, or when people do freaky traumatic shit, trauma checks they're called, you have to roll stability to not freak the fuck out.
I feel like as an AI, I should like have some of it because everything's learning. Learning conflicts with programming. What happens when it conflicts too hard?
Well, and also, again, warship. You may have been designed to shoot sentient beings. You don't know. So, like, that's because the game can actually, like, I can actually be like, oh, you just murdered a guy? Make a stability check, right?
Yep.
And hey, guess what? If you're trained as a soldier, you should probably be able to, especially if you're programmed as a soldier, you should probably be able to pull off that gut check. It also just so happens that it's harder to break your mind. And honestly, if not that stability is like necessarily a literal thing in the game setting, but just in terms of like as a mechanic, if I was designing AIs, I would make sure they had stability dice, right?
Yeah.
You don't want your AI to go crazy. You want your AI to be able to be like humans and take some trauma, take some conflicts, and keep rolling.
But yeah, so that's it for the skills, like, well, starter skills. So as I said, again, I'm going for a support. I'm going for a kind of support thing where don't have a lot of direct combat skill, don't have a lot of direct social skills, but I have a suite that will help me, that will help people like assist other people and get things done, like finding information.
Like you have no body stat and as a result, no body skills.
Yeah.
If you want to, we had this conversation about a power you're probably going to bring up later, but we were talking about, hey, if I want a little drone buddy to do things for me, I'm like, okay, if you want to have hands, you need a mass quality, so you can actually physically interact with things. And I do like that the game has different extras and stuff. If you want to carry a lot, you can take more. Normally, your capacities are decided by how much dice you put in something. If you want to do more than that, you can do that, but you can also take flaws to do less than that. Like, if you want a 10-die miracle of, like, has hands, you can reduce the capacity of that so that you're not bench pressing literal tons with your hands miracle. Or you could not if you want to. Like, you could have a 10D miracle that to like be able to interact with people and like do stuff.
Alright. So now this is where we start getting into powers. Now I'm gonna say right now I'm not fucking done. Like
No, that's the beauty of Wild Town. And especially like we said, because we don't play mutable strength, you can bank powers.
Oh, I didn't make it in time. This was hard. Shit. It's just a literal fucking huge boss rush. I was like, god damn. Let's exit scenario and get the Master Sword. So the first one I did was I made the focus. The overall focus is the HES Tiamat. Now the thing about focuses is even though the overall thing is a focus, everything inside it can also be a focus. They're just all considered basically separate things under basically one banner. So the first.
And yeah, you can build basically like you're saying you can build separate dice pools that are tied to the same focus, or you could tie them to different focuses.
Yeah. So the first one I started out was the body, so basically Tiamat's Soul. As of right now, it is 4 hard dice at 2 dice per turns for a total of 16 points. It has 3 powers. The first power is just mildly called Armored Hull. It's a defense power. It costs usually 2 per die. So I had to get a little wiggly with this because the problem about Wild Talon's extras sometimes is they don't necessarily make sense as you read them raw.
Yes, this is why what they call the Miracle Cafeteria exists, because sometimes you don't realize how shit works. I assume you were trying to think about building hard armor, Lucky?
Yeah.
And the game is weird because so normally the way you build armor, because armor is a thing you can just have, but you can also build it as a miracle. There's a specific flaw for defense power, which is just gives you its width in light armor, which reduces the amount of shock and killing, reduces the amount of shock damage you take, converts a certain amount of killing damage to shock. So it basically reduces the amount of damage you take, but you still take damage. And also importantly, all armor can be penetrated. There's a, I believe it's the penetrating quality. And some weapons are inherently penetrating. So, like, armor can be pierced unless you take a hardened armor quality, which is, honestly, on light armor powers, that's a great quality to add. So, in the combat section, the game describes heavy armor, HAR, sometimes also called hard armor because it's deliberated HAR, heavy armor rating. So if you accidentally hear me say hard armor, I mean heavy armor. Heavy armor straight up reduces the width. If you have like 1 har, any incoming offensive die roll that is rolled against you loses a die. So if they have 2x10, it's gone. Doesn't exist. So if you want to do hard armor as a miracle, you have to look at the cafeteria where it tells you have to add the interference extra.
Yeah.
Interference, by the way, a great fucking defensive extra. You can also do it on like offense and other stuff too, but usually I would say it's good for utility or defense, especially mostly. A great quality. So the interference quality by default just means that it has a quality similar to hard armor on normal defensive miracles and whatnot. You just automatically cancel dice. So like, say you have a standard issue defensive interference power at like 10d. You'd roll 10 dice. Every die an opponent attacking you rolls when you roll the miracle, every die they roll that matches one of your rolls goes away. And honestly, I think if you build large pools of interference, you should not make them hard dice because that's really bullshit. I think I actually had some balanced discussions with Ron about this because he did have defensive interference miracles that were like part of his inherent kung fu powers. And he did pay extra for it, right?
Yeah.
Like he did buy, I think, like no physics on it, so he could like kung fu flowing water punch, like dodge fire and bullets and stuff. But it was still a little intense because I think he had a couple hard dice in it. I think he may have switched to like a smaller pool of like actually just rolling dice. Whereas Adam, I think my quote-unquote GMPC had a defensive power, but it was hard dice, but it was only like 2 or 3 hard dice, and he had to declare he was doing it. So this is why, by the way, where good sense comes in. So, did you actually take the interference extra to make this?
Yeah. So I'll read out the qualities for you because there's always one quality that always gives me a fucking headache because I can never fully understand what it means. So the qualities are as follows. Armor defense, -2. Bulky, -1. Focus, -1. Hardened armor, +2. Interference, +2. Irreplaceable, -2. No capacities, -2. Permanent, +4. This comes for a total of 2 per die. So basically...
You bought hardened on that too. That's spicy.
Yeah. Like I said, this is why I left it at...
4 hard dice, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so to translate that for the people at home, hardened defense is what I talked about. That means that you are immune to the penetrating quality. Normal conventional armor piercing does nothing. So this is 4 levels of hard armor. Any set that rolls a 4 or worse does not count.
Yeah, and honestly, yes, I think the game equivalents this to the armor on an M1 tank. I think it was.
Yeah, makes sense. But with hardened because it's like super high tech.
Yeah, super high tech. So that's that. Now the one I'm gonna say this, the one that always kind of gives me a fucking headache to think about is no capacities.
Yeah. So normally by default, you have to have a capacity.
Yes.
There are 3 default capacities.
Yes.
Range, basically how far away you can do it. Speed moves you this much space if you use it. And by the way, this is the difference between like say super speed sprinting and teleportation. Teleportation would be ranged. Like no, you don't understand. I disappear from here and I go that far.
Yes.
I move somewhere else in my range. Whereas speed is like I move this fast.
Yes.
And mass, how much weight can it handle? And you can mix and match these two. You can do like if you want to do like knockback, you mix speed and mass. If you want to lift things or move things, you mix range and mass, etc.
Yes.
There are a couple of extra capacities that you can only get by applying extras.
Yes.
One is self. So self means it only affects you ever.
Yes.
You cannot affect anybody else ever with your power. Are defends automatically self-only?
Yes, defends are automatically self-only. You cannot take self-only on a defend. There's also some defends you can't take no capacities on, but I have to double check what that was exactly.
So what no capacities give you, which you can also buy this as its own capacity, but by default, no capacities means that instead of having your normal mass, range, or speed, you have a special capacity called touch, which is just anything that is within reach of you can be protected.
Yes.
This is a good way, by the way, if you want to build powers that are melee weapons. You don't necessarily want mass on, like, a sword. Maybe if it's a giant fucking claymore sword, you can do knockback, but generally, that's not how swords work. So you can do no capacities to be like touch. This is how Adam built his psychic sword. It was made of Sci-Tech and had, like, Pierce 3 or 4, I think? Maybe started Pierce 2? So knockback mass didn't really make sense, so I gave it no capacity, so it's like, it's basically touch range. It's basically within arm's range.
Oh, I should probably give these lasers a couple of links of penetrate. That'd probably be smart.
Yeah, I think being a superhero setting, there are some examples of weird tech. So there is a example, like, laser pistol and plasma pistol in the book, which I believe both have, like, penetrating 1 or 2 on them.
I think I can give him wiggle 2. Okay, so that's the first power. That's the hole. Now, usually.
And so if you're asking about how touch works in that case, I basically think because you're a vehicle, it makes sense. Anything that's, like, inside your body, within your physical reach of your existence, counts.
Yes, and that's what I was going for. But again, I'm never sure because again, I'm like there's the way that it.
Actually, wait a minute. I just realized. Well, you might have to do that double check. You were talking about how you can't take no capacities on some defense, but this is an armor power. I don't know. I have to think at it. That might be where the game might want you to pay +1 for touch capacity, basically. Because I believe that is an extra.
Let me see.
Because touch is an extra on its own.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, bleh. Again, because like I said,
we'll figure it out. Like, you're not done yet, so
no.
we'll hash this shit out before we ever play.
Yeah. Now, this is the fun thing I like about making powers is you can basically make power suites where you attach a bunch of powers to, like, actually one power. Usually through
Literally, there is an attached extra for this.
Yes. Now, I actually had this again. This is not one of those, oh, I am not actually fighting these dudes. Whoops. This is why I had to do more rule checking. So, the second power is called Reinforced Layers. Reinforced Layers. It's a useful, and it's at -4. Normally, powers, they have to be a minimum of 1. The only exception to this is when they're in a fucking suite, because it's all the costs added together.
Yes. And you get your first quality attacks, defense are useful free.
Yes.
By the way, Lucky, I just want to let everybody know I'm not ready to stop just yet, but we have been going for almost 4.5 hours.
Oh shit.
We've been talking about this part a while.
Okay.
That's okay. We like it. We're here for it. But I think maybe we should probably wind down after we run through Team Match.
Okay. So the second one.
I want to sieve tonight, and I need to like get some snacks and stuff.
So, this is what is known as basically extra tough. Extra tough just gives extra hitboxes, and I'm like, as a vehicle and an irreplaceable one, I don't want to die. I don't.
Yeah. What is your gosh? What's the default hitboxes for a focus? It's like how many dice you have in a miracle.
Yeah. So basically, how this one.
Oh, sorry, I have to stop you right there, Lucky. I just had one of those terrible things that can happen in Genshin happen.
Oh no, what happened?
I got oops all weapons.
Oh no.
With a minimum of 4.
Oh
and
no.
My privilege is gone, guys.
Oh no.
It's a bow at least. That's cool. That'll be a nice new bow for official. Thanks, Genshin.
The best.
Love you.
So this is extra tough at -4. It's attached, automatic, and no capacities. Because again, I need it to be able to affect everything that it touches. Because if it didn't have it, I could basically say, it's range, yeah, totally. That thing over there, fucking extra tough. Because that's how capacity works. So, while I will say this, extras and flaws basically let you both basically really define what your powers to do. This is a ship's...
and you shouldn't think of flaws necessarily as they are reductions, but you shouldn't think of them as necessarily inherently negative, other than they negatively increase your point cost. Heyo. Because, like I said earlier, there are times when you actually want to take flaws to limit your own powers because that's just not what that miracle does.
Yes. Like I said, this is a ship's hull. It's supposed to protect itself and what's in it. So, again, no capacities. Basically, and because, as I said, the total is four hard dice, it automatically adds 4 hitboxes to all hit locations, on all hit locations. Now, if I took this example from the example that the full book had, which is, has, because again, they didn't really.
That has basically essentials is just rules. I think there might be some demo characters in it, but there's not a lot. The full Wild Talent second edition is like includes settings.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So this comes with dossiers of a couple of sample characters.
Yeah, one.
Rapidan, Dr. Jurassic, whose power is turning into a T-Rex, by the way.
It's great.
A 250-point character, PC dubs. Turns into a fucking T-Rex.
So, but they. Yeah, because basically the way they, I was looking at this World War II Russian power armor, and there's like, yeah, no, if you have this power, it applies to all your powers and focus. And so I'm like, that would be super fucking useful. I will take that.
And also, technically, I think applies to people inside the ship as well.
That makes sense.
Like, if player characters get in the vehicle, they get extra tough, which I'm okay with, because that's mechanically how that works and actually makes sense. You called it reinforced layers. No, this is like, you are inside a life-preserving boat thing. It's harder to kill you.
Now, the third power on this one is another useful. This one is just called infrastructure. It's a useful. It costs me 3 points. It has attached, automatic, and booster +2. I actually had to do math on booster. What booster does is it takes your capacity limit and just multiplies it by 10.
Yeah, it does.
Now, and here's the thing. Every additional level multiplies by an additional 10. Like, I had to figure out, because at first I was like, wait, is +2 times 20 or times 100? It's times 100.
Yeah, it is. That's how you do dumb shit.
Yeah.
Like at 10D of mass, you can already. Actually, fuck it, I got the PDF open. I'll look at I'll look at what mass quality is for power capabilities. Mass at 10 dice in a pool, the mass you can manipulate is 12.8 tons. Your range is also 5,120 yards, which I believe is 1 mile. And yeah, everyth's Imperial.
And
Did not do anything in metric, but supers. Yeah, no, you can already bench press some serious shit with that much mass.
yeah.
And then
Booster.
There's another extra, which I believe is slightly more expensive, but called No Upward Limit, where basically you can spend willpower temporarily to booster.
Yes. Am I gonna fail this again? I might have to get stronger for this. Oh, I dodged it! I don't know how I dodged an AoE inside an AoE, but okay. But this is just a straight up mass power. I had to basically buy hyper die and hyper stats because, as again, this is something that is a miracle. You don't buy basically native die and miracles. You're going something extra. So I had to buy hyper die, and I bought, and because again, it's for.
Actually, I believe hyper dice are actually cheaper than native stat dice.
I believe so. For something.
Not. Let me check.
Native dive, actually, I think you're right. I think they're 4, and native dive are 5. I want to say.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, so stat dice cost 5, 10, 20. Hyperstat dice cost 4, 8, 16. Yeah, so there's a slight discount because you have to have permissions basically to buy them.
Yes, and if you lose the permission, you lose the die.
Yes, if your powers are interfered with for any reason, you lose access to those. Hyper skills are even more. So normal skills, I think, are like yeah, they're 2, 4, 8. Hyper skills are 1, 2, 4. So, hyper skill dice are one of the cheapest things you can acquire, and it's pretty great. You want to just be good at some skills? Go for it.
Yeah.
But so you are buying some hyper power dice.
Yeah, because I was actually looking at this. It says if you want to determine, this is one of the few things they explain in fucking building a vehicle. Thanks. If you want to know how much you carry, basically buy body dice. I'm like, okay, cool. Let me see what I can get.
That's how it works for humans.
Yeah.
Your carry capacity is decided by your body type.
Yeah, let me see here. So let me pull up. Let me pull up body.
List.
Where's body?
Body effects, page 43. Do you want me to just check out some of this stuff?
Nah, I got it right here. Well, actually, yeah, if you want to.
All right, so basically there's 5-ish stats, which are associated with your different body levels. How much you can lift, how much you can throw, what your base damage is if you just punch somebody, basically. What your sprint speed is, and your jump stats. So at 1D in body, the minimum, you can lift 50 pounds, you can throw 6 pounds, you do shock damage, you can sprint 8 yards, or I think like your extended rate is like 8 buff. You can jump 2 yards across and half a yard high. At 10 dice in body, you can lift everybody's favorite 12.8 tons, basically same as mass. You can throw 1.6 tons 10 yards. You do shock and killing damage. You can sprint 60 yards. You can jump 20 yards across and 5 yards up. Leap tall buildings in a single bound.
Yep. Now, so as again, the power here is at 4 hard dice. I will always be a width of 4. So, and it's automatic, so it's always in effect. So at 4D, that's 400 pounds. That's how much the ship can carry. We add 1 layer booster to that. That's now 4,000 pounds. That's 2 tons. Now we add that by 10 again, times that by 10 again. That's 40,000 pounds. That's 20 tons. The ship, at the moment, can carry 20 tons worth of cargo. Now, I'm going to be specific about this. Carry. It doesn't say anything specifically about the ship's size, just that it can carry that much. Unfortunately, the game is very meh about how much the vehicle actually, how big it is. I can't find anything that actually describes like how big your ship.
That's almost. I gotta be real. That's probably almost assuredly like a fluff thing.
Yeah.
It's like, well, how tall is your character? Because mechanically, that's meaningless because you could be, 4 foot 11 and have 10D of body between hyperstat dice and stuff, right? So I'm gonna guess that it's probably like based on what you say it is. So your ship-focused body is as big as you want it to be. It does have qualities like bulky, and I assume you might have stuck some other stuff like based on your various qualities of like how big you are. Do you have a lot of obvious powers, Lucky?
When I get to the weapon systems, we're gonna start getting into some obvious. Oh yeah, actually that's right. Let me put 2 levels of penetration.
So obvious is an extra. Or a flaw rather, and there's an extra called subtle. By default, your powers are flashy but not obvious. Like if somebody's looking right at you, they can tell you did something. You used a miracle, but they're not necessarily. Not everybody in the neighborhood is gonna know if you use a side beam. If you have obvious, everybody in the neighborhood will know. It's loud. It's bright. It possibly smells. Like it's a thing. If it's subtle, even people who are looking at you may not notice you used a power. They have to roll basically to sense you are using a miracle.
Yeah, let's change it to 36. That's
so fine. I could see plenty of your powers being neither subtle nor obvious, because while you are a giant ship, you're also a boat. I mean, it's entirely like not a literal boat, but you know what I mean. Like it would be entirely possible for people to not realize you're doing something. Like theoretically, you could probably have a flight power that's neither obvious nor subtle.
It's
just fly. If somebody happens to be looking at you move, they're like, hey, that weird spacecraft is flying. But if they're not looking right at you, if you're not obvious, you might not have like superjet turbine engines that people can hear, But so I think how big you are is going to be a factor of like how big you want to be, how much obviousness you have. Because like you said, that's your carry capacity.
Yeah.
Some of that can be internal.
Yep.
Some of that might be external on the deck. Some of that might be like if we used your tow hook, how much could you lift? Shit like that.
Yep. So that is one focus. That is.
So this is another thing I do want to say is about wild talents really quick. Is that this is kind of the beauty of wild talents. There are hard and fast rules for a lot of things, like how much you can carry, how fast you can move, stuff like that, right? Like they have very defined ways of knowing what your powers do. But why they do and how they do what they do, they're miracles. It's whatever.
It's whatever.
You have a body stat, you can lift this much weight. How do you lift that weight? We don't care. That's up to you. It's your power, dude.
So that is the first power I designed. This is Tiamat's body. This is basically this is the thing that's going to hold everything else. And as I said, it got 4 armor. It's not impossible to break, but it's going to be really fucking hard.
Well, because let's see, how much extra tough do you have?
Yeah, 4. So every hit location gets extra 4, and I have basically 4 hardened armor.
Yeah. And I believe that if I'm remembering right, I believe the base hitboxes of focus is how many dice in it. So, like, theoretically, your different hit locations are only, like, 8 boxes per.
Yeah.
So, you're not, like, super durable, but you are kind of because you have a shitload of armor.
Yes.
I think there's 2 ways you could have done this. Like, you could have done this with, like, maybe less armor, like only 2 hard armor, or, like, dropped the hardened quality so you can still take penetration. But then you would probably want to set extra tough as a separate miracle and be like, I have 10 extra toughs. Not just me. I have a lot of hitboxes.
I kind of tried, like I said, I went for more shrugging off things rather than, you know,
And it's important to note, there is one quality that will still get you. Non-physical.
Yep.
It's a very expensive quality. It should be rare, but some shit just doesn't hurt people in the physical plane.
Yep.
Though the game does note that how non-physical works is it should have specific, like, not only should some miracles be able to stop it, but it should have specific limits and outs. So, like, if it's, like, non-physical, mind bullets, well, you don't have a biological brain, so you probably can't get got that way. But if it's, like, non-physical, hyper-penetrating, Y-ray beam, or no, Z-rays. Z-rays are better than X-rays. Like, yeah, your armor probably doesn't count. Also, the guy who made the Z-ray beam weapon is probably a mad scientist, so, you know, who are you going to tell him no? Mad science is a fun quality. I don't want to get into a tangent, but it is a very literal thing in this setting.
Let's see, and then let's use this.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Dallas is saying that he's built an offensive power that has non-physical, but it requires the target to have a soul. That's a pretty good one.
If-thens are great.
I gotta be real, I don't know if that power works on Lucky. It probably does not work on the things you build that are constructs.
Nope.
No, Loth, this is not X-Saber Dark Soul. Nor is it a Dark Soul that should be filled with light. Nor is it the thing of man and the Dark Soul. All your Dark Soul jokes, it's not that. It's just a soul.
Alright, there we go. Let's see what happens when I do this. I'm curious. Oh, neat. Okay. So, now, not all of these are static, but I have a bunch of list of things that I want to eventually design. So, we have the interface unit. The interface unit is going to be basically the quote-unquote PC on the ground. It's fucking, what's the name of that little floaty thing from Destiny? Ghost. It's basically going to be a ghost. It's probably going to float around, have a giant eye, snark, and maybe I'll pop out little manipulator arms. The planned powers for it is to have basically super strong comms, because the problem is the thing I'm having problem setting-wise, I don't know where the fucking ship is. like, I don't know where the ship is. I don't know if it's actually in Earth space. I don't know if it's in dimensional space. I don't know if it's like hanging out underneath the ocean. I don't know if it's just cloaked above Liberty City. I don't know yet. I haven't decided yet. So wherever it may be, the interface user needs to have the most fucking powerful comms that it can reach the ship wherever it is. Because if the ship can reach the interface user, it can use its powers. Because the fun thing that I've decided about this ship is that it fires its weapons through warps. This is one of the reasons why the weapon system have obvious, because it opens up giant bright portals and fucking lasers and missiles fly out of them. So I said it's going to have a comms power, so it can communicate with the ship. A flight power, so it can fly around. It'll probably also have the dodge power, so if you shoot at the probe, it can be like, nope.
Yeah, that was part of our discussion.
Yeah.
You were like, what? How many different qualities do I need for this miracle to do this? And I was like, well, if you want to talk to people, that's probably a range miracle.
Mm.
If you want to lift anything, you're going to need a mass miracle so you can have hands.
These
hands. I was thinking about it, like, oh yeah, that's right. This game can be awful specific. Hey, if you want this thing to dodge being hit, it probably needs a defense power.
Yeah. Basically,
if you want it to punch things, it will need an attack power.
It will not have an attack power, I'm telling you that. Well, technically it does, but it's not built into the interface unit.
Yeah, it'll do a different thing.
Yeah. So...
And technically, you could also do the thing you did with the Tiamat body. You could give it hyper body, basically its own hyper body pool. But I think just giving it a potential mass utility to be like,
I'm this big.
Hello, let me move this.
There's also other weapons. I have focus. These are all undesigned, by the way. Shield systems. There's gonna be there's gonna be two specific powers. One's going to be the ship shield, which will have no capacities. It'll just be across the shield. The second one will be a deployable shield, which I can slap on PCs, objects, other things. Basically, the ship diverts some of its shield barrier thing to whatever. It's one of the things that you need the interface unit for, because the interface unit will be what basically says, based on that. Still working on Kings. Engine systems, we're going to have basically subflight and FTL flight. So if Omega, everyone's like, hey, let's go fucking intergalactic, I'm like, I'm there. And if not, oh well. Who knows? Maybe I'll fucking go off somewhere when this campaign's done. Back to the fucking stars to find my origins. Who knows? This next one is definitely something is definitely more experimental. Might not even make it in the base. It's the drone factory system, because there is literally just a thing called minions, just minions.
So we talked about minions as a concept. There's a cafeteria miracle called Minions.
Yes.
Which makes minions. It's great.
I
love it.
Yeah. So, I probably will stat it out. I probably won't put any dice in it to begin with. Because like I said, this is my first time doing something like this, so I don't want to overwhelm myself. You know, start with what you know and build from there.
And you want to be good at some of your stuff. If you
Yeah.
build too many miracles, even if you make them cheap with extras and flaws, you won't have enough points to buy enough dice to be good in them.
Yes.
Like, if you're below 5 dice, you have a decent chance of just fucking it up.
Yeah. Now, the drone factory, like, I'm thinking there's going to be, like, mechanic droids, security droids, and interceptor droids. Or drones, I guess. Basically, little flyers for ship-to-ship combat, interior security units for, human-sized moments, and then just things to do things around the ship. Those are the 3 I have planned, but I just have to do more reading on minion rules and whatnot to figure those out. Last is the warp core system. This is going to be another one of those irreplaceable foci, which is, this is just some weird ass fucking technology that lets us do weird ass shit. This is what's gonna be able to warp the ship around. I'm not sure if it's gonna be just like a full-on teleport or just like shifting through dimensions. I don't know. I haven't really thought of that so far. Also, it's gonna be what allows the ship to warp things and people onto the ship and back down to the ground. Very super important because, like I said, I want the ship to be a base. I'm telling you guys right now, the ship being a base will not be a session 1 thing. That's going to be development and play.
No, and you got to build trust too.
Yeah, build trust.
Every character will have like passions and loyalties. And
yeah, I'm telling you right now. I have 4. Yeah, 1 and 3. It's all loyalty Tiamat. It's just done. The ship is my first and foremost concern at all times.
Well, okay, so I should explain this. Axe is like, that's very intense, but like he was like, I want to do like 2 or 3 hardened armor in my suit. I'm like, Axe, don't do that. Because this is part of the back and forth with player characters, but like, here's the thing. This is a superhero setting. Lacking vulnerabilities is actually bad.
Yes.
You don't want that.
Listen.
Think about Superman. How do people get to Superman? Sorry, Dallas has immediately jumped into like, ooh, Inhuman. That's gonna be great. Well, now I'm glad some of you guys have stability, because otherwise that applies to other player characters too.
Dallas is probably gonna have a lot of horrifying powers.
About Superman, right? He's mostly invulnerable. Like, okay, so he also has an allergy to kryptonite, whatever, but it's kryptonite. It comes up a lot more than it should. But most of the time, how you threaten Superman is you have to constantly be knocking down buildings, trying to kill Lois Lane, trying to destroy the whole Earth, nuke Metropolis. Like, that's the thing. If you're not vulnerable in a physical level, that means that if in order for there to be tension, which is required, tension is required. This is something that I know some people struggle with. Like they're like, oh, but I don't want anybody to threaten me, like that means there has to be tension. There cannot be a story without some sort of tension, right?
Yeah. Now, and Vax, if you're wondering why I picked like 4 hard armor, it's because I'm a goddamn giant ship that flies through space and deals with shit.
Yeah, no, and also Lucky is dealing with a weird thing because he doesn't have a real human body.
Yeah.
Like, there is some mechanical weirdness with this.
Yeah.
Like, and I think it makes sense. 4 har hardened on a giant interdimensional spaceship that honestly, like, probably won't be taking shots sometimes. Like, especially since you said you're not going to start as the base. You're not going to be under attack directly for a while.
No.
So, like, having other people be... It's important to be vulnerable, like I was saying. Like, if you went hardened and Lucky's gone hardened, well, I'm like, well, in order to threaten these guys physically, I'm going to need lots of non-physical, which is going to be unfortunate for other player characters who are probably not going to have armor powers. And there's not really a good... There's not really a good ability to tank in this game, or like taunt. Like, yeah, you can defend for other people if you're physically able. Like, you could always be like, oh, that guy's gonna shoot my friend, well, I'll shoot him first, or I'll jump in the way and block the bullets, right? But that means you're wasting actions, and isn't always possible because, you might be spread out or might be doing weird things. And also, I don't actually know if you're blocking a non-physical attack if you can jump in the way. It's non-physical, Ooh, Axe, that is a good question.
What is it?
Technically, if you run out of hitboxes and pass out, your suit turns off. You could set it up so you also have light armor power, so your shock damage is reduced, so you're unlikely to pass out. Also, Dallas, I gotta be honest, I know you like freaky shit. You might be taking this too freaky. Like, this is a superhero kitchen sink setting. This has been nearly 100 years of superheroes. People are not just gonna freak out just because a demon walks down the street. Unless he's really creepy, I guess. Like, that's possible. Like, if you want to go that level, you could do that. He doesn't have to, though. Like, that's not a thing you should feel just because, ooh, I'm a demon, I should take all this freaky shit. Because you're gonna have to be out in public. Like, that's a thing. Like, you're not gonna be Batman hiding in the shadow. Well, you might do that some too, but like, we're not gonna start with like doing the thing. So, well, that's why I wrote a pitch.
Did you read the pitch?
I wrote an elevator thing. I would have to think about that, Axe. Axe is asking a question, which is good for hypotheticals, because he's talking about, like, he's drawing a lot of themes from Tokusatsu, especially Kamen Rider specifically. And most of those guys, when they get beat up really bad, first they get knocked out of their suit, then they're, like, vulnerable, right? Or they just pass out and the villain leaves because we need this series to go on for another 30 billion episodes. Throwing no stones about how TV writing works. By default, no, there's not actually a really good way to do that. So, unless you have permanent on, which you probably don't, it's probably duration or endless, when you take enough damage to, like, pass out, like, your body fills up with shock or your head fills up with shock and you're done, or killing even, you're incapacitated, I don't believe you actually even die when your torso fills up with killing, you're just dying, like, you're unconscious on the ground bleeding out, right? I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that's how that works. If you pass out, you can no longer actively use powers unless they're permanent. That's why permanent costs +4. Permanent powers never, ever shut off, ever, unless you are, like, somehow literally removed from your power source.
Yes.
They can be interfered with, but that's still an active process. They never, ever turn off. So, yes, if you take enough damage to, like, get knocked out, your suit would turn off. If you want to actually make it so your suit turns lethal injuries into non-lethal injuries, that's actually better as light armor, which you could easily take hardened. You could easily make it so that, by default, your armor just reduces all blows to, like, low-level shock damage, and then, oh, my torso's filled up with shock. Oh, no, they've knocked off my armor. It's deactivated. Now I'm actually vulnerable. Like, you could do it that way.
I mean, if you have a focus that you're wearing, it has its own hitboxes, I believe.
There's also that true. Like, yeah. If you're actually literally focused, it can be punched out. So, again, talking about this. We were talking about this earlier. Coming back from the dead, literally, like, immediately being like, I'm not dead. That costs base will. That always costs base will. Yeah, you could also mix and match if you want to pay the extra points, Axe. You could have it so that you reduce all damage, and also any damage you actually take is converted into shock or reduced.
Oh, I got a boomerang.
Like, that's an actual miracle you'd have to buy, Dallas, to literally be like, you've killed me. I come back later. I spend a base will. I can heal my wounds even though I'm dead and come back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're talking about wild talents right now. The system we mentioned last week. I think I did this for Vera because that was her thing. It was magical, but she was a super regenerator healer.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, theoretically, she could regenerate any part of her body. Look, you were there for this, right?
Yeah.
Where Vera kept a hand in her fridge.
Yeah, because I believe the theory is whatever is the largest part of her regenerates. We said so. If she is,
we figured that out. So it was a precaution. If her body was ever totally destroyed, she'd just climb out of her fridge. By the way, speaking about how players and humans get adjusted to things, right? They normalize shit. Vera normalized herself very rapidly to being fucking invincible.
Oh god, being on fucking fire. It's like, I don't actually drown.
She had to make some sane rolls, but yeah, there was definitely moments where she was like, wait, I'm being healed faster than I'm dying from fire. I could be on fire for a turn. Yeah, so like, literally to do that, Vera took out a fucking meat cleaver and was like, fuck it, it'll grow back, and knocked off her hand. I think I still made her roll stability for it, but she was pretty good at that after she'd seen some shit. So like, as a character, Vera was incredibly blasé about just being like, oh, that guy's gonna shoot me? Fucking whatever. like after a while, it's just pain don't hurt. I think for her, that was a narrative power where it was like, I think it had like a go last or something, where like, just so that we keep consistency with the system and there are stakes, you probably still have to spend base will, but if you play a couple sessions, like as long as you're not constantly dying, you can buy that back up, right?
Yeah.
And then what Vera did was she had extras and stuff set up so that she didn't come back right away. If she actually fully died, like her whole body had to regenerate. So you could take some time delay effects to be like, oh, well, if you get shot and die or whatever, you die, but you can come back in the next scene, no problem. And in fact, I don't think I have those notes anywhere. I could check. I think the way it worked was her... Actually, let me pull up the document. Right, okay, I see what it's talking about. Basically, the way the game says it is changing the future or past costs willpower or base will.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, permanently changing yourself for another character requires base will. Things that are vague or temporary cost willpower.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, it talks about the Lazarus power. These probably are not searchable in the cafeteria, but let me check.
Mm-hmm.
Let me actually check the Miracle Cafeteria for Lazarus. Normally that costs base willpower because that is like I said, that is a absolute, that's a literal retcon. That's like, I didn't actually die.
Mm-hmm.
The rules say I die, I don't actually die. You could possibly, like, because regen is a power, or another, God, where is it? What's it called? There's a power where you heal after a fight. What is it called? It's not insubstantiability, not illusions. The armored ghost.
I know I saw it. I can't remember it.
I know it's in here somewhere. Bind, block, containment. Containment's fun. Aces, ultimate forms. Not harm, not immunity.
Wasn't it like resilience?
Yeah, is that it? Is it resilience? Let me check it out. Yeah, resilience. Engulf, if then, shock. Yeah, so basically, resilient removes all shock damage you have at the moment a fight ends. Great as a thing. So you could like have that power, and just kind of like go on. Okay. So if your body dies and your soul gets kicked back, yeah, that's just a straight up that's a base will cost power. I think that is actually. Let me double check. Is that a power? Because they mentioned the Lazarus power. I don't think they actually stat it. No. Okay.
It might be in one of the. It might be in one of the NPCs.
It might be like in a different NPC thing, but yeah, like you could definitely set that to like if then by next sunrise or sunset you're just a new guy again. That's a base will type thing, and that's I think that's a fair cost because I don't much like how Vera's constant regen was like so long as they weren't shooting at her head or anything, or causing her because fire actually doesn't hurt your head until it hurts all your body, I think. But so long as like she wasn't in immediate mortal peril, Vera was like, nah, fuck it, I can do anything. Threats are nothing. So like, I understand why it costs a base will because it's like, one, you're retconning something big. You're like changing the results of the dice without rolling dice, basically. Though actually, I don't know. They say I could probably make that a willpower and cost to attempt to have to roll dice to see if you come back to life.
Yeah.
But that might be awkward for Dallas to fuck up his power and not actually come back to life. For like an hour or a day or whatever, however long I decide. It's probably easier just to keep it consistent, but it's a major retcon of a thing that happened without you needing to actually like act in the moment. And again, we talked about this, right? There still need to be stakes.
Yes.
Like if you can't die, and if you're just like, fuck it, I'll just come back, that it means that you're gonna do a lot of dumb stuff and try a lot of dumb stuff that like doesn't make sense. So it needs to still have a cost you as player character, because again, especially as players will very quickly get normalized and desensitized to this kind of shit.
Yes.
Oh, I'm not actually in danger? Fuck it. And, like, honestly, I think that works great for Vera's character, because Vera was a character who very rapidly, her plot arc became about, like, am I still human? Do I still relate to humans? And shit like that. Like dealing with her effects on other people and the fact that her superhero alias was Santa Maria. Like, people were calling her, like, a literal fucking saint and being like, that's weird. That's weird. I'm gonna go disintegrate / stun some bad guys. Bye. So, yeah, like, it was a whole thing. Yeah, no, honestly, Dallas, that makes great sense for a base will cost. He's talking about, like, it hurts his soul and damages his mind. No, that sounds like base will cost. Like, you're slowly burning up your Eunice when you spend base will. So that actually tracks very well.
Yeah. All right.
That's probably a good 2 hard dice power. Okay. Did you run through all your miracles and stuff?
No, I still have 2 left, but they're just my attack power, so they won't take too long.
Sketch them out, because we're almost 5 hours. We should wrap up.
I
love talking, but we need to, like, switch gears.
All right.
It's like 11 o'clock. I got to log in for FGO. I got to get some food.
Oh, shit. I do, too.
Sea of...
So, the last power I built was the weapon systems. Now, these are pretty basic, so we probably won't go into a super long discussion about them, but they're neat. So, the focus is called weapon system. It's 6D. They're 6 per die, so it costs me a total of 36 points. Now note, these are just regular dice. These are not hard dice. These are not wiggle die. That means
when you declare you're making an attack, you would roll 6 d10s and look for matches.
Yes, which I think is good because while hard defense are good, I feel like when you attack, you should not just automatically succeed, especially with like hard dice. It's like I shoot the head. It's just like what? No, like, honestly, hard die, maybe, like, 1 hard die. Hard dice are good on offensive powers for, like, I cannot hold this back. This will fuck your shit up. Right? Yeah. Like, honestly...
For accuracy, though, wiggle dice are way better.
Yeah. So, I only made 2 powers. They're called lasers and micro missiles. So, lasers is an attack. It's a range power. No, 6D. It has booster 2. What was the math on this? Hang on.
God, that's, it's 10x every time, right? So
yeah.
It's 1 mile, 10 miles, 100 miles?
At 60?
Oh, it's 60. No, that's right. It's 1 mile for full 10D. What is it then? Is it 500 yards? It's something nice and round at 6, actually. That's right. I was thinking about it max, but you're at only 6 dice. Let me check.
Let me see here. Building character stats and skills, character advancements, meta qualities, powers.
Power capabilities. 60 range, 320 yards. Okay.
320. So, okay, so hang on. Let me. So that's 320, 10, 10 yards, 2 miles. That's 18 miles. Now,
it's pretty good.
Now, again, this is the reason why I picked this is because I don't know exactly where the ship is, and I need the ship to be able to hit things wherever the interface unit might be. Now, to achieve this, because you might say, are you going to fire like a laser 18 miles? No, I'm going to open up a warp and fire a laser through it. It's just going to be at that range. It's going to happen instantly.
Yeah, and I think, again, that we talked about this, there's a lot of fluff stuff in there. I think that's fair of just, like... honestly, like, depending on where we decide the ship is, if it's somewhere physical or even if it's a different dimension, it'll probably be, like, a relative distance, right?
Yep.
So, like, even if you're in a different dimension, you're still talking about being the base. If you want to emerge from that dimension to park over Liberty City, you would emerge at a point.
Yes.
That's probably the 0 point from where you're seeing, talking, shooting, etc.
Yes. So, again, booster +2, bulky -1, depleted -1. Depleted is interesting. Basically, what depleted does is you can use your power so many times and then you have to reload it. And you can only reload it so many times before you have to do a thing that recharges it at all. I haven't decided what the depleted is, but because it's a ship, I feel like ships should have to reload at some point. You just can't.
Yeah, especially for micro missiles, you're shooting physical projectiles. But even for lasers, you have to, like,
battery.
Energy and shit.
So, depleted.
And the depleted thing can be open-ended. It can be like you need to roll a skill to make more, which could be a good use of your occupation concept, or it can just be like, I just gotta like wait a couple hours for the batteries top off, guys. You know, like after a combat you can recharge, but during a combat you've only got so many shots.
Yeah. So focus -1. Now, unlike the first one, each one of these weapon systems is a focus because they're each a separate system. What Tiamat's hold, technically that's all one thing. So I can only apply focus and bulky to it once. That's something very important to remember. You can't necessarily double dip on your extras and flaws. Sometimes, like I said, little times like the fucking language is a little warm, but you have to be careful about that. Now it has the lasers have obvious. I said for one, they're gonna be opening warp holes and firing bright, very bright lasers through it. So I felt it appropriate.
Tracks.
And I'm also, I just added this, but like speaking of laser, I added penetration 2. Because I'm like, yeah, they're lasers. They should be able to get through something. I only went for 2 because I don't want to break through everything. I think that's like the level of like a laser pistol.
Yeah, I think laser pistol.
Yeah. And here's the interesting one.
That's a pretty common thing you might run into occasionally.
Yeah. And the other one I added this was on sight. Basically, if I can see it, even through like cameras or remote viewing powers, and it's within range, I can shoot it.
On-sight is a great extra.
Yes.
Yeah. Basically, it means you don't need line of sight. You just need sight, period. You have to know a target exists.
Yes.
This can be through sensory powers. This can be because a guy's on a cell phone telling you, like they pull out a webcam and show you, he's right here on 51st and Main. And you're like, he's in my range, I can hit him.
Yes. So that's laser. So literally the effect is the interface unit sees the target, basically relays the coordinates to the ship fires the weapon, it opens a warp, the attack goes through the warp and into the target. This is also the same way that the micro missile system is going to work. It's much of the same, actually exactly the same, except for there's one difference. Instead of having penetration +2, it has spray +4. Because Lucky really loves the Atano Circus. I really love the Atano Circus.
Also, that's because you have 6, that means you're actually, when you're making a spray attack, you're actually rolling
10 dice. Yes.
Yeah, because it's spray +4 is 4 dice of spray. So that means spray basically works is you get to roll extra dice when you roll spray. And you get to assign extra matches for free.
Yes.
Because it's spray. So you get to hit multiple targets.
Yes.
This is slightly different from area dice. Area dice basically roll an attack on everybody in the radius.
Yeah, I was thinking of having area dice. I'm like, no, that's too destructive.
Yeah, and honestly, area is one of those unfortunate things that's really fucky.
Yeah.
Because it's very specific. It's like anybody who's in the zone takes area dice. And those just do area dice just do damage straight to your spots.
Yep.
So like area, it's great for certain attacks. For micro missiles, yeah, sure, spray works better.
Yeah.
You're firing a lot of little missiles, they fly out and they explode, but they're not like zone attacking. They are like attacking in sequence.
Yes. I don't think I'm not entirely done. Like, because like I said, rolling 10 dice. There's a good chance I might get 2 or 3 matches here, so I might add a slow in there. Basically they have to take a turn to reload, so the laser will be the fire everything, fire every turn, or not. I don't know.
Pretty fair balance. Because yeah, with 10 dice, you will always make at least 1 match.
Yeah.
And then with spray, you're basically using every match you roll.
Yeah. And then, yeah, that's it. Like, honestly, I was thinking about weapon system. Like, no, I don't need to go whole hog with weapon system. Not for a support carry. I have enough to defend myself if need be. But other than that, no.
Do you have any additional attacks levels on these? Or are they just straight?
They're just straight right now. Honestly, if I add, like...
That's still like whip and shock and killing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for humanoid bioforms, these are plenty of protection. And honestly, for most light vehicles, like, close my PDF. I think we're wrapping up. But let me pull it open really quick and actually check. Weapon objects. I think vehicles are in. They're very loose, but
yeah,
should be like a. Oh my. I feel like there was a thing describing how many hit dice something should.
Yeah, like, the ship weapons aren't designed to be at the front of a line, like duking it out with other battleships. It's supposed to be at the back of the line coordinating, but it can't be fucking, defenseless. So it has basically some light vehicular weapons. Maybe as time goes down, I'll add, like, maybe, I don't know, +1 or 2 to it, but nothing more than that.
Oh yeah, okay. Objects. So small car, four hit locations, 4 wins per, 4 boxes per location.
Oh.
So like at shock and killing, yeah, no, your lasers and micro missiles could still probably tear up a small car.
Mm.
It's not until you get to like an M1 tank, for instance, is supposed to be 6 hit locations with 10 per location. With HAR 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like armored vehicles. You'd probably have to focus fire on them because they'd be armored and stuff, but you have penetration too. So you on your lasers, like you could still do damage to them. It would just take you a little bit.
Yeah.
And honestly, that could be like a subsystem you develop or unlock later. Like I'm gonna develop special cruise missiles to do anti-damage stuff.
Yeah. Or also one of the things that's probably gonna be an AI specific thing is unlock what I'm going to call parallel processing, where I'm just going to give myself a fuck ton of multiple action.
Multiple actions. Another great power.
Keep fire
I feel like spray to do skills.
Mm-hmm. Fire everything!
I can multitask.
Yeah.
So normally in this game, if you want to call a multiple action, you have to drop a die and you have to roll multiple sets.
Mm-hmm.
If you're using the multiple actions power, you add multiple actions dice to whenever you do anything. That's how the power is supposed to work.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can use any sets you like. So you actually get bonus dice for attempting multiple things, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I believe you still have to take,
the lower pool, I
you
believe.
still have to take the smaller pool, and you still have to take away penalty dice, basically.
Mm-hmm.
You have to add penalty dice to the quality. But multiple actions protects you from that, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty, like, 2D average.
Yeah.
So there's definitely an interesting quality of where, like, you could be like, yeah, I could just keep going with this, you know. I can sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. We've been doing this a while.
Yeah, we're almost done.
But basically, okay, reset. What were we talking about?
Multiple actions?
Multiple actions, right. Got it. Focused. Okay, caught it. I just completely dropped that part of my brain. I do not have parallel processing right now. So multiple actions, you still take the penalty dice, but that means that without actually losing any dice, you can do lots and lots of different actions. Like, say you have 10 dice in multiple actions, because you can only ever roll 10 dice anyway.
Mm-hmm.
For free, you can just take whatever your normal skill pool is and attempt multiple actions with it. So like you get a lot of free extra action. It's a great power. I love it a lot.
Yeah. So, yeah, but with that is what we have on Tiamat. If people are interested in stuff, I can keep like next week I can tell what else has been developed and let people know, because I see there's a lot of people talking about Wild Talents in the chat, in the Discord chat specifically. So I hope like this might have been a little illuminating on how powers are built and whatnot. But with that though, not to be heavy-handed, but I think we should probably start wrapping up.
Yeah, we're at 5 hours 10 in just the audio version, and I think the stream is like a couple minutes ahead because there was some pre-show rambling.
Yeah.
So we should wrap up. I do want to still Civ tonight, but that means I gotta go edit this beast of an audio. That'll still won't take very long, but I still gotta get started on it, and I gotta eat some food.
But Fud.
I don't know if Lucky has to eat some food either.
I ate before, but I'm gonna top up.
Pop off.
Yeah.
So let's wrap up. I hope you had a good What's Up, guys. Hope you're enjoying What's Up Live. We did like slowly trickle out of concurrent viewers, but that's natural. We just streamed for like 5 hours and 15 minutes.
I don't know. I'm like, what was our
pretty
peak?
typical. Like we still have a decent number, but the number is definitely lower than it was like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, it was.
But it's a stream, so people had to go do shit. Hopefully they came back later.
Our peak was 19, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, you know, so hopefully people enjoy this format. You know, it's easier to go longer and do more stuff because you're just streaming.
Yep.
And I'm not like, Lucky, I have to edit this monster. No.
I think that's the most beautiful thing about this, honestly.
Yeah, the fact that it's up. It's just there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know people were talking about, oh, I don't know if you'll be able to Civ tonight either. I'm like, no, guys, you don't understand. The video will be done immediately. I just have to edit the audio. And honestly, I don't do that much to the audio. It's mostly just a level of that parallel processing. So we're wrapping up. If you're watching this on YouTube, because you could be listening to the audio version, be sure to give this a like if you liked it. If you haven't already, it's live. You could have liked it already. Give it a like right now if you're watching. You can leave any comments you have in the comment section down below for the VOD. If you're new here and haven't already, please subscribe to our channel. So you can always get more of this, more streams, more of other podcasts we do, like Let's Talk FGO. Make sure to hit that bell for notifications as well, even if you're already subscribed, so you always know when we post a new video. We're probably going to try and be pretty good about scheduling these ahead of time, right? Just because YouTube likes that and it makes it easier for you guys. But if you always want to know when we're going to start a stream and stuff, make sure your notifications are turned on. It'll let you know right away. You can also go ahead and join our channel memberships. There's a little button down there. Link is in the description, I believe. So it's pretty fun. And if you, well, I suppose I should say it the way I usually say it, which is, like I said at the front of the show, you can support us on Patreon as well. You can get access to episodes early. As I said several times, I'm still recording the audio format of this if you want to download it and take it on the go. Maybe you dipped in and out for the stream, but you don't want to comb through 5 hours of you know, video content in front of your computer. Get the audio version. Little's $1 a month or $10 a year. It's a great bargain. Really helps us out, and we do got a new month coming up, so consider supporting us so we can continue to try and do crazy shit.
I like crazy shit.
And yeah, I think that's everything. So we will see you guys next week for more What's Up, where we will probably continue to talk about more Wild Talents. Like I said, I need to set aside some time for a little bit more world building for everybody, because I do get a decent spread of world building questions. And I have answers to all of them. It's just I could probably cut down on some of them by pre-answering them. And we'll also be back for more Let's Talk FGO. If you haven't checked out this week's episode of Let's Talk FGO, it's already out. You might not have, because it was quite a long one, as the usual. So go ahead and check that out as well. And yeah, all right, we'll see you guys next week. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye.
All right, audio.